Flowers Pentacle for Trust and Doubt by Teresita Blanco. Chapter 1, Queen of Wands. It was a warm November afternoon in La Bodeguita Minimart. Today was Thanksgiving. The infamous psychic Irina wasn't in a cooking mood. She was as skinny as a twig. At her age, her face was already starting to resemble a melted candy, and only her eyes retained her youthful splendor. Helping her with the shopping were her two grandchildren, Eufrasio and Lucero. The twins were wandering about the mart, filling up their cars with whatever piqued their interest. Irina eventually made it to the end of the line. Alas, they were already out of turkey. Irina called her daughter Angelica to inform her of the bad news. "I don't even like turkey," said Angelica over the phone. "And just because we live in Rome, we do not need to eat like the Romans." "I don't like turkey either," said Lucero. Instead of turkey, they bought ham and chicharrones, and it was a good thing that her daughter had finally had this moment of honesty. Irina and her words made their way to the car, and Irina frowned when she saw a woman standing beside her car, and there was something familiar about her green eyes. After rattling her memory, Irina recognized Rebecca. Rebecca was Bruno's older sister, and her brother was dating a client of Irina's named Karina. Karina pestered the psychic on an almost weekly basis, and Karina so lately would visit to complain about Rebecca. "It is Thanksgiving, Rebecca. Shouldn't you be with your brother?" asked Irina. "You are certainly quite sharp, Irina," said Rebecca, genuinely impressed. "I didn't even introduce myself, and you already knew my name and that I have a brother." "It is Thanksgiving, and I don't work," said Irina. "If I were you, I would make an exception," said Rebecca, bringing out an $100 bill. Irina saw the bill before looking at her grandchildren, and in the end, their shared poverty compelled Irina to make an exception just for Rebecca. "Let's make this quick," said Irina before stuffing all the food in the back of the car. She sat in the driver's seat while the children in the back, and Rebecca sat beside Irina. Irina brought out her deck of cards, and Rebecca shook her head to illustrate the fact that she wasn't interested in a psychic reading. She reached into her pocket to bring out a miniature recorder. "Karina is one of your regular clients. I want to listen to her conversations. You will get $100 per session," said Rebecca. "No, what you're asking for is illegal," said Eufrasio. "I am telling on you," said Lucero before pretending to call Karina. She then said, "Hello, Karina. There is this woman." "Give me that phone," but Rebecca turning around, and she tried to reach for Lucero's cell phone, but the bag threw it into her dress. "Truly, do you fear little Karina so much?" asked Irina. "I don't fear her, I just don't trust her," said Rebecca. "Do you think that listening to her conversation is going to help you trust her?" asked Irina. "Here's $200. You do not need to record anything. Just tell me what she has been telling you, and it will suffice to quench my curiosity," said Rebecca, bringing out another $100 bill. Lucero took the money before saying, "Karina paid Grandma to hex you." "That's cute," said Rebecca, laughing. "Truly, she must be a child to believe in magic. And what is the nature of her hex?" "It is a reflection hex. Whatever evil you do unto Karina, it will be reflected back at you 7 times fold," said Eufrasio. "It is a powerful karmic hex," said Irina. "It is for this reason that I cannot in good faith help you spy on Karina, and the fact that I have told you this much is going to bring you a lot of bad luck." "Good day to you, woman," said Eufrasio, pointing out the door. Irina became a stone wall of silence, and it didn't matter how much Rebecca tried to coax or bribe the woman, she wasn't going to get any more answers. Rebecca returned to her car, and she gave a final cursory glance at her pastry, and when she was satisfied, she drove out to Karina's house. The party was taking place in the yard shared by the two houses. Karina lived with her mother Unla, and the larger house was owned by her aunt Barbara and her entire brood, and it was common for all family members to seamlessly circulate between both homes. In the center of the garden, there was a wooden canopy with straw roofs and a checkerboard patterned tile floor. The canopy was decked out with paper turkeys and corn and other Thanksgiving decor, and in the center there was the dinner table filled with goodies. To protect them from the bugs, all of the goodies had coverings over them, and Rebecca left her contribution to the cause before looking for her daughters Becky and Olivia. Becky was 5 and Olivia was 7, and both daughters had the same caramel complexion as their mother and the same straight raven hair. And unlike their mother, the girls had amber eyes. They were currently in the treehouse playing with dolls with their Uncle Bruno. Bruno was a 27-year-old lawyer who had paid for his education by playing football, and he was still a handsome devil with stunning green eyes. He was currently dating the petite Rubenesque Karina, and she had raven hair, expressive hazel eyes, and honey-colored skin and curly brown hair. She had recently turned 25 years old, and Karina was busy greeting the guests, and her smile faded when she saw Rebecca coming towards her. At first, Karina fancied that Rebecca was a nice woman. Karina had grown to despise her because of the negative effect that Rebecca had on her brother. Whenever Rebecca was around, Bruno was unhappy, and this unhappiness manifested in bouts of silence or passive-aggressive remarks. And every time Karina asked Bruno about his sister, he only had bad things to say. He only bothered to pretend to get along with his sister whenever his nieces were within earshot, and the rest of the time he was openly hostile to the woman. And it was peculiar to see Rebecca trying so hard to remain close with a brother that wanted nothing to do with her. Then again, as an only child, she had no way of understanding the bond shared by siblings. The closest thing Karina had to a brother or sister were her cousins and nieces, and the cousin that was closest to her age was Rodrigo, who was the same age as Bruno. And Karina got along well with Rodrigo, but oftentimes they rarely traveled in the same social circle. After all, she was a pediatrician and Rodrigo was a lawyer, and she couldn't imagine herself chasing after Rodrigo, let alone spying on him. And as for Rodrigo, he wasn't the time to meddle in Karina's affairs. "What is a 2-year difference after all?" said Karina to herself. "And what's eating you up this time?" asked Rodrigo, who had come to the snack table in search of goodies. "I'm just trying to make sense of Bruno and Rebecca's relationship. She's so," said Karina. "Annoying," said Rodrigo. "I was going to say meddlesome," said Karina. "And does she always interfere in all of her brother's relationships? Or am I just lucky?" "Rebecca claims that her brother started giving signs of life after he started dating you," said Rodrigo. "Take this information as you will." So he must like me a lot, and you only forget to check in when you're having fun," said Karina, gushing. Karina finished her gathering snacks and she climbed up the treehouse, and the noise immediately died when Bruno's nieces became aware of her. The girls had started out polite, though now that polite indifference had devolved into open hostility. And Karina fancied that the girls were jealous of her. After all, she was a new woman in Bruno's life. And Karina frowned in spite of herself, and she forced a fake smile before addressing the girls. "I brought snacks," said Karina, placing it on top of the coffee table. "Mom already brought us snacks," lied Olivia. "No, she didn't," said Becky before reaching for a pastelito. Olivia swatted Becky's hand before saying, "No, you already ate." "Honestly, Olivia, get over it already," said Becky. "I didn't forbid Bruno from calling home," said Karina, "and whatever problems you have with him, leave me out of it." "Wow, do you see that, Uncle? It didn't take much for your girlfriend to throw you under the bus," joked Becky. "So much for support," giggled Olivia. Bruno stood up and he walked past the clutter before taking Karina's hands, and the girls spotted when they saw Bruno going away with his girlfriend, and he found an empty spot in the dance area, and he proceeded to slow dance with Karina. Karina looked into Bruno's eyes, and he had the same focused look he used when playing chess, and Karina opened her mouth before closing it again. She didn't like it when her boyfriend got quiet and distant. Even though he was still dancing with her, his mind was a million miles away, and she was merely an instrument he used to isolate himself from others. If he was dancing with his girlfriend, he couldn't engage others in conversation. "Are you unhappy?" asked Karina, and she repeated the question twice. Do I look unhappy?" asked Bruno, giving a warm smile. "And why do you stop playing with your nieces?" asked Karina. "I was bored," said Bruno. "I can only do an activity that bores me for so long." "Maybe you could have played chess with them," suggested Karina. "Karina, you only have to put up with them for 3 more days," said Bruno. "Bruno," said Karina, "I get why you stopped talking to your sister, but why do you have to ghost your nieces as well?" "Karina, whatever Rebecca has said, she's exaggerating. Ever since her divorce, she has made it her business to meddle in my affairs," said Bruno before taking a step back, and he released Karina from the dancing embrace. "I have to go to the bathroom. With your permission." Bruno went into Karina's house to isolate himself from the world, and he locked the bathroom door, and with nothing better to do, he proceeded to do push-ups, and Karina didn't stay without a dance partner for so long. Her best friend came took her in his embrace, and they talked sweet nonsense while the world spun around them. King was 23 years of age. He had a plain face and a handsome body, and his most distinguishing feature were his icy gray eyes. At a certain point, Karina said, "Do you still have that worm, Singy?" "It took you long enough to ask for it," Karina said, Kane, knowing what his friend wanted. "It's not for Bruno. I trust him. My problem is his sister Rebecca. And Bruno told me that she's of the habit of hiring professional stalkers, detectives in layman's terms, and I need to know if one of her hired goons is after me, and her brows are already opening hostile to me. And it wouldn't surprise me if she's scheming against me," said Karina. Karina got the worm Singy, aka blast the worm, for her friend, and now all she needed to do was trick Rebecca into opening the spyware. After rattling her brain, she sent Rebecca a zip file filled with all the photos she had taken of Bruno. Rebecca eyed with suspicion the zip file called Peace Offering, and since Rebecca wasn't opening the file, Karina went to talk to the woman. "The file I sent you has most of the photos I had taken of myself and Bruno," said Karina. "Most of the photos?" asked Rebecca, raising an eyebrow. "We have a few that are for our eyes only, and I doubt you will want to see your brothers," said Karina. "Say no more, please," said Rebecca, rubbing her brow. She had already gotten the hint. "I don't want you to think me as an enemy," said Karina, extending her hand in friendship. "I want the same thing that you want, Bruno's happiness." Rebecca, after hesitating, accepted Karina's hand, and then she said, "As long as he is truly happy with you, that will suffice for me." "He is happy, is he not?" "Yes," said Karina, "he is happy as long as we don't talk about Tanya or Natasha. And he has a bad habit of getting enamored with women who cheat on him. Or maybe it was too early in the relationship for fidelity to be part of the equation," said Oberon, who was eavesdropping. He was the other new face in Karina's social circle. "If I wanted your opinion, I would have asked for it," said Rebecca dryly. "I'm just saying that relationships are different now, and it isn't uncommon for a woman to have a main plate as well as a dozen side dishes. This doesn't mean that she doesn't like her boyfriend. Rather, she wants to analyze all of her options before truly committing to an individual," explained Oberon. "The whole getting to know a person, one person at a time, has gone out of fashion. Just because the world has gone mad doesn't mean that my brother must dance to that same tune," said Rebecca, raising her voice. And she proceeded to lecture Oberon on the benefits of a healthy monogamous relationship. "If that works so well, then pray do tell me, where is your better half?" asked Oberon, poking holes into Rebecca's argument. "I gotta check up on the girl," said Rebecca dryly. And this was an excuse to get away from the uncomfortable conversation. And she had done everything right, and how could everything have gone wrong? She dated the right man, she married him after a year, they had a blissful 8-year marriage that completely ended overnight, and her ex-husband Marcelo claimed to have fallen in love with his 18-year-old intern. Man, always confusing lust for love, and her one regret that she had married the man without a prenuptial contract. And from the safety of the treehouse, Rebecca observed Karina at a distance. And Karina wasn't the type to patiently wait for her man to pay her attention, and if he wasn't around, she would immediately go dance with another. And the way Karina was dancing with Oberon positively offended Rebecca's sensitivities. And how could Karina allow that raven-haired man to fill her up? "I was thinking, Karina, do you like the way I dance?" asked Oberon. "You are about average," said Karina before twirling, and she was dancing salsa with Oberon. "And your hip movements need some work." My hips, protested Oberon, visibly offended. "Listen, sister, hip movement is my specialty. You are the first woman to ever complain about how I use my hips." "Show me your stuff then," said Karina, taking a respectable distance. "And then it will be my turn to show you how it is done." Oberon accepted the challenge, wiggled his hip bone to the beat of Suavemente, and she studied his technique while walking circles around him. And when it came for her turn, her hips started gyrating left and right like a bumblebee, and Oberon had no other choice but to admit defeat, and he clapped enthusiastically before returning to dance with Karina. and she was so amused with Overdose dancing that she completely forgot about Bruno's existence. And it eventually came time to say grace, and she called Bruno to inform him that it was time to cut the turkey. And Bruno finally left the bathroom, and he had stayed there for longer than he had anticipated. And he breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that nobody had noticed his absence. That's the end of chapter 1, but The Lover's Pentacle Tree, chapter 27, Tree of Swords. While he was in the gardens feeding pizza to the dogs, he heard the police sirens. A shadow ran through the bamboo grove, and he darted past the pool before jumping the front fence. Kane observed the interloper with mild amusement. He munched on a pizza slice while he waited to hear the inevitable. A police officer yelled, "Freeze!" This was followed by more running, and a few minutes later, he heard a high-pitched scream followed by silence. It was finally over. He got a call from Lola. Her colleague bragged about her latest arrest. She had caught the phantom thief. The female thief had tried to pull a Grinch, hitting all of the mansions in one quick succession, and she had been undone by her own ambition, or maybe she had allowed herself to be caught. It was a relief that it was finally over. Ken returned to the house to finish his pizza in peace, and from time to time he would answer text messages from his friends and family. "Gosh, why am I so sleepy?" "I guess I woke up too early," said Ken. T-Bone meowed in response. "I'm probably just bored." "I am bored, actually. I think tomorrow we're going to Isla Morada to inconvenience Natasha's family. It would be nice to go sailing for a bit, to be rocked by the waves." Said Kane, no longer able to string two sentences together. Every time he opened his mouth, it was to yawn. He sent everyone a Merry Christmas digital card before calling it a day. He just didn't have the mental energy to read their messages and give a personalized responses. He dragged his tired limbs to the second floor, and he gave himself a quick shower. On the way out of the bathroom, his vision became blurry, and his legs started to fail him. He lowered his body into a crawl position, and he reached into his pocket in search of the cell phone. Damn, he had left it downstairs. Or did he? He couldn't remember. He narrowed his eyes, and he saw his cell phone at the edge of the bed. It was so close, yet so far away. This debilitation wasn't normal. There was something wrong with him. With sleep quickly overtaking him, he summoned enough strength to dial 911. The call went through, and it was answered by Monique Singleton. She was working on Christmas Eve in order to be able to afford her children's Christmas present. 911, what's your emergency? Asked Monique. Meow, said T-Bone. Sir, is this a prank? Asked Monique, annoyed. And this was the third crank call of the night, and she added, Are you indeed in need of assistance? Everything is fine, officer, said a voice at the other side of the line. The stupid cat was playing with his cell phone, and he must have accidentally dialed 911. You know how curious stupid cats are. Is your name Kane Sanson? Asked Monique. She had the caller ID, so she wanted to verify the identity of the caller in order to send Kane Sanson a fine. Yes, my name is Kane Sanson, said the voice. Kane with a C, asked Monique. Yes, Kane with a C, with a K, said the voice, remembering the proper way to spell Kane's name. Look, I gotta go, the cat is scratching at my leg. Monique grew paranoid when she saw that the caller didn't know how to spell his own name. She became convinced that the caller wasn't Kane. This was a true 911 call, not a prank. She activated the tracer to find the source of the call, and the cell phone towers gave her his general location, but not the precise mansion where he was staying at. Monique remembered that there was an active operation in the area, and thinking that it was related to it, she notified the cops tasked with capturing the phantom thief. Officer Kane Sanson is in need of assistance. He is possibly being held hostage by an unknown assailant. Proceed with extreme caution, said Monique. And this is the general area where he is believed to be at. This is Officer Connor. I'm on my way, said Lola, answering the summons. And Kane's last known location was Michael's mansion, and I will tell everyone the address. Lola sent the address to her colleagues, and they began to mobilize. Lola arrived first at the mansion, and she found the dogs asleep. and she went through the back fence into the yard, and she walked past the pool area into the guest house. The house was bathed in complete darkness, and she felt something warm and fleshy brushing past her leg. She lit her flashlight for a second to see what it was. The cat meowed at Lola, and he made his way towards the garden. He turned his head to see if Lola would follow. She found no trace of Kane in the house, and he had been moved to a new location. The cat was still waiting for her in the gardens, and Tiba moved a couple of paces before turning around, and he walked circles around Lola before taking once again a respectable distance. "Do you know where Kane is?" asked Lola, feeling rather foolish. "Meow," said Tiba. He walked past the open garden door, and he waited until he smelled that Lola was indeed following him. With no other lead, she had no other choice but to follow Tybalt. When they got to the beach, Tybalt slowed his pace, and he got into a crouching position, the type cats typically use when silently stalking their prey. Lola took this as a hint that she had to move with purpose. She removed her boots to make as little noise as possible. In the moonlight, she could barely make out Tiba's silhouette, and whenever she fell behind, Tiba returned to her side, and he would rub against her arm before walking ahead. And she was led into the thick of the sea grape bushes, and since the tide was high, this area was partially flooded. "Please stop," said a trembling voice. Lola now had confirmation of Kane's current location. The problem now was that she didn't know where she was. She sent a text message to her colleagues. The kidnapper was hiding somewhere in the bushes by the beach facing Michael's mansion. Kane had awakened from his stupor, and he was still using the same bathrobe he had on. And he remembered fainting after calling for help, and when he came to, there was a heavy body on top of him. He had a sharp piercing pain on his neck. The pain was slowly incrementing as the attacker's teeth sank further into his skin. He felt about in search of something heavy, and his hands then were bounded over his head by a strong masculine hand. The pain stopped momentarily as the man stopped biting his neck. "I wanted to give you a painless send-off, but since now you're awake, do me the favor and stand still and be quiet. I find the sound of your voice extremely irritating," said the voice. "Why are you doing this to me?" asked Kane, buying time. Why, mocked the voice before stuffing a rag into Kane's mouth. Kane thought of everyone who would possibly have a reason to hurt him. It was not as if he was a crooked cop, and yes, he ticketed more than the average cop, but he had a quota. And he arrested 2 burglars with Siddhanta's help a few months ago. And maybe this psychopath with a vampire fetish was a family member out for revenge. Or perhaps no. Try as he might, he couldn't guess the identity of the man that was sinking his fangs into his flesh. His only consolation was that the lunatic had normal human canines, so all he had to do was endure the pain until help came or the narcotic finished wearing off. He stopped struggling to conserve his strength. It was then when his eyes saw Lola. She took aim, but she was terrible shot under pressure. This miscalculation cost her the element of surprise, and the attacker brought out a revolver and he placed it against Kane's forehead. And based on the feel of it, Kane recognized it as his grandpa's revolver. How ironic that his gun would be used against him. "Throw your gun or I will kill this man," ordered the voice. Lola lowered threw her gun, and she had a second gun by her leg, as well as her taser, so she could do without her main weapon. The sound of the bullet drew her colleagues to her location, and the man forced Kane to stand up. The two slowly moved deeper into the darkness, and Kane pondered how to best handle the situation. After analyzing his options, he allowed his body to go limp. The gamble paid off. The man put the gun away in order to carry Kane, and Lola caught up to the two, and once again she had a clear shot, and since the man had his back turned to her, she took careful aim, and she shot 3 bullets in quick succession. The first one missed, as well as the second. The third struck the elbow. The man screamed like a wounded animal before dropping Kane, and Kane took the chance to sprint away like the devil was after him. More backup arrived, and soon the darkness was aglow with police flashlights. Kane was safe for the moment. Lola escorted Kane back to the guest house, and his body was photographed and called for evidence, and the bathroom was collected. Once all the evidence was collected from his person, he was finally able to shower off the dirt and grime, and in the light he was clearly able to see the visible bite mark in his neck. It was deep purple, and he left the shower while trembling from head to toe, but not from the cold. Lola gave him a towel and a clean set of pajamas, and he sat down at the edge of the bed, and he retold everything that he remembered. Give me some paper and some pencils, said Kane. Lola did as he asked, and the bastard had gotten away, and a squadron was combing the area in search of the perp, so they needed any clues to find the perp's identity. Today there was this weirdo giving me an odd look, and he asked me for Jeremy's phone number, or maybe that was an excuse to get close. And there was also this guy sitting in my spot at the beach, said Kane, sketching the faces of possible culprits. He could have also been the pizza delivery guy. I only started feeling ill after eating the pizza. Did you save up any slices? There are 2 slices in the refrigerator, said Kane. Did anyone know that you were going to be doggy sitting by yourself? Asked Lola. Just about everyone that has access to Dorothy's MySpace. She practically blabs about everything that happens in her small world, said Kane. Since Dorothy had over 30,000 friends, this information wasn't going to lead them anywhere. The cameras in the panic room were checked, and thankfully they had recorded the kidnapping. The criminal had a cap, and based on how low he kept his head, it seemed as if he was aware of the position of the camera in the bedroom. Do you want to look at the recordings, Kane? Asked Lola. No, you do your cop stuff, and I will do my victim stuff, said Kane, trembling. We'll find your cat and your cell phone if it's any consolation, said the forensic analyst, bringing over Thibault. I am going to drive you to your uncle's house, said Lola. My uncle isn't home, said Kane, and everyone went away on the holidays. Why didn't your family take you with them? Asked Lola. I told them that I was going to babysit the pets. And are the dogs all right? Asked Kane. They are sleeping, but they are more or less in one piece. Do you have any friends nearby? No, lied Kane, and he was worried about putting his friend in harm's way since the attacker was still on the prowl. Kane, if you don't call someone, I am calling your uncle, warned Lola. Kane in the end decided to call Oberon. He was the only person close enough to pick him up. Oberon saw that Kane was calling, and he wondered what Kane could want at this hour. Oberon, I had enough of spending Christmas in the company of animals. Can you come pick me up? Asked Kane. Are you drunk? And why can't you drive up yourself? Asked Oberon. I am not drunk. I just don't feel well, said Kane. If you don't want to help, I will bother someone else. I didn't say I wasn't coming. I just need to know if you need Alka-Seltzer, asked Oberon. What I need is a friend, said Kane without trembling in his voice. Oberon leaped out of his bed and he got his car keys, and on the way out he was seen by Natasha, who was stargazing. And she was a bit of a night out, and she decided to go with Oberon to fetch Kane. The two arrived after driving for an hour. Oberon looked at the army of cops roaming about the area, and this inspired him much confidence. And Officer Lola allowed them into the blockade, and they were handed custody of Kane and the pets under his care. Oberon saw the purple bite mark in Kane's neck, and Kane placed his hand over the bite to hide it from Oberon's gaze. He was feeling pretty self-conscious about it, and the 3 friends rode away in utter silence, and a patrol car followed behind them to make certain that Kane made it to his destination. Natasha turned on the radio to provide some levity to the situation, and she immediately turned it off because they had nothing but Christmas jingles. And she adjusted her rear view mirror to look at Kane, and she saw the weird bite mark on his neck. What happened to you, Kane? Did you get bit by a vampire? Asked Natasha, laughing nervously. Yes, that is exactly what happened, said Kane, while absent-mindedly petting Thibault. The cat eventually bit him because he was tired of being petted. He set Thibault down inside his car carrier, and he picked up Marmalade to pet her instead. And she roused from her sleep to take in her surroundings, and she barked happily when she saw that she was going for a car ride. She sat up before placing her head by the window, and Natasha lowered the window to allow Marmalade to stick her head out. No, seriously, Kane, were you indeed attacked by a vampire? Insisted Natasha, incredulous. I was attacked by a man who tried to engage in vampirism. He sank his fangs into my flesh while he attempted to get aroused. It is called paraphilia, the Rainfield syndrome, or clinical vampirism. The guy is still on the prowl, so we best keep our wits about us, said Kane wearily. Natasha's smile immediately faded, and she was under the impression that the danger had passed. Her heart sank deeper when Kane started crying, and he no longer had his grandpa's revolver, and he felt vulnerable without it. And he ran through his head all of the possible culprits and who wanted him enough to sink his teeth in him. He had so many questions, so few answers. Marmalade licked his face until he calmed down, and she was such a sweet dog. After an hour, they arrived to Natasha's beachfront vacation home, and he was so abstracted in his misery that he didn't bother to take in the details. Oberon led him to the guest room, and Kane sank his head into the pillow. His eyes closed before sinking into a heavy slumber, and Oberon tucked Kane in, and he sat in the nearby rocking chair to guard his friend's dream. A half hour passed with Kane tossing and turning, and every time he was falling asleep, an overpowering fear would summon him back to the waking world. In the end, he sat up and he looked at the clock. It was 1 minute past midnight. "Merry Christmas, Oberon," said Kane. "Merry Christmas, Kane. Can't sleep, asked Oberon. Would you consolidate sleep if you went through what I did?" asked Kane. "No, I guess I wouldn't be able to sleep," said Oberon. "Does it hurt? I'm going to give you a cold compress." "They gave me an antiseptic cream," said Kane, looking at his duffel bag. "Let me get it for you," said Oberon, fetching the cream, and he applied it with a Q-tip for sanitation reasons, and he added after putting away the cream, "Tomorrow I am going to call your family to inform them of what happened." "I'd rather you didn't. I don't want to ruin the vacation." Why did you choose to stay behind watching over those moths?" asked Oberon, gesturing to the animals. "They have pet hotels in Orlando. You could have gone with them had you truly wanted to." "I didn't want to bog them down. I have been in poor company since Eugenia left me. It is so exhausting having to pretend to be happy all the time, and I wanted some time alone to lick my wounds," said Kane wearily. I do not know why I pined after that woman for so long. I am so stupid, so very, very stupid." "Pine, you say. Are you finally over Eugenia?" asked Oberon, smiling warmly. "I still love her, but not as strongly as I once did," said Kane. "I can survive without her." Alright, that's the end of the Lover's Pentacle 3 by Blanco. Pentacle 4, Chapter 3, Queen of Clubs. The peaceful evening was broken by a knocking on the front door. Bruno frowned when he recognized his sister's particularly bossy way of knocking. The woman had been calling all day, but he had just sent all her messages to spam. Rebecca yelled, "Oh, for the love of God, Bruno, open the door. I need your help." Karina went to the door, but Bruno shook his head before saying, "No, she doesn't. She has money. She will live." "Bruno, the girls have gone missing. Please, for the love of God, I need your help to find them," begged Rebecca. Bruno sighed with frustration before opening the door. He said, narrowing his eyes, "Did you call the police?" "No, you're supposed to wait 24 hours to call them," said Rebecca hysterically. "Don't be stupid, Rebecca. Call them, or better yet, I will call them," said Bruno, opening his cell phone. "No, don't," said Rebecca, taking her brother's cell phone. "Now I see your angle. You are the biggest piece of shit on the planet," barked Bruno, extremely disgusted by his sister. Rebecca was more worried about losing the custody of her daughters than about saving them from immediate danger. Fuck me, Karina. I'm going with Rebecca to find the girls." "I'm coming with you," said Karina, running over. The party drove back to the hotel in Miami Beach. It wasn't the most expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Karina drove to give the siblings a chance to talk. "When was the last time you saw the girls?" asked Bruno. "The last time I saw them was before putting them to bed," said Rebecca. "And when I woke up this morning, they were gone. God, what am I going to do?" "Did you check the closet?" asked Bruno. "Yes, the first thing I did was check the entire bedroom. I checked the pool, the park, the beach. I checked everywhere," said Rebecca, listing everywhere she had looked. As soon as they arrived to the hotel, Bruno made his way towards the beach. He saw a nearby lifeguard tower. The structure resembled the treehouse that the girls had played at while visiting Karina's house. After looking inside, he found the girls playing dolls. Rebecca screeched at her daughters like a peacock before breaking down in tears. She couldn't believe that the girls had done something so foolish. Karina was impressed by the fact that Bruno had found his nieces so quickly. Clearly he knew the girls quite well. "She made me do it," said Olivia, pointing to her younger sister. "No, it was your idea," said Becky, blaming her sister. "Let's go, Karina," said Bruno, starting to depart. He stopped in his track when two little arms grabbed the hem of his shirt. "Uncle, since you're here already, why don't we go swimming together?" said Becky, giving a childish smile. "Oh, for the love of God," said Rebecca. "You are not swimming anywhere, Missy, and you're both officially grounded, and Miami isn't like Herman. If you wander off without an adult in Miami, you are never seen again." Do we become invisible? Asked Becky, looking at her hands. Don't be stupid, Becky, barked Olivia. What she means is that we could have been taken by a serial killer to be chopped off into little pieces before being melted in battery acid. And that is the best case scenario, little sister. I don't want to be melted in acid, said Becky, starting to cry. Olivia, you need to stop watching 48 Hours, said Rebecca, sighing with frustration. She was a heavy sleeper, and the girls would take advantage of her weakness to watch late-night television. If you keep seeing that show, you're going to have nightmares. Bruno softened when he saw Becky crying, and he picked her up before entering the ocean with her. He didn't even bother to get changed. Becky splashed about quite amused at finally getting her way. Her mother didn't know how to swim, so it fell on Bruno to swim in the ocean with his nieces. Olivia sat down by the shore to build a sandcastle. Karina sat down beside the girl. The girl hissed before throwing sand at Karina, and Karina responded in kind, treating the thread display like a game. Olivia eventually got tired of throwing sand. Do you want to go swimming with me? Asked Karina. No, said Olivia. We used to get along just fine. What happened? Was it something I said? Was it something I did? Asked Karina. I can't make amends if you don't tell me what I did wrong. It wasn't my idea to be a jerk to you, said Olivia, blaming her sister. It was her idea. Becky got into Mom's computer and she saw all that their mom has collected about you. I knew she was spying on me, said Karina, laughing. You are not mad? Asked Olivia. Nah, it isn't my first time being spied. People who hurt don't easily trust, and it makes sense that your mother would want to know everything bad there is to know about me, said Karina. Is it true that Kane was your ex-boyfriend? Asked Olivia. Boyfriend is a strong word, and we were friends with benefits, said Karina. What benefits does he give you? Asked Olivia. He fixes my computer when it gets a virus, said Karina. And what benefit does he get from you? Asked Olivia. If he gets sick, I cure him. I'm a doctor, said Karina, flaunting her PhD. Is that why you visit his house so often? Because he's ill? Asked Olivia. Yes, he hasn't been well since his girlfriend dumped him, said Karina. Oh, I see, said Olivia. What is Zoloft? It treats depression and other disorders, said Karina. Olivia proceeded to ask Karina about all of the medicines her mother was researching. When Olivia grew quiet, Karina asked, have I answered all of your questions? Do you love my uncle? Asked Olivia. Yes, said Karina without hesitating. Does my uncle love you? Asked Olivia. No, but he lies in order to make me happy, said Karina, smiling sadly. Yes, he certainly does like to lie a lot, giggled Olivia. I don't know why he bothers. I can always tell when he's lying. It doesn't surprise me. You're a smart girl, Olivia, said Karina. Why are you a man-eater? Asked Olivia. Is the taste of human meat really that tasty? Is that why your mother thinks of me? Asked Karina, laughing. Honestly, I don't eat men. I prefer the taste of chicken. And how do you know what a man tastes like? Asked Olivia. Bruno lets me bite him, and he bites me too, said Karina. Why do you bite each other? Asked Olivia. Boredom. Adults do a lot of stupid things due to boredom, said Karina. My sister bites me too, but not out of boredom. She can bite really hard when she's angry, said Olivia, trembling at the memory of her most recent fight with her little sister. Since I am older, Mom doesn't allow me to fight back. The conversation ended abruptly when Rebecca approached, and it was obvious that the two maidens were whispering about Rebecca behind her back. The divorce had been hard on the girls, and with her father no longer living with them, the girls naturally gravitated towards their uncle. He was a tool that usually did whatever they wanted, and Olivia began to gesticulate to her uncle to get her uncle's attention, and Bruno left the waters to ferry Olivia as well. And Karina was left alone with Rebecca. Rebecca sat down beside Karina, and the woman was quiet while she looked at her daughters playing with her brother. Karina opened her mouth for a second, but she chose to remain silent. She brought on her cell phone to do something with her time. What were you two talking about? Asked Rebecca, breaking the silence. Nothing much. She asked questions and I answered them. She asked me about Zoloft. Olivia saw you looking up that medicine, said Karina, closing her cell phone. Why are you researching that medicine? I don't feel comfortable talking to you about my problems, said Rebecca. Would you prefer to talk about them with Bruno? Asked Karina, smiling slightly. God, no, I can't even say 2 words without him exploding, said Rebecca. When men get like that, it is best to leave them alone to allow them to decompress. If you prick them, they will explode like balloons, said Karina. I take it you are an expert by now at managing my brother's moods, asked Rebecca. He's never moody when he's with me, said Rebecca, and she added, everything was perfect until you. It wasn't my intention to intrude, but look at things from my perspective. One day my brother stopped calling, he gave no signs of life for months, and he gave me no other choice but to come down to intrude in his privacy, said Rebecca. Look, Rebecca, if I make Bruno call you once a day, will you forgive and forget what he did? Asked Karina, attempting the role of a mediator. It is better if you don't pressure him to do something he doesn't want to, said Rebecca. She wanted for her brother to call her out of his own free will, and due to the 17-year age gap, Bruno had always seen his sister as an authority figure instead of a friend. Rebecca didn't help much in that apartment with her constant mothering her little brother, and she had tried to fill the role left vacant by her dead grandma, and the first time she had interfered in her brother's life, she had made a mess of it, and now she lives trying to make amends, and Rebecca looked at her brother as she pondered if she wasn't making the same mistake again. Rebecca looked at Karina from head to toe. Karina wasn't as pretty as her brother's last girlfriend. Even so, Karina was infamous for changing boyfriend as often as her underwear, and Bruno was the first type of boyfriend she had in over 7 years. And Rebecca's spy had interviewed a few of Karina's former boyfriends, and with the exception of Kane, all had terrible things to say about her, so she naturally had every reason to worry about her brother Bruno. The sun fell over the horizon, and Bruno left the beach while holding his 2 exhausted nieces, and they made their way back to Rebecca's bedroom. Rebecca got her daughter showered and changed, and Bruno was still dripping from ocean water, but he hadn't bought a change of clothing. I'm going to buy you something to wear from the gift shop, said Karina. Bruno went into the shower, and after he got clean, he sat on the floor to wait for Karina to return. He didn't have the energy to be left alone with his sister. His eyes studied the bathroom tile. It had a lovely aquamarine checkerboard pattern. He placed the soap in a blue towel, and the sponge was placed next to it, and while the shampoo and the conditioner bottles were set near it, and Rebecca had him in check at the moment, and he needed to think of his next move carefully to avoid checkmate. Option 1. Tell my sister the truth. I never want to see you again. Results. If I tell my sister the truth, I will probably lose my job in the law firm because I'm not a team player that Rodrigo thought I was. Option 2. Pretend to make a mess. Results. Rebecca can see right through me, so pretending to forgive and forget is not an option. Option 3. Avoid confrontation and hopefully Rebecca will get the hint. Results. Rodrigo is going to wonder why I'm ghosting my sister, and I will lose everything because I'm not the person Rodrigo thought I was. Fuck, I don't see a way out, said Bruno before punching the floor in impotent fury. He punched the floor again and again, and he was distracted from his tantrum by a soft knocking, and based on his pattern he could tell that Karina was outside the door, and he turned off the shower and he didn't bother to tidy up, and he wrapped himself in a towel before opening the door, and he frowned when he saw the Hawaiian thin shirt and pants that Karina had bought for him. They were the only things in your size, said Karina, and the rest were too baggy or they didn't have a built-in undergarment. There was nothing wrong with freeballing my way back home, said Bruno gradually accepting the outfit, and he got dressed before finally leaving the bathroom. You look silly, Uncle, said Becky giggling. No, I look like I'm on vacation, said Bruno, giving a fake smile. And what do you want to eat? McDonald's, yelled Becky. We can eat McDonald's at home, barked Rebecca. I want to go to McDonald's, whined Becky. If you don't like the restaurant, you shouldn't have taken Becky there in the first place, said Bruno. I don't always have the energy to cook, said Rebecca. But McDonald's, really, sister? Scoffed Bruno. We don't have to go to McDonald's, said Becky, changing her mind to avoid controversy. But I do want to eat chicken nuggets and fries. Manolo has that, said Karina, suggesting a restaurant. They even have pizza and ice cream. The party drove to Manolo, and Karina sat in front with Rebecca while Bruno squeezed in the back with his nieces. The girls proceeded to share his ear off, and from time to time Rebecca would look at her brother through the rear view mirror. They arrived to the restaurant after a short 20-minute drive, and the girls took in the ambience, and Becky went to look at the fish tank while Olivia looked through the desserts that were in the bakery of the restaurant. "I want that one," said Olivia, pointing to a piece of coconut pie. Rebecca took a photo of the dessert in order not to forget. The family ordered the food, and while they waited, Rebecca attempted to speak to her brother. She asked, "How is work?" "The same." "How is your work?" asked Bruno, giving a sardonic smile. He knew that his sister was a stay-at-home divorced mother, though her hobby was real estate. Rebecca didn't do the job enough time for her brother to consider her employed, and on average she sold one house per year, 2 if she was lucky. "The same," said Rebecca. "And you, Karina, what do you do as a pediatrician?" "Consultations. It is my job to examine the patient to find out what ails them. And take Olivia, for example. She looks a little pale, and she's not too energetic," said Karina, extending her hands, and Olivia moved back a pace, and her mother eventually urged her to allow Karina to touch her, and Karina looked under her eyelids. Looked under Olivia's eyelids. "Just as I thought, your daughter has anemia." "Am I dying?" asked Olivia, worried. "No, but you need to eat more meat. Beans are also a good source of protein," said Karina. "You can tell her that just by looking at her eyes," asked Rebecca. "It's not just the eyes. She also looks paler and less energetic than the last time I saw her. Anemia is quite common among picky eaters, and if you can get her to eat meat, if you can't get her to eat meat, you can just add protein into her milk or her juice," said Karina. Bruno sighed with relief, and Rebecca was no longer paying him any attention, and she was more focused in getting a free doctor's consultation from Karina. And Karina drew a diet plan for the girls, and both needed to get more protein into their diet, and when the food came, Bruno reached out to get a hold of the pizza of his plate, and Bruno reached out to get a hold of his pizza plate, and his wrist grew weak, and he dropped the plate, and the waiter swift hands caught the plate before it fell. And this drew Karina's attention to the hand that Bruno had used to punch the floor, and she took the hand to examine it, and the medial side of the palm was bruised, but nothing that some cold compresses couldn't fix. And Karina wetted the napkin before placing it beneath Bruno's hand. She didn't ask how he had gotten hurt. She knew that he was not going to give her an honest answer. A ver, no tiene la chapter, but God bless. Pentacle 4, Chapter 4, The Empress. The dinner concluded without any further incident, and Rebecca returned Bruno and Karina from whence they came. As soon as Rebecca drove away, both breathed a sigh of relief. Karina raised an eyebrow when she saw her cousin slumming in her house, and she decided not to question why he preferred to watch cartoons in her television. He had probably come there to spend time with Bruno. Bruno sat down beside Rodrigo to watch the Venture Brothers. "Do you want to play chess, Bruno?" asked Rodrigo, gesturing to Bruno's chess set. "Board games are not really your style," said Bruno. "I can grow to like it, and if you don't beat me in less than 5 minutes," said Rodrigo before opening the chessboard, and he asked, "Do you want to play with the whites or the blacks?" "I prefer black pieces," like Bruno. He added, "The board is upside down." "Is it?" asked Bruno, studying the board. "The queen is always on the right, and she must also occupy a block matching her color, and this is how you can tell if the board is upside down," explained Bruno. "Oh, the wonders of the world never cease," said Bruno, and he busted out laughing when something silly happened on the television. Bruno narrowed his eyes for a second when he realized that Rodrigo was only going to half pay attention to the game, and playing chess with a distracted novice was not Bruno's idea of fun. And he decided to indulge Rodrigo for the sake of their friendship. And Karina left her friends playing chess, and she rummaged through her closet in search of a bathrobe. And she turned on the faucet to wait for the tub to fill up, and from time to time she would tiptoe to the living room to eavesdrop. And she stopped going back and forth when the tub got a quarter full, and she placed her hand inside the water. It was just the right temperature. And she lighted scented candles before dropping a bath bomb, and she stripped down before sinking into the comforting, watery embrace. Ah, this is the life, said Karina, closing her eyes. And she caressed her silky flesh while she mused about all of the things she wanted to do to Bruno tonight. And her last for musings were broken by her cell phone vibrating. Oh, hey, Oberon, what's up? asked Karina. Nothing much, said Oberon, who was also in the bathtub. I'm in the bathtub soft-boiling my twins. I wasn't aware that you had siblings I wasn't aware that you had siblings and that you took weird baths together, joked Karina. I was talking about my nuts, said Oberon, passing his hand over his dyed green hair. I know, and can you guess where I'm at? asked Karina, taking a selfie. And she did a kissy mouth to be cute. Oberon giggled with delight when he saw that Karina was also in the bathtub, and the tasteful selfie showed only her cleavage. Her lovely copper twins were hidden beneath her wet brown hair. Your skin looks positively marvelous, and what cream do you use? asked Oberon. Royal jelly. I apply it once a week, said Karina. Is it expensive? asked Oberon. A little, but royal jelly is not for everyone, and Ken uses coconut oil cream, and it does wonders for his skin, and he washes his hands often, so he needs cream to keep them from chafing, said Karina. Ken told me that you train him, and what tricks do you know? asked Oberon. What he truly wanted to know was what tricks Ken knew. I'm very good at missionary, said Karina, downplaying her skills, and she passed her index finger over her lips, and it had been a while since she had flirted. Oberon laughed heartily before saying, I am expert at missionary. Have you ever 69? With or without fur? asked Karina. Come again? asked Oberon, raising an eyebrow, and then he said, Oh, you mean the bears? And does it make a difference? I meant furry, but bears also have their usage as long as they make the effort to brush their coat before entering the bedchambers, said Karina, and she was stickler for hygiene. So you like your men with a thick coat? asked Oberon. I can go either way. I don't know why some women are such martyrs about body hair, said Karina. Body hair is perfectly natural, said Oberon. And are you doing someone after your bath? Hopefully I will do Bruno, said Karina before licking her full lips. That's good. If I could, I would do Bruno as well, joked Oberon. Boo. And here I thought I was the one you wanted, pouted Karina as she feigned sadness. I want you, Karina, but I must admit that I'm also a tad curious about Bruno, and I want to come between you two, if you don't mind, said Oberon, trying his luck. He was bored and alone in his apartment, and he wanted someone to do. I am going to have to ask Bruno. Bruno, yelled Karina. Coming, honey, said Bruno, finding the perfect excuse to stop playing with an unskilled opponent, and he smiled when he saw Karina inside the tub. He got undressed before coming to stand before Karina, and Karina moved aside to allow him to sink into the tub with her, and after squeezing inside, Bruno commented, We need to buy a bigger tub. I like it how it is, said Karina before lugging Bruno's arm over her shoulder. Karina, did you ask Bruno? Yelled Oberon, since he was hearing Karina's voice in the distance. I'm sorry, Oberon, I gotta go, said Karina, hanging up the cell phone. Oberon frowned and stuck his tongue at the cell phone. He sank underneath the water before saying, What a tease. Rodrigo sat there for 5 minutes waiting for Bruno to return, and when he heard Karina's loud yelping sounds, it became obvious that Bruno wasn't coming back. Rodrigo turned off the television before putting away the chess pieces. He had been worrying a lot over nothing. The minutes rolled lazily by with Bruno and Karina locked in the mating embrace, and they eventually left the bathtub when the water got cold. They continued their workout inside the bed, and after 3 hours Karina was spent, and she was too sleepy to bother to continue. And she dreamed that she was by the ocean, and her body was slowly rocked back and forth by the waves. And she saw by the shore a woman beckoning her closer, and the woman was dressed like a Greek maiden, and she even had a harp. And when the woman spoke, Karina was surprised to hear a man's voice. I desire and I crave, said the woman with a man's voice. The voice was very familiar. Karina opened her mouth, and she made no sound. You set me afire, come to me again, and release me from my growing anxiety, said the woman as she approached. Karina shook her head to illustrate her desire not to mate, and this was all she could do since her vocal cords were not working in the dream. Since this wasn't deterring the approaching figure, she threw sand at the woman, and the two got into a sand throwing fight. "Ow, Karina, wake up!" barked Bruno. And Karina had slapped her boyfriend in her sleep. And Karina laughed nervously before saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I will go sleep on the couch." "It's fine, just don't slap me again," said Bruno. "That is easier said than done. I don't control what I do when I sleep," said Karina, kissing Bruno on the cheek she had slapped. "It's fine, whatever. Good night, my little pillow," said Bruno, snuggling against Karina. It didn't take long for him to fall into a heavy slumber, and Karina, on the other hand, was still well awake, and when Bruno rolled on his side, she was able to sit up. And she reached into her nightstand to bring out a little journal, and she liked to record whatever weird dream she had. It had been a while since she had dreamt anything worth writing down, and now that she was awake, she realized that the woman in her dream was speaking using Bruno's voice. This had to mean something, but what? The second half of the dream made more sense. She had gotten into a sand fight with a brat, therefore she had dreamt about it. She wrote down the words that the woman had said. She was calling Irina the first thing in the morning to ask her to interpret the dream. And after writing down her dream, she went back to sleep again. The following day, she awoke close to noon, and she always tended to sleep through the morning when she was in vacation mode. And she called up Irina to ask her about her dream. And when Irina heard the line, she said, "The woman in your dream is reciting a poem fragment from Sappho, a Greek poetess. You were probably forced to read her works in college, so when Bruno cited a poetess, you subconsciously remember the origin of those words. Not all dreams are prophetic, some are just your brain figuring out an answer to a question." "I suppose that makes sense, and thank you for interpreting my dream in such short notice. Bye," said Karina. If she read Sappho's poetry, she didn't remember, and Karina wrote down in her financial ledger that she owed $20 to Irina for the dream interpretation. And with that task out of the way, she went about her routine, and she showered and changed the bedsheets, and she had breakfast with her mother. Based on her outfits, Karina guessed that her mother was going to the beach with her sister and her entire brood. "I wanted to invite Rebecca and the girls along for the ride," said Unla. "You can invite them, just don't expect Bruno to be there. He has a very little tolerance for his sister as of lately," said Karina. "Well, I'm not one to judge, and if I saw Dr. Lacson walking into the living room, there's a good chance that I might attempt to poke her eyes out with a fork," mused Unla. "Sheesh, Mom, what did Dr. Lacson do to you?" asked Karina. "It's not important. I know what she did, and she knows what she did, and let's just leave it at that," said Unla. "Mom, just tell me the story already," begged Karina. "Lacson was your father's ex-girlfriend, and she was also my first boss. And she fired me when she became aware of our relationship," said Unla, simplifying the story. "And middle managers can be so petty." The conversation was interrupted by Bruno returning to the house after his workout, and he seemed to be in a good mood for a change, and he made for himself a protein shake, and his arm muscle circumference has decreased by 1 millimeter. This needed to be corrected immediately. "Is it good?" asked Karina, coming over to examine the green milkshake. "I don't know, you tell me," said Bruno, handing his half-empty glass to Karina. Karina grimaced after taking a sip. "God, how can you drink this?" "Closing my nose helps," said Bruno, closing his nose with his index finger and thumb. He gulped down his shake while he fought the urge to empty his mouth, and once he recuperated, he added, "If you're going to the beach, we should take my nieces along for the ride." "Are you sure?" asked Unla. "You don't have to do it if you don't want to." "It's fine, I want to do it," lied Bruno. He didn't want to repeat what had happened the day before. "I have a medical question," said Unla. "Can you please not be a psychologist for one day?" asked Bruno, visibly annoyed. "Mommy's only asking because she's worried. We both are worried about you," said Karina, and her eyes were focused on Bruno's bruised hand. "I'm fine, my hand is fine. I don't remember how I got the bruise. It could have happened by the beach, and the waves tossed me about a lot, and it was hard staying afloat while lugging about the girls," said Bruno, deflecting the question. Unla pretended to be satisfied with his answer, and it was too soon to expect Bruno to trust her with his secrets. Karina, on the other hand, wasn't satisfied with that answer, and still she knew that it was pointless to pressure Bruno, and if he didn't want to answer, the lawyer had a million ways to deflect the question. The party got in their cars and they drove to Miami Beach, and Rebecca was quite pleased to have been invited along for the ride by her brother. The meeting point was the beach just behind Sazon, and the drive there was slow, and there was an event happening in Miami Beach. And they arrived 2 hours past noon, and during the car ride, Bruno isolated himself by reading a book, and Karina, taking the hint, brought out her cell phone to answer her text messages, and she eventually got down to answering her latest message. Karina, I have a medical question, tested Eugenia. Is it itchy? Is it red in places that it shouldn't? Tested Karina, giggling. No, it's fine and stinking. And do you have any babies in your family? Tested Eugenia. Impatient to be a mother, are you? Tested Karina. I'm not impatient, it is just that you can only learn so much by practicing with dolls. And what does it smell like? Asked Eugenia. It depends on what you feed the baby. The more natural the food, the better. And if you can have someone breastfeed your baby, it will work all the better, said Karina. Do they still make wet nurses? Tested Eugenia. Yes, they still make wet nurses, though they have modernized, and I can recommend a few reputable wet nurses that have proven track record and a healthy lifestyle, said Karina. She then tested the information, and she sighed wearily after working during her vacation. She wanted nothing more than to relax, and she looked at Bruno before pouting, and she worried about him getting into another stupid fight with his sister. And one would think that after all this time the two would have learned to get along. The two got along well from a distance. The more distance, the better. The more distance between them, the better. The car stopped once on La Fana parking. Bruno and Rodrigo carried all the supplies and umbrella, while Karina carried her purse, and from time to time other women would turn their heads to ogle at Bruno's magnificent abs. He was a hot devil, he was a beauty, while she was an overweight beast. And she sat before stomping on the floor to bury her insecurities in the sand, and there was nothing wrong with her, though for her health it wouldn't kill her to drop a few pounds, if only to be able to keep up with Bruno in the bedchambers. The bastard has stamina. She found Rebecca and the girl sitting by the shade of the light guard tower, and Karina folded her chair before sitting down, and Bruno busied himself by setting up the umbrellas, and once he was done he lay down on the sand to continue reading his book. I admire your focus, said Rodrigo, taking away Bruno's book. The only books I ever bothered to read are for work, and can you tell me what is so fascinating about Peter Pan? Peter Pan! Why are you reading a book based on a Disney movie? The book came first, and Olivia was supposed to read it for school, but since she did it, I'm reading it for her, and once I finish, I will write her a one-page summary, explained Bruno. Oh, for goodness sake, Olivia, do your homework, said Rebecca, taking the book away from Bruno. Fine, said Olivia, sitting down with her book, and after reading 4 pages, she started dozing off. And Karina took the book, and after clearing her throat, she started to read it out loud. And back when her father was alive, he used to read her stories. And he was the family bookworm, and after he died, nobody ever read books out loud as a family. And Karina didn't quite much care for Peter Pan, though the more she read, the more she thought of her father. And Olivia rested her head against Karina's knee before sighing, and she brought out a notepad from her backpack, and from time to time she would write notes to help her in the school report. And after reading for 2 hours, Karina wasn't able to go on anymore. Her voice acquired a wheezy intonation, and Rebecca attempted to pick up where Karina left off, though after reading for half an hour, her eyes started to burn. And Bruno picked up the slack, and the hours rolled lazily by, with the families taking turns reading. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle 4, Chapter 5, The Chariot. Instead of swimming, Rodrigo ended up settling down beside Bruno to listen to the story, and he ended up dozing off to the sound of Bruno's hypnotic, sweet, even voice. And with the sun setting over the horizon, Bruno closed the book. The light was too low for him to continue reading, and he dusted himself off before removing his shirt and pants, and the speedo he was sporting left very little to the imagination. Honestly, Bruno, put on some swimming trunks, remarked Rebecca, frowning. Bruno opened his mouth to retort, but he chose to remain silent, and his sister couldn't go a single day without criticizing him. Bruno took Karina's hand to beckon her to swim with him, and he started running while Karina struggled to keep up. and he slowed down his pace to match his girlfriend's running speed, and Karina stopped when her feet touched the freezing water. "Come on, Karina, the water's awesome," said Bruno before walking deeper into the ocean. And Karina attempted to fight against the cold, and when a cold wave struck her chest, trembling, she said, "Jesus, I can't." Bruno splashed his way towards his girlfriend, and he assisted her in getting out of the ocean, and the waves were cold and ruddy, and Karina, feeling defeated, went to sulk beside her mother. And Rodrigo brought out a football in order to play with Bruno, and the friends frolicked in the ocean with enthusiasm, and other local jocks joining their games. And Karina wrapped herself in a towel, and she trembled for a few minutes until she warmed herself up. And she switched the disc on the boombox for something more hyper, and she danced by herself for a bit until her cousin George took pity on her, so he went to dance with Karina. George was a 14-year-old twin son of Mira, and Mira had never married, and her son George and her daughter Jennifer had two different fathers. And George didn't particularly like to dance, and still he fancied that it was a skill worth honing in order to make picking up girls easier. The family watched the cousins dancing with mild amusement, and the peace was broken when the football struck Karina's thigh. "Motherfucker!" screeched Karina angrily, and she took the football before asking, "Who threw it?" "Sorry, cousin," said Rodrigo, hiding behind Bruno. "I told Bruno to go long, but he wasn't able to catch it." Karina took careful aim before throwing the football, and Bruno caught it, and he was pleasantly surprised by his girlfriend's arm strength. "Karina, go long," said Bruno, raising the football. "I don't want to play," said Karina, shaking her head. "Suit yourself," said Bruno before sinking beneath the waves, and when he rose to the surface, he ran away yelling, "Shark! Shark!" The men ran out of the water screaming like peacocks, and once they were all outside, Bruno got a hearty laugh at their expense. "Not funny, Bruno," barked Rodrigo, punching Bruno on the shoulder. "But I did see a shark, Rodrigo. Look, there goes his fin," said Bruno, pointing at the ocean. And sure enough, there was indeed the fin of a shark. And with a shark roaming about the beach, it was officially time to go home, and the men started packing up everything with the exception of Barbara's husband, Horatio. And even back when he was young, he wasn't known for his physical strength, and even raising a plate was a struggle. And the family lumbered back towards the car, and Bruno gave a goodbye hug to his nieces. And Rebecca hugged everyone, but not Bruno. And Rebecca realized that it was going to take a while to restore the non-existent bond she had with her brother. And when she had interfered in Bruno's racy relationship, he had acted indifferently. And he was neither angry nor surprised to discover that his girlfriend was cheating on him. And perhaps he had only pretended to be indifferent while he exploded on the inside. And with Bruno, Rebecca never knew. Rebecca felt like she no longer had the moral authority to meddle in her brother's affair. Her marriage was over, and even now she was still adjusting to her new reality. She drew comfort in the fact that the girls had never been close to their father. The man had always wanted a son, but she had given birth to daughters. And she returned to the hotel, and she opened her computer to read the latest intel that her spy had gathered on Karina. And just last week, Karina had spent the night dancing with Kane and Malik. And if Karina wanted to go dancing, why didn't she take Bruno? Asked Rebecca. And why did my brother allow it? Maybe there was a football game he didn't want to miss, said Olivia, answering her mother. I am talking to myself, pay me no mind, said Rebecca. So yourself, Mom, said Olivia. I just think that it wouldn't kill you to get to know someone like a normal person. Instead of wasting money on a spy, why don't you get an early head start on a Christmas wish list, said Becky, giving her mother a list of everything she wanted. Rebecca decided to give Karina the benefit of the doubt. And relationships were different today, and it was normal for a woman to go fool about with other men while her boyfriend stayed at home doing nothing. No, this wasn't normal. Rebecca spent the night going back and forth, and she couldn't decide whether she liked Karina or not. As a person, she seemed alright, but as her brother's girlfriend, she was a little too libertine for Rebecca's taste. She also didn't understand what was Karina's appeal. She was short, she was overweight, her hair was a wild mess, her face was ordinary. Everything about her was ordinary. And yet Karina had not just one, but 3 hot guys wrapped around her little finger. At the end of the day, what Rebecca felt for Karina was envy. Karina was brave enough to do all the things that Rebecca secretly wanted to do. And Karina was a self-confident, independent woman that didn't spend her every waking hour attending her man. Rebecca had dedicated all her life to her husband, and then that man, at the drop of a hat, had left her for another woman. And while Rebecca thought of Karina, Karina had completely forgotten about Rebecca's existence. And since Rebecca lived in another state, Karina considered the woman a temporary hiccup. She only needed to tolerate her presence for one more day. And now that she had finished entertaining Rebecca and her 2 brides, Karina could finally go on with her life. As soon as she got home, she went to shower, and Sam had gotten inside everywhere, so she felt extra icky. And she washed her curly mane of hair, and while she did, she brushed it. And only in its wet form could she calm its fury. And when she was younger, she used to straighten it, and this day she left it long and wild. And it fascinated the boys, her crazy mane of hair. And how are the twins? Asked Bruno, joining Karina in the shower, and he playfully toyed with what he considered Karina's twins. You really are into me, aren't you, Bruno? Asked Karina, caressing her boyfriend's face. Isn't it obvious? A man's body is incapable of lying, said Bruno before poking Karina's back with his instrument. And Karina giggled before turning around, and the 2 shared a kiss before interlocking into the maiden embrace. And their engagement was cut short by Karina's stomach rumbling, and Bruno increased his rhythm to finish quicker, and it had been a short but satisfying bout. And they had dinner after finishing their shower, and while watching a terrible movie, Karina suddenly felt the urge to go out, and she sprang out of the couch. She got dressed in a strapless rhinestone red dress and a red leather coat. I am going out, Bruno, said Karina. Do you want me to come with you? Asked Bruno, sitting up. No, I will be alright by myself, said Karina, and she fancied that if Bruno really wanted to come, he would have gotten dressed, or maybe he wanted her to beg him for company. Changing her mind, she said, You can come, but only if you truly want to. Do you want to come? Bruno narrowed his eyes. He couldn't decipher Karina's intention. Was this a test? Was this a power play? Should he go? Should he stay? Whether he wanted to go or not was irrelevant, and after overthinking such a simple question, he chose to go with Karina. Rebecca was watching. He shouldn't give his sister more reasons to antagonize Karina, and he dressed himself quickly in a ripe jeans and a brown turtleneck. The pair got inside Bruno's convertible, and Rodrigo jumped into the back seat of their car, and nobody had invited him, but he wanted to be a third wheel. And they rode to Space Club, and this was the place to go to if you were in a techno mood. Since it was Thanksgiving weekend, the place was packed with tourists, and most of them from New York. And the roof was decorated with false climbing vines and their disco balls. And in a raised stage there was a live band, and Karina giggled when she recognized the guitarist, and he was Jack Kane's father. He was a fair Rasta that not lent his talents to anyone who asked. And based on his expression, he looked more nervous and happy to be there. And he was a lanky, middle-aged, short man that was physically the antithesis of his son, or meaning the complete opposite. Karina got drinks at the bar before hopping her way towards the front stage, and she pouted when she realized that they were already playing the encore, and the live musicians were replaced by a DJ, and with no concert to watch, she hopped her way back to her boyfriend to dance. And Bruno was in the same spot she had left him, and he sat down at the bar to nurse his drink. And she took his hand to get him to dance, and after dancing for an hour, Bruno's knee failed him, and he would have fallen if Rodrigo hadn't been nearby to support him. I'm fine, said Bruno, straightening himself, and he attempted to walk, but he ended up limping in spite of himself. No, you are not. If you were tired, you should have stayed home, said Rodrigo. I felt fine, lied Bruno. He added, giving a fake smile. That one beer I had probably numbed me to the searing knee pain. That doesn't sound right, said Karina, raising an eyebrow. And Rodrigo and Karina hauled Bruno's brawny self to the bar, and Bruno sat on a stool while stretching his bad leg over a seat, and now that he was no longer thinking, he became aware of the stabbing pain in his knee. Did it pop? Asked Rodrigo, worried. I don't know, said Bruno, rubbing his knee. If it did, I didn't hear it. The music is too loud. Karina manifested with an ice bag she had gotten from the bartender, and she placed it over Bruno's knee. It felt hot, and only time would tell if it had truly popped or not. I think we better go home, said Karina. I am fine, barked Bruno. Fine, whatever, we can stay, said Karina, echoing his tone. God, you yell more than my toddler patience. Karina and Rodrigo attempted to go back to having fun, though they felt awful about dancing and hopping about while Bruno was sitting there pretending to look at his cell phone. Bruno eventually turned around to face the bartender, and he drank his beer in one gulp before giving a melancholic smile. He hadn't counted on his stupid knee failing him. It didn't matter how hard he worked out, his body was still a flawed, unreliable instrument. Is the old sports injury still giving you a hard time? Asked the bartender. Do I look like an athlete to you? Barked Bruno caustically. No, said the bartender stoically, and he added tentatively, another pint. No, I am a man that prefers to keep his wits about him, said Bruno, refusing the drink. I could go for some ice cream. Do they serve desserts in this venue? No, said the bartender, narrowing his eye. And then he said, Pawn to E4. Pawn to E5, said Bruno. Now the man needed a chessboard to play the game. Karina drew near to eavesdrop on the conversation, and she raised an eyebrow when she saw that the two men speaking in code. She didn't understand the nature of the conversation, and even so, she did like that Bruno no longer looked bored. And she went back to dancing with her cousin, and sadly Rodrigo had managed to fish a willing partner, so he was no longer within sight, and with nobody else to dance with, Karina picked up until a man came to dance with her. She danced with a couple of unfamiliar faces, and she would change the dance partners every 2 songs to avoid controversy, and she eventually bumped into a familiar face. Hey, Karina, fancy meeting you here, said Oberon. Oberon, what are you doing here? Yelled Karina. I work here, or don't you remember me throwing your drunk ass out of the club? Asked Oberon. Obviously no, said Karina, laughing while Oberon spun her about. Did you ask him? Yelled Oberon. Did I ask him what? Asked Karina, not remembering. For the trio, I want to come between you and Bruno, barked Oberon. She was worried about how Bruno would react to such an indecent proposal, and she opened her dance stance to borrow the most physical distance between herself and Oberon, and she turned her eyes to look at Bruno, and he waved happily at her before returning to his chess match. And the moment of distraction left him blind to an obvious checkmate, and Bruno slammed his hands against the table before demanding a rematch. If you don't ask him, I will, said Oberon, starting to march towards Bruno, and he had a playful smile painted on his face. Please, please don't, begged Karina, holding onto his arm. Try and stop me, said Oberon as he continued to march towards Bruno. Karina planted her heels on the floor, but she was dragged towards Bruno, and Bruno, laughing, said, Ha, I finally won one. Awesome, good for you, said Oberon as he started to sit down, and he ended up sitting on Bruno's leg that had stretched over the chair. Motherfucker, screamed Bruno, holding onto his knee. I'm sorry, said Oberon apologetically. Did it pop? Asked Karina, worried. I kid, said Bruno, laughing. Not funny, man, said Oberon, shoving Bruno. Here, have my drink, said Bruno, offering his free drink to Oberon. It was on the house, but I don't really want it. Don't mind if I do, said Karina, gulping down the free drink. I had never seen a woman drink as much as you do, said Oberon, shaking his head sadly. And I'm not even buzzing, said Karina proudly. Karina wanted me to ask you if you want to do a trio, said Oberon, finally working up the courage to ask Bruno. With you, asked Bruno. Yes, said Oberon, taking Bruno's left hand, and they were coarse, big, strong, masculine. FYI, I didn't want Oberon to ask you anything. I am quite happy with the current arrangement. But if you are bored, I am an open-minded individual, said Karina, twirling a curl from her wild mane. Let's see, now that's chapter 5, and God bless. Pentacle 4, chapter 6, 8 of Pentacles. Bruno took Oberon's face with his right hand. He then turned it left and right while he pretended to carefully consider the indecent proposal. He released the childish face from his grab, and with his left hand he made Oberon spin around to have him display the front and back, and he lifted Oberon's shirt before shaking his head with disapproval. No, isn't going to work, said Bruno, shaking his head. Why don't you like about me? Asked Oberon, giving an exaggerated display of grief. You don't have breath and you have a dick, said Bruno flatly. Ha ha ha, very funny, said Oberon, extremely deflated. Oberon returned to the dance area to fish, and he didn't have to look long to find a man and a woman willing to satisfy his lustful demon. And Karina looked at the time, and it was almost midnight, and she decided that it was time to go home, and there was the possibility that they might have to entertain Rebecca and her spawns again, and she was going to need a lot of energy to deal with that nonsense. And Rodrigo stayed behind to fool around with a maiden he had picked up. And Karina drove in silence back to her house, and from time to time Bruno would rub his knee. It no longer hurt, but it still felt stiff, and his green eyes were lost in the horizon. And during a red light, she attempted to break the silence. Did you make a new friend? Asked Karina. Friend is a strong word, said Bruno, though I did give Carlos my contact information. If he stabs someone, he needs to know where to find me. Bruno was a defense lawyer, and he spent his days downplaying the crimes of petty criminals and vandals. He was still a junior in the law firm, with only 2 years of experience, and his boss didn't trust him to manage anything serious, and in the next red light, she attempted to make small talk again. Did you have fun playing chess with him? Asked Karina. Yes, said Bruno, stating a fact. There's a website called InstantChess.com, and have you played there before? Asked Karina. I tried it for a while, and you can choose your opponent, and most of the players there are novices. And chess is only fun when you play it against a skilled opponent, said Bruno. Did your grandma teach you how to play chess? Asked Karina. Yes, she defeated numerous grandmasters, not in official bouts, but at parties. Unlike other homemakers, she chose to spend her idle time homing her mind instead of wasting her brain cells in idle gossip, said Bruno. And your grandpa? Asked Karina. A drunken brute who passed on his affected genes to the creature who calls himself my father. The least said about him the better, said Bruno, dropping the subject altogether. Was he physically abusive to you? Asked Karina. For him to abuse me, he had to have been around, and I don't even know why my parents bothered to have me if they didn't have the intention of looking after me. And believe me when I tell you that they are not important. You're better off not knowing them, said Bruno bitterly. An awkward silence followed, and every time Karina attempted to restart the conversation, Bruno's noticeably angry face would dissuade her from speaking to him. And when they arrived at home, the first thing that Bruno did was sit down before jumping into bed. And he closed his eyes to pretend to fall asleep, and if he was sleeping, Karina couldn't bother him with her thoughtless curiosity. And Karina sat down in her rocking chair while facing her boyfriend. She picked out her father's photo that was hanging by her nightstand, and her father too was fond of keeping secrets, and she only found out he was sick when he coughed up blood, and she wondered how many secrets her father had kept from her mother, secrets that he had taken to the grave. And Karina sighed wearily while she readjusted her expectations. A relationship where both partners are brutally honest is only common among children, and she was never going to have with anyone else the bond she used to have with her childhood sweetheart Malik. As one grows older, a person becomes jaded, and they don't trust as easily as they used to. And Karina left the rocking chair, and she gave herself a cat shower before changing into her pajamas. And she embraced Bruno while kissing him on the forehead, and she smiled sadly when she noted his brow furrowing. He was clearly pretending to be asleep. Bruno, I'm not going to ask you any more questions. You can share with me whatever you want, as long as you're willing to listen to what I have to say, said Karina. You promise? Asked Bruno, opening his eyes. I promise, said Karina. Bruno raised his pinky, and she made a pinky swear with her boyfriend, and she found it so endearing, this childish gesture. And the two were quiet for some time, and Bruno was waiting for Karina to break her promise. Since she wasn't saying anything, he finally spoke about what was bothering him. My knee still hurts, and can you do something about it, Dr. Karina? Asked Bruno. Certainly, said Karina, getting the biofreeze cream. She massaged the knee until the pain numbed enough for Bruno to consolidate sleep, and Karina too slept, though it took her longer to pass out. And the following morning she awoke to the sound of a tiny shoes running about the living room, and she looked at the time, and she could afford to avoid Rebecca for another hour. Around noon, hunger compelled her to leave the bed, and she showered, brushed her teeth, and she changed into her new pajamas, and she smiled when she saw her mother cleaning the dishes. "So you finally decided to join us," said Unla dryly. "I went to sleep pretty late," said Karina. "It doesn't surprise me," said Rebecca, sipping her judgmental tea. "Is Bruno still limping?" asked Karina. "He seemed to be walking all right," said Unla, "and if you're looking for him, he's in the garden playing with his nieces." "I don't want to intrude, Mom. And can you make me breakfast?" asked Karina. "Certainly," said Unla, starting to cook. "Did Bruno work out today?" asked Karina, remembering Bruno's busted knee. "Yes, he did, and there's no need to worry. He didn't do any leg stuff, just abdominals and concentration curls. And Rodrigo oversaw his workout to make certain that Bruno didn't needlessly overexert himself," said Ola. "I don't know why the boys work out so much, and he's no longer a football player. He doesn't need to push himself anymore. He's probably feeling self-conscious about his looks due to Karina's constant flirtation with other men," said Rebecca. "Bruno isn't a possessive boyfriend," said Karina before sipping her orange juice, and she buttered a toast while she waited for breakfast. "It is one of his finer qualities, and what you call flirtation, I call a friendly conversation." "So you allowing Oberon to press up against you is not a type of flirtation," asked Rebecca. "It is called bachata. That is how you dance bachata," said Karina. "You can call it whatever you want, but from where I sat, it looked like the prelude to something else," said Rebecca before taking another sip of her judgmental tea. "I'm not going to stop dancing bachata just for your peace of mind, Rebecca," said Karina, and she took a bite from her toast to give more weight to her words and body. "If you think that is bad, you should see how my daughter dances merengue with Rodrigo," said Ola, bringing out her cell phone. And Rebecca exclaimed after seeing the video, "Karina, you degenerate! You dance like that with your first cousin?" "Yes, we have danced together since I was 3, and just because dances back in your century were stiff and boring doesn't make my dancing depraved," barked Karina. "Just let it go, Karina," said Bruno, entering the living room. "It is a waste of time to argue with a person that cannot be reasoned with." "Why can't Mama be reasoned with?" asked Becky. "Because her answer to all your questions is usually, 'Because I say so,'" said Bruno, doing a terrible mimicry of his older sister's voice. The girls laughed before saying, "Yes, she certainly does like to say those words a lot. 'Because I say so.'" "You didn't just come here to undermine my authority," asked Rebecca. "I came here to stop a stupid argument. And tell me, Rebecca, what was the end goal of your conversation? Were you hoping for Karen to beg your forgiveness and to promise to change her ways?" asked Bruno before pacing the kitchen. And he got like that whenever he was defending a client in court. At the end of the day, entre hombre y mujer, nadie se debe meter. "So if you and Karina start fighting, you don't want anyone to interfere?" asked Rebecca. "Nobody said anything about fighting. I merely wish to highlight the fact that as an outsider looking in, you do not know how I choose to coexist with my girlfriend," said Bruno. And he added, "Now tell me, girls, do you like the way Karina dances?" "She's amazing," barked Becky, jumping. "I wish I could dance like that too," said Olivia. "I could teach you a couple of moves," said Karina, turning to look at her pupils. Rebecca sighed with frustration, and she knew that it was pointless to argue with her brother. Bruno didn't respect her opinions because she only had a high school diploma, and now that she was divorced as well, he now openly talked down to her. Karina finished her breakfast quickly, and she went to the gardens with her pupils and her boyfriend, and for the sake of peace, she decided to teach the girls something from Rebecca's time. Cha-cha-cha. Karina played a mistake for the particular dance style, and she took Bruno's hand before doing a basic display. The girls observed their moves while they tried to mimic them to the best of their abilities. And Karina proceeded to teach the girls the basic moves, and she slowed down her dance to allow the girls to follow along. Rebecca watched the scene while sitting on the porch swing, and Nula sat beside her to watch the show. And Rebecca in the end said, "I'm sorry for calling your daughter a degenerate. You are forgiven, my child. Now go in peace, and do not sin again, said Unla sarcastically while making the sign of the cross. I brought you a photo album with Bruno's picture, said Rebecca, opening up her large purse. And Unla flipped through it to be polite, and up until the age of 12, all of the photos showed Bruno either alone or with his grandma. And here was a photographic proof of what Bruno had said about his past. For his entire early life, his parents and his sister acted like he didn't exist. I know what you're thinking, said Rebecca, narrowing her eyes. Why aren't I in any of the photos? You were a teenager when your brother was born. Teenagers are self-centered by their very nature. It is understandable that you do not want to bond with the unexpected addition to your family, said Unla coolly. You are close, but not close enough. Bruno went to live with Grandma because his mother suffered from postpartum depression, and it got so bad that it wasn't safe for the baby to live with us, explained Rebecca. Dusk fell, and with it came the promised reprieve. And Rebecca picked up her daughters, and she got inside her rental car to drive back to Miami International Airport. And her daughters had school the following day, and while on the plane ride, she made peace with the fact that Bruno was going to stay in Miami forever. He had a job there in a small apartment. He was self-sufficient. He neither needed nor wanted anything from her. And the problem was that Rebecca needed her brother. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Proverbs Pentacle 4, Chapter 7, Three of Swords. Back in Karina's house, Bruno was celebrating that his sister left. He wouldn't have to put up with her for another year. He stopped dancing by himself when he realized that there was the possibility that the woman might fly over for Christmas. No, he wouldn't allow that. He needed to come up with a contingency plan. Karina saw Bruno going from joyful to worried. Yes, Rebecca was annoying, but there was no reason to undermine her authority in front of her daughters. The fact that Bruno had bitterly undermined his sister was part of the reason why the girls didn't feel guilty about running away from their mother. This didn't sit right with Karina. Rebecca and I have always been like oil and water, said Bruno, guessing what Karina was thinking about. While she rises, I'm always the one being pushed to the bottom. I'm not going to let her to continue push me around anymore. I get that, Bruno, but you can tone down your sibling rivalry. But maybe you can tone down your sibling rivalry in front of your nieces, said Karina. Rebecca doesn't tone down her criticism when the girls are around. So why should I offer her the same professional courtesy? Rebuked Bruno, pacing around Karina. I dealt with bullies my entire life, Karina. They don't stop. They have to be stopped. Would you stand still? Barked Karina, stomping on the ground. We are not in court, and I'm not one of your witnesses. If this is so important to you, I will try to show restraint in front of the girls, said Bruno, holding up his pinky. He thought, whatever Rebecca says or does, I will keep quiet. I will nod my head like a good little boy while I die a little on the inside. Karina did a new pinky swear with Bruno, and that night Karina made dinner. Her mother was busy gossiping with her sisters, and she was echoing everything that Rebecca had told her about Bruno's past. The gossip circulated throughout the household, and only Bruno and Karina were not in on the joke. Karina served Bruno his meal, and he devoured it voraciously. And that was one thing she liked. Whether her food was good or bad, he always ate it. He brought the dishes to the sink. He made a motion to clean them, but Karina didn't allow him. He always left the glasses and plates super soapy, and she had suspected that he did the dishes bad on purpose in order to keep her from asking him to do them again. While Karina did the dishes, Bruno slumped over the couch, and he flipped to the cameras. And he slipped to the channels in search of something worth watching, and he eventually settled in the Fuse channel, and he brought out a book to read while a music video was being displayed on the television. Do you want to play chess with me before going to bed? Asked Karina after finishing the dishes. You don't need to force yourself to share in my boring hobby, said Bruno, lowering the book. I have played chess before and not competitively, but I'm competent enough to give you a worthy challenge, said Karina. She had been part of the chess club back in high school, and her friend Lysandra had pressured Karina into joining her small club, and she brought out a board to play with Bruno. And the game lasted half an hour, mostly because Bruno was going easy on her. And as for Karina, she was too busy reminiscing about her glory days to pay attention to her game. And she had gotten checkmate a couple of times, but Bruno hadn't called them to see if Karina was paying attention. When it became obvious that she wasn't, he said, "Checkmate." "Do you want to play again?" asked Karina. "No, I have a lot of work tomorrow, and I need my beauty sleep," lied Bruno. And he made his way towards the bedroom, and Karina followed after him. And he stopped to add, "You don't need to sleep just because I'm going to bed, or do you wish to roll around the hay?" "If you're tired, we can go tonight without mating," said Karina. "It is just that I thought that you may want some company." "Aha, so you did want to roll around the hay?" asked Bruno, slowly removing his tank top. "No, but since you're insisting," said Karina before losing her train of thought. Bruno removed his pants and undergarment, and he sat on the bed while he waited to see what Karina would do. Karina struggled to maintain eye contact, and in spite of herself, her eyes began to wander. And when she succeeded at looking at Bruno in the face again, she was greeted by a sardonic smile. He sprang from the bed, and Karina's body trembled with excitement as he drew closer. And instead of drawing her into the maiden embrace, Bruno went to the bathroom to wash his face and mouth. And when he returned to the bed, he wrapped himself with the bedsheets before closing his eyes to sleep. Karina sighed in frustration, and she had gotten all wet for nothing. "Good night, Karina," said Bruno, "and please turn off the lights on your way out." "Good night, Bruno," said Karina with a strange inflation in her voice. She left her bedroom extremely annoyed, and a part of her wanted to ask, but her pride wouldn't allow it. She wouldn't ask for it, she wouldn't beg for it, and besides Bruno was tired, or so he claimed, and maybe he wanted her to seduce him, or maybe he went to sleep because he failed to seduce her. Karina scratched her head while she struggled to comprehend Bruno. It was then when she saw her cell phone vibrating. "Karina, come over, you're missing something spectacular," said Rodrigo. "Shouldn't I wake up Bruno?" asked Karina. "If he went to sleep already, he's probably feeling ill, and he must have got a bug from one of his nieces," guessed Rodrigo. "Becky has sneezed 3 times during her visit, and her first sneeze was a blessing, the second sneeze meant that you were getting money, and the third sneeze meant that you had a cold, and it was a silly family superstition." Karina wrapped herself in a shawl before sprinting across the yard, and she found her family gathered in the living room, and the old VHS player had been dusted off, and in the screen Karina saw a green-eyed toddler drawing. "Do you want yogurt?" asked the woman holding the camera. "Milk," said the toddler. "Then why don't you want yogurt?" asked the voice. "Because I don't like it," barked the child before slamming the table in frustration. When the child lifted his gaze, Karina saw 2 angry, piercing green eyes, and nobody needed to tell her that she was looking at baby Bruno. Karina laughed heartily before sitting down beside her mother, and she accepted a bowl of popcorn that her cousin Rodrigo had offered her. And in the next clip, little Bruno was counting animals with his grandma. "Now you do it, Grandnana," ordered Bruno, pointing to the workbook. "1 frog, 2 frogs, 3 frogs," said Grandma Ophelia. "Muy bueno, perfecto," said Bruno, encouraging his grandma. "Now your turn," said Ophelia. "1 brat," said Bruno. "It is rat," said Ophelia. "R," said Bruno, struggling with the R. "Oh." This clip ended after he gave up on saying the word rat properly, and the take consisted of Bruno performing different feats of intelligence, though there was one recording that showed him dancing while watching Flashdance. And Karina smiled sadly, and Bruno used to be such a cute, happy kid, and the death of his grandma must have seriously messed him up. And around the age of 4, Bruno grew tired of being filmed, and he was constantly being interrupted in his game and made to perform for an unseen audience. The second take started with him yelling, "Ya, no más!" And he ran away from his grandma, and the second clip showed the camera falling out the window, and clearly Bruno had attempted to get rid of the annoying piece of technology. "So I guess Bruno won't be happy to have us watching this film," said Karina before taking a handful of popcorn. "Bruno is anything but camera shy," said Rodrigo, "and back when we played football, he was always the guy we sent to talk to the reporter, and his eloquence always made our team look smart. The next couple of clips show Bruno struggling to play basketball, and he also struggled with his tricycle. He wasn't very active in his early youth, and the final clip showed him by a stop sign. "Where are you going, Bruno?" asked Grandma Ophelia. "I'm leaving this family. You can come with me, or I can go alone," said Bruno. "Oh, Bruno, Rebecca didn't mean to yell. She's just not used to dealing with small children," said Ophelia apologetically. "Well, I'm not used to being yelled at," barked Bruno. "Oh, please forgive her, Bruno. She just didn't want you in the kitchen while she was cooking. The fries she was making you were spilling hot oil. You could have gotten burned," explained Grandma Ophelia. "Be that as it may, she didn't have to yell at me for an hour," barked Bruno. "It was only 2 minutes," said Ophelia. "It felt like an hour," said Bruno, exaggerating. "Can we go home now, Bruno?" asked Ophelia. "Fine, I'm going to forgive Rebecca, but only to make you happy," said Bruno. "It's that camera on. Sheesh, turn it off." The television started to display static before turning to blue. Movie night was officially over. "Is that all it takes?" asked Rodrigo, who needed more teasing material. "The other thing Rebecca left without was a photo album," said Bruno, bringing out the album. And Rodrigo flipped through it over the top before commenting, "Boring. Mom, where do you keep the camcorder?" "In the attic, 4th box on the left," said Barbara. "And why do you want it?" "I'm going to film myself and my girlfriend mating," lied Rodrigo. "Liar, you don't have a girlfriend," said Barbara, laughing. I know. I don't want to know what you plan to do with that camera, and I know. I know what you plan to do with that camera, and I don't want to know. Rodrigo sprang upstairs to get the camera, and after rummaging through the tapes, he decided to record over one of his old football matches. It was not like he was ever going to play that sport again. That part of his life was over. He was a lawyer with a rickety elbow that tended to act up whenever the weather dropped a few degrees. Karina saw the time, and it was 20 minutes before midnight, and on her way back to her house, she saw a shadow lurking about in the gardens. The shadow peeped through her bedroom window before fleeing into the night, and her heart began racing, and she wrapped her shawl around her shoulders before returning to the main house. "And what's the matter, Karina?" asked Ola, seeing her daughter as white as a sheet. "There was a pervert looking through my bedroom window," said Karina. "There was a what?" asked Ola, alarmed. "I don't know if it was a pervert. All I saw was a shadow looking through my window before running away. And can one of the guys escort me back to my house?" asked Karina, still trembling. Rodrigo left the bedroom with his samurai sword, and he escorted Ola and Karina back to their house, and together with Horacio, Rodrigo did an entire patrol around the perimeter of both houses. And once they were certain that the danger had passed, they returned home. The gates were closed, the alarm was turned on, and the lights in the gardens were set to the brightest setting. They had never been robbed before, but it was a first time for everything. And Rodrigo that night barely slept, and he would get up every half hour whenever he heard an unfamiliar sound. And Karina too echoed her cousin's restlessness, though she eventually fell into a heavy slumber due to mental exhaustion. The following morning came, and Karina awoke to the sound of the alarm, and before she had a chance to turn it off, someone else turned it off for her, and her disoriented eyes widened when she saw a person standing on top of the bed. "Good morning, lovebird," said Rodrigo while holding the camcorder. "Oh, for crying out loud, you nearly gave me a heart attack," barked Karina, wheezing. And Rodrigo jumped from the bed to get a close-up view of Bruno's face, and his friend slowly opened his green eyes, and when Bruno saw the camera, he closed his eyes before going back to sleep. "Oh, Johnny, he said, 5 more minutes, Grandma." He had forgotten that his grandma was dead, and for a few blissful moments, he experienced true happiness, the type he had not felt in a long time. "And not your grandma," said Rodrigo, bursting his bubble. Of course you're not. You couldn't be her," said Bruno, now finally awake. "My grandma is dead. She's dead, and I have nothing and nobody." Bruno was overcome with a crying fit, and Rodrigo feeling terrible over the camera, and his brain had not gone as planned. "Come now, Bruno, don't say that you have us," said Karina, hugging her boyfriend. "Dear, let it all out." You can call me Grandma if you would only stop crying, Bruno said Rodrigo apologetically, and he took his friend's hand to show him that he was not alone. Please, I'm sorry, man. That was a terrible joke idea. I didn't mean to make you cry. Bruno took deep breaths until he took over his emotions, and he left the bed to shower and get ready for work. And he didn't speak a word during breakfast. And Karina would try to break the silence, but she was afraid of triggering another crying fit. This was the first time she had seen Bruno cry, and she was surprised by the fact that she too had been tempted to cry as well, and it pained her to see him suffering so much. At times like this, Karina fancied that she must indeed be in love with Bruno. Men had cried in front of her before, and one could almost say that Karina was an expert at reducing men to tears, and not on purpose, just incidentally. She wanted to make it better, but she didn't know how. And she made a special lunch bag for Bruno, and she packed it with all the special treats she knew he liked. The couple went their separate ways, and Bruno carpooled with Rodrigo to the law firm while Karina drove to the clinic. And she saw her usual patient as well as a new child, and there was something off about him. He looked a tad yellow, and just to be safe she ordered a bunch of blood works, and more specifically she wanted to check if his liver was doing what it was supposed to. And the hours rolled swiftly while she was in war mode. She only thought about her patients, and during lunchtime she remembered that Bruno insisted, and this naturally made her quite somber. Trouble in paradise, asked Lysandra, and she was a homely brunette with a round face, button nose, and intense black eyes, and her mouth had a well-defined laugh line she was meaning to fix with Botox. And she was 3 years older than Karina, and since she had graduated first, she was further up the food chain as far as reputation was concerned. And since she had become a doctor first, she was the one who helped Karina get this job. And the maiden was Karina's only college friend, and due to the demanding careers, the maiden had never gotten the chance to live the frat life. Everything is fine, more or less, and Bruno woke up crying because he was missing his grandma, said Karina. Then go see her, said Lysandra. His grandma is dead, Lysandra, said Karina. Again, go see her. It might be cathartic for him to visit his grandma's grave, said Lysandra. I don't know. There are some folks that are allergic to cemeteries, guessed Karina. Nobody likes to be reminded of their own mortality, said Lysandra, vibing with her friend. Both maidens continued to gossip about their respective mates, and Lysandra complained about her husband's ever-increasing waistline, while Karina worried that her man was thinning down to a skeleton. And lunch break eventually came to an end, and she spent the rest of the day filling out patient charts, and she concluded the bureaucratic aspect of her work at 4. Ahora sí, no da chapter, venga. First Pentacle, Chapter 8, Strength. She walked back to her car with a weary step, and she sat in her car for a couple of minutes. She was not looking forward to returning home. Karina pouted before thinking of her dead father. Her mother had stuck with him through the good times and the bad times, and here was Karina cowering just because her man suffered a stupid crying fit. It is normal for men to cry. Everyone cries, said Karina, bringing out her bunny Nana from her purse, and this was a habit she still retained from her youth. Better that he cries than for him to explode in a violent rage, said Nana. Karina did the Nana voice. Why do you think he said I have nothing and nobody? Am I truly nothing to him? Asked Karina. Who can say, said Nana in deep contemplation. Perhaps you're reading too much into this Freudian sleep. He was half asleep after all. A person knocked on her window, and Karina screeched like a peacock, completely in surprise, and she rolled her window to see what Lysandra wanted. If you're done talking to yourself, do you want to go out to have a couple of drinks? Said Lysandra. It is Monday, said Karina. Then let's go to the mall instead, said Lysandra. Is the monster-in-law visiting us, Karina? Pretty much, said Lysandra. Karina texted home to inform the family that she was going to arrive a little late, and the friends drove to the Dolphin Mall, and they left their lab coats in the car to walk about in their scrubs, and they asked a man at the window shop while they talked about work. Eventually, Lysandra gravitated to Victoria's Secret, and the store was having a special sale on sportswear, and she was never the type to pass up a sale, and she ended up purchasing a handful of undergarments. Lysandra threw Karina a thumb before saying, For your man. I don't think this will fit Bruno, said Karina jokingly. You have been together since the summer. Is the fire still burning, or are you too bored of each other? Asked Lysandra. We haven't gotten bored yet, but we no longer feel the same pressure we once did to mate every 5 seconds, said Karina. Mate, asked Lysandra, laughing. I mean, fuck, said Karina. My friend Kenny's allergic to the word sex and fuck, so he has all of us using the word mate from time to time because it has rubbed off on us. He sounds like he needs a woman, said Lysandra, trying on a bra over her clothing. She wasn't in the mood to do the line in the changing room. Send him my way, and I will set him straight. But you are married, said Karina. So that hasn't stopped my man from seeking the affections of another. And thank God he has gone up so much weight, so he hasn't had any luck yet. And with the car he drives, I doubt any woman will be willing to give him a chance, said Lysandra bitterly. But has he cheated on you? Asked Karina. No, but his outfit stinks of a woman's perfume, and one of his white shirts had a woman's kiss, said Lysandra. Sounds like a setup, said Karina. I mean, come on, if he was cheating on you, do you think he would be so obvious? I mean, guys are dumb, but they are not that dumb. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking things, said Lysandra thoughtfully. It was probably the master-in-law creating controversy. This isn't the first time she has tried to tear us apart. She's old. You probably only have to put up with her for a couple of more years, said Karina, laughing before nudging her friend with her elbow. Lysandra laughed before saying, bite your tongue, to Karina, and we shouldn't be hoping for a person to die. It isn't her fault that she is a thorn in my side. The hours rolled lazily by in the mall, and Karina decided to go home around 6, and she wanted to be at home just in time for dinner, and on her drive back home she noticed a car following her. The car had tinted windows, so she wasn't able to see the face of their mysterious stalker. The car followed her all the way to her neighborhood, and when she got out of the house, the stalker continued on his way. And she breathed a sigh of relief when she arrived at home, and sitting by the porch waiting for her was Bruno. And he looked up from his book when he saw her arrive. The first thing he said, Rodrigo told me that there was an interloper looking into our window last night. You don't think it was one of Rebecca's spies? Asked Karina. I asked Rebecca about him, and she told me that my new caretaker, as she likes to call him, is a little bit more southern than the last idiot she paid to keep an eye on me, explained Bruno. So the guy from last night wasn't sent by Rebecca? Asked Karina. Apparently not, but she told me not to worry. My big sister's going to take care of the problem, said Bruno. Now I am doubly worried, said Karina. You don't think that she put a hit on the guy? Rebecca isn't a mafiosa. She's just an upper middle class stay-at-home mom with too much free time on her hands, said Bruno. If your sister has money, why do you own $40,000 in student loan? Asked Karina. I got injured in my last year of college, so I lost my football scholarship, and even with a bright future covering 75% of my classes, I was still forced to get a student loan, explained Bruno. And he thought I would have gotten a job to pay for it, but my classes were at erratic hours, and there was just so much work, and I couldn't work and study at the same time, and even if I had chosen to get a job, it would have made it impossible to find employment while using a cast. A part of him wanted to tell Karina the whole story, though his reserved nature compelled him to only tell her a half-truth. If you needed money, why didn't you ask Rebecca for some? Asked Karina. She was already paying for the dormitory, and I didn't want to owe her any more favors, said Bruno. And that was a short-sighted, stupid decision, said Karina. Yes, but it was my decision. And I'm not asking you to understand it, Karina, just to respect it, said Bruno. And he added tentatively, and I already paid half of it, and in 2 more years it will become nothing but a distant memory. Karina decided not to press the issue, and she couldn't believe that a single year in law school could cost $40,000. And all things considered, Bruno was lucky to have gotten injured so late in his career. Had it happened sooner, he would have owned $250,000 in student debts, and she had bigger things to worry about, like the creeper from the night before. Karina entered the house and she showered before changing into her pajamas, and she saw the news while she rested her head on Bruno's lap, and the man would absentmindedly pet her hair while he would read his book with his free hand. What is so interesting about this Tomoe? Asked Karina, looking at the book. She has a beauty mark under her eye. That is what is interesting about her, said Bruno jokingly. Karina, sitting up, took the book before exclaiming, Wait a minute, you're reading a manga. Kane lent presented to me, and I had nothing new to read, so I decided to borrow something from his collection, explained Bruno. Did you stop by his house today? Asked Karina. I did, said Bruno. Why? Asked Karina. To say hello, said Bruno, and he thought, just because he's your friend, just because he was your friend first, doesn't mean that I need your permission to visit him whenever the mood strikes me. Right, said Karina dryly. He left the sofa to sit by the dinner table, and he found Winona served him a salad, and he mixed it with beans to make it tolerable, and he forced himself to eat until he became nauseous, and at times like this, he really wanted pizza. I am eating a salad too, said Ola, and it's really healthy to eat so much at night. If I eat a salad at night and I get hungry immediately, there's a reason why they use these meals as appetizers, protested Bruno. You wouldn't feel hungry if you ate it all, said Una, pointing at Bruno's half-finished bowl. Yes, Mom, said Bruno, attempting to eat another bite. Mom, just leave him alone. Just tell me what you want to eat and I will make it for you, said Karina. I want pizza, said Bruno. You had pizza for lunch, said Ola. Is junk food the only thing you eat? Didn't your grandma make you any type of home cooking? Asked Karina. Bruno half with frustration as he tapped his fingers nervously before saying, I was a picky eater as a child, and my diet consisted of steak and spaghetti. And I also ate chicken nuggets with fries and macaroni and cheese. And if I was to have any vegetable, they had to become in burrito form, though never with rice, though what I ate as a child is not going to make enjoying this salad any better. Taste change, and I can only stomach vegetables if you ground them up and turn them into a smoothie. The dinner was concluded unsatisfactory for Bruno, and he returned to reading his little graphic novel, and every so often he would turn to look at the refrigerator. He was starving to death, and since he couldn't stop thinking about eating, he went to sleep early, and Karina wasn't aware of her boyfriend's inner turmoil. All she saw was that 1 minute they were watching Betty La Fea, and the next Bruno had gone to bed with a stupid comic book. Karina taped the armrest of her couch nervously. A singular idea had possessed her. Bruno had gone to bed early to have some alone time with his tomoe. Even if it was a woman made of paper, Karina couldn't help but feel jealous of her. Karina, what's the matter? Asked Ola, and she had noticed her daughter looking visibly upset. Nothing is stupid. I feel stupid. If I say it aloud, it is going to sound stupid, said Karina, rubbing her temple. There is no shame in asking your man for a little company, said Ola, teasing her daughter. It isn't about that, Mom. Sheesh, said Karina, folding her arms. Bruno isn't the only person sleeping on his laurels, Karina, said Ola. Are you saying that he has become disinterested because I'm projecting myself as disinterested? Asked Karina. Well, think about it. The last few days you have shown more concern for Rebecca and her daughters than for your boyfriend, said Ola. As a passive audience, she was able to take an objective view of her daughter's activities. When he defended you from Rebecca, you turned against him. I didn't turn against him. I was trying to mediate. They are a family. They should get along, said Karina. Aquí hay mucha tela por qué cortar, Karina. A person doesn't grow to hate another without a reason, said Ola. But hating his sister because he showed him that his girlfriend was cheating on him seems a little too extreme, and if someone showed me irrefutable proof that Bruno was cheating on me, I wouldn't hate the messenger, said Karina. Of course you wouldn't, because the messenger gave you confirmation over a problem that only existed in your head. And do not forget what happened with Malik. You doubted the strength of your bond so much that a blurry photo was all it took for you to refuse to hear his truth, said Unla. This little shot gave Karina plenty to think about. The reason why she was so quick to feel jealous was because of her doubts, and she went to her bedroom and she saw by the nightstand the comic book Tomoe, and she photographed the front cover of the book, and the more she looked at the character, the more jealous she felt, and in the end she huffed with frustration, and she lay down beside her man. And Bruno shifted in his sleep, and his arm instinctively searched for Karina, and when he found her, he drew her into his embrace. And Karina smiled warmly, and even in his sleep, Bruno yearned for her. The following morning, Karina awoke to find her bed early. Bruno had awoken early since he had gone to sleep early, and he had spent the morning working out before having a light breakfast with Rodrigo, and the two had already left for work, and Karina pouting got ready for her work, and she spent the morning breakfast extremely moody, and this foul mood carried her to work. And that day she had to vaccinate patients, and she tried to distract her first patient with a plushie, and while the doctor was looking at the plushie, she applied the vaccine with a swift hand motion. Success, the child didn't notice a prick on his chubby leg, and she attended the plushie trick with an older patient, and the 5-year-old bride was onto her, and try as she might, she couldn't get the child to stop looking at the needle. It is a lot worse if you look at it, said Karina. Not looking at it didn't make it any better, said her patient. And Karina sighed with frustration before taking careful aim, and her patient instinctively moved back when he saw the needle coming closer, and in the end the mother had to hold the kid down to get his arm to stand still. And while since he was tensing up, Karina was forced to press down harder to pierce through the muscle, and this naturally increased the pain of their getting vaccinated, and the child started crying most pitifully, and even with a lollipop the kid wouldn't just stop crying. The other two children in the waiting room grew tense, and this made it difficult for Karina to painlessly vaccinate them. And when last time came, she had a serious headache, and by the end of her work shift, she was mentally exhausted. And she drove directly to her home with the intention of rolling around the hay with Bruno. She really needed him to help her de-stress. Hello. Bye-bye and God bless. Dolores Pentacle, Chapter 9. The sun. Well, yeah, the sun. As in the sunlight and stuff. She screeched angrily when she saw that he wasn't home, and Karina saw her cousin Rodrigo lounging about in the hammock. Where is Bruno? Asked Karina, looming over her cousin. He went over to Kane's house for a bit, and he needed to get the last 2 volumes of that comic he's reading, said Rodrigo. He will be back soon. He better be back soon, growled Karina. She sat in the sofa to wait for her man to return, and she eventually got bored of sitting there doing nothing. And she turned on her telenovelas to distract herself, and the hours rolled by with Bruno not returning. And her boyfriend eventually arrived around 9, and he had stayed over to eat real food in Kane's house. And he had ended up binge eating. Look what the cat dragged in, said Karina, pouting. I am sorry I was so late, said Bruno, and he bit his lower lip while he struggled with his nausea. I don't feel well. I'm going to bed. Let me examine you, said Karina, coming over. Please don't. Nothing is seriously wrong with me. Just a little nausea, said Bruno, downplaying his condition. He went to the bathroom to shower, and the hot water falling on him froze his digestion, and Karina turned off her telenovela when she heard her man emptying his stomach. Oh, for crying out loud, said Karina, rolling her eyes, and she sprang from her seat to see if she could assist. Ola opened her mouth to speak, but she chose to remain silent. She wanted to see if her daughter could act under pressure. Karina entered the bathroom with a bottle of warm water, and Bruno was still trying to force out what little remained in his stomach. And due to the effort, a few blood vessels around his temple had exploded, giving him a slight red tint. Bruno, here, drink this, said Karina, and Bruno rinsed his mouth before spitting out the water. Drink it, ordered Karina with a commanding tone she used with uncooperative patience. Bruno drank it only 1 gulp, and instead of feeling better, the warm water finished cleaning out his stomach content, and once all of the fatty food had finally left his body, he felt weirdly better. As much as you want to overindulge, your stomach has gotten used to eating healthy. It is going to continue to punish you like that whenever you overindulge, said Karina. Bruno breathed a sigh of relief before nodding like a good little boy, and he wobbled out of the bathroom to take refuge inside the bed. The following morning, Karina made him an oatmeal, and she also prepared an easy-to-digest lunch banana and ginger ale, crackers, and an egg sandwich. Bruno went to work without so much as giving Karina a kiss. During breakfast, he spent all his time reading his stupid comic, and at this point, Karina felt extremely neglected. She spent her work shift extremely distracted, and since it was a slow day, she had plenty of time to think about how to get her boyfriend's attention. She ended up going to the beauty salon. It had been centuries since she had last visited one. She paid to have her hair straightened with a Brazilian keratin treatment, and after 4 hours and 6 keratin bottles, Karina's hair was straight. And with her hair straightened, it felt even longer than her waist, and she had gotten herself a little haircut just to split ends. and while looking at her cell phone, she saw the photo she had taken of the comic. She showed the photo to the stylist before asking the man to give her bangs over her eyes, and once she was satisfied with her new look, she paid for his service. While sitting in the car, she touched up her makeup, and with her liner, she added a beauty mark just under her eye. And she drove back home quickly. She walked triumphantly into her house, and she sat beside Bruno before giving him a peck on the cheek. Bruno, not bothering to look up from his comic, said, "What took you so long? You missed dinner." "I felt like going to the salon," said Karina. "On a Wednesday? Why?" asked Bruno disdainfully. "Look at me when I talk to you," barked Karina, taking away Bruno's book. Bruno opened his mouth to protest, but his words turned into laughter. This was not the reaction that Karina wanted. I'm sorry, said Bruno apologetically, while still half laughing. "This is a horror comic, Karina. That is why I find this story so fascinating. It has nothing to do with the female antagonist, and I can't believe you are jealous of an anime girl, and she isn't even my type." "So I did all this for nothing," said Karina, extremely deflated. And she flipped to the comic book over the top, and it was indeed a horror story, though she had to admit that the antagonist was awfully pretty when she wasn't undergoing mitosis. "I wouldn't go as far as to say that you did all this for nothing. If your intention was to get my attention, I am more than happy to inform you that you succeeded," said Bruno, standing up to face Karina. And he licked his thumb before rubbing off the beauty mark. Karina pushed her man away before saying, "God, you're such a pig." A sardonic smile appeared on Bruno's face, and whenever that smile manifested, Karina didn't know what to say. "Can I have my book back, please?" said Bruno calmly, extending his hand. Karina felt the urge to rip that comic to pieces, and the only reason why she didn't obey her initial impulse was that the comic belonged to Kane, and she reluctantly returned the comic book to Bruno, and he proceeded to lay down on the couch to read it. This naturally made Karina furious, and she sat beside Bruno before turning on the television, and she raised the volume so high that it was impossible for anyone in the household to ignore the noise. And after flipping to channel, she found La Rosa de Guadalupe. She didn't much particularly care for that show, but she knew that Bruno hated it. And try as he might, the sobbing woman on the television made it impossible for him to focus on his comic. And in the end, he sprung from his seat to go out, and Karina at first thought he was going to Rodrigo's house. Instead, she heard the car turning on, and followed by the sound of Bruno driving away. And this was not how Karina had planned to spend her night. "Mom," said Karina tentatively. "What?" asked Unla, placing her hand behind her ear. Karina lowered the volume, and Unla, laughing, said, "Much better. Honestly, Karina. Just when I think you have finally matured, you go and do something extremely childish." "Do you think Bruno went to cheat on me, Mom?" asked Karina. "Why is cheating the first thing that comes to your mind?" asked Unla, bringing out a little notepad, and she wrote gibberish before looking at her daughter's face. "Well, I don't know, Mom. I cannot decide at this point. I almost cheated on Bruno first, and he caught me in the act even, and you know what they say, those who live by the sword must die by the sword," said Karina. "Define almost," asked Unla. "We got as far as third base," said Karina, laughing nervously. "I am going to call him and apologize. Do you think I should call him?" "I don't know enough about Bruno to give you an informed opinion, and maybe your calls flatter his ego, or maybe they annoy him," said guest Unla. "Though whenever that sardonic smile manifests, it means something. The first time I saw it was when you called him Malik while drunk, and the second time I saw it was today when you called him pig. And Rebecca warned you that Bruno suffers from bulimia, and you shouldn't say unflattering things about his physical body. I call him a pig because he's a slob. It wasn't my intention to body shame him, and nobody in his right mind would call that copper Adonis fat," said Karina. "And it is not as if he's bulimic at the moment, and Bruno claimed that it was just a high school phase, and he got over it after going to therapy and getting proper nutrition information. Bruno says a lot of things, though the things that he chooses to keep quiet are the most worrisome," said Unla thoughtfully. She didn't consider Bruno dangerous to her daughter, but she did fancy that he had self-destructive tendencies. And like every psychologist, Una couldn't help but overanalyze her daughter's boyfriend and his moods. An hour passed and Karina, finally losing her patience, decided to beg her boyfriend to come home. And she left him a voicemail message. "I am sorry for being such a jerk. Please come home." 10 minutes later, she left him another message. "I didn't mean to call you fat, and when I call you a pig, I meant it in a slobbery sense. I am sorry if I made you feel ugly. Please come home." 5 minutes later, she sent him another message. "Bruno, I'm sorry I didn't let you read your stupid comic in peace. Come home already. I miss you, baby." 1 minute later, she said, "Bruno, I love you. I really do. Please come home." And a minute later, her phone began ringing, and she answered it immediately, and she was delighted to hear Bruno's voice say, "I am coming home soon." "How soon?" asked Karina. "After I finish this match," said Bruno, hanging up. "What a match?" "And he hung up," said Karina. After rattling her brain, she remembered that Bruno had become acquainted with a bartender at Space Club, and his name was Carlos Perez, and he was 36 years old, medium build, tall, stoic, hard-working bartender, with expressionless black eyes, raven hair, and a pasty face. And he was good at chess, and this was all that Bruno cared to know about his new playfellow. Karina spent the evening preparing the love nest, and she made a scented bath for her man, and she sprinkled the floor with roses, and she prepared whipped cream and strawberries, and she sat on the bed to wait, and after a half an hour she got bored of waiting, and she opened up her dollhouse to play with Nana, and around midnight she awoke to the sound of the front door opening, and she sprang for her bed to go to the living room, and a screech escaped her lips when she realized that the person who had opened the door wasn't Bruno. The intruder fled just as he was fleeing, Bruno pressed down on the accelerator with the intention of running over the intruder, and the intruder turned a corner to flee to the gardens, and Bruno left his car to give Chase some food, and both jumped over the fence, and Bruno hopped through a couple of ground obstacles in the form of garden hoses, toy cars, and other clutter that was common in his neighbor's backyard. And when the intruder tripped, Bruno was certain that he was going to catch him, and the thought that the intruder might have a gun or a knife never crossed his mind. It felt like a game of football. The intruder had the football, and as soon as he tackled that man, he was going to win the game. Closer, just a bit closer, he could almost touch the intruder's shirt. Alas, his knee failed him, and he started to fall, and he would have splattered against the asphalt, but a fragile hand steadied him, and once the intruder was certain that Bruno was no longer in danger, he attempted to flee. And Bruno held on to the fragile hand to keep it from escaping, and Bruno released the hand when he saw the silvery sheen of a Swiss army knife. The intruder ran through the neighborhood until he was lost in the darkness. Alright, that's the end of that chapter, bye-bye, God bless. The Lovers, Pentacle 4, Chapter 10, The Moon. Bruno sighed wearily, and he started limping back to the house, and he called Rodrigo to tell him in what street to find him. Rodrigo arrived minutes later with a car, and with his help, Bruno was able to return home. He sat down on the couch feeling rather foolish, and the fear of getting stabbed to death had caused him to lose the game. Karina entered the living room with her medical kit, and she treated the scratches Bruno had gotten while running to the gardens. Bruno huffed with frustration before wobbling into the bathroom, and he gave himself a cat bath before sinking into the bed. Karina placed all the locks and bolts in all of the doors before turning on the alarm, and with these precautions she felt safe enough to sleep. She returned to her bedroom to roost beside Bruno, and the man locked Karina into the maiden embrace, and she fancied that at least something good had come out of something bad. The following morning, Karina awoke tired, sore, and sleepy. She smiled warmly when she saw Bruno still sleeping beside her. She had given him quite the extensive workout. She slowly crawled out of the bed, and she showered while wearing a cap. She had paid a lot of money for that hair, so she was going to delay washing it for as long as possible. When she came to the living room, she frowned when she saw a man wearing a black hoodie lying down on her couch. When she lowered the hoodie, she recognized Jeremy. "Jeremy, what are you doing here?" asked Karina. "I was meaning to ask him the very same question," said Rodrigo, who was sitting on the rocking chair, and he was playfully opening and closing Jeremy's Swiss army knife. "Depending on what he says is whether we will call the cops or not." "What did he do?" asked Karina. "Is he the guy?" "Yes," said Rodrigo. "He is the guy." And after I returned Bruno home, I circled around the neighborhood a bit to see if I got lucky. And indeed I got lucky, and I found a mysterious shadow making his way back to his shopper. And I sneaked up to him and I caught him by the elbow, and he screeched like a peacock before fainting. And you can imagine my surprise when I discovered that our little intruder was none other than our sweet, innocent Jeremy. "What were you trying to steal?" asked Karina. Jeremy was awake, but he was pretending to be asleep. He was trying to think of a good answer to that question, and this was easier said than done. And he struggled to sit up, and his arms were bounded with ropes behind his back. And he looked from one person to another. "Rebecca," said Jeremy. "God, I should have known you are Rebecca's spy," barked Karina with her accusing finger. "Yes," lied Jeremy. "How much did she pay you?" asked Rodrigo, pointing with a knife. "Nothing, cause I wasn't able to get any information," said Jeremy. "Can you untie me? I'm going to be late for my real job." If we see you skulking about here, we're going to tell Sidanta," warned Karina. Karina untied Jeremy, and Jeremy lingered in the living room, and he pondered all the possible ways of getting his knife back. And he attempted to politely ask for it. "Can I have my knife back?" asked Jeremy. "No, I'm keeping it as evidence," barked Rodrigo. "You used this knife to break an entry." "Bruno left the door unlocked," said Jeremy. "It isn't illegal to open an unlocked door. Plus, your mother said that I could visit her whenever I wanted. I am her patient, so take that." Mom, did you really tell Jeremy that he could visit whenever he felt like?" asked Karina. And her mother had been quietly observing while making breakfast. "I did, but I was also working under the assumption that you wouldn't stop by unannounced," barked Unla. "And I don't buy this story of you being Rebecca's spy. I will ask you again, and why were you peeping into my daughter's window?" "I don't remember," lied Jeremy. And he sighed before saying a different lie. "I wanted to photograph Karina's dollhouse. I wanted to buy one just like it, but I couldn't remember what it looked like." "If you wanted to photograph my dollhouse, why didn't you ask me to send you a photo?" asked Karina, incredulous. And she added, "Why didn't you just knock like a normal human being? And why did you run away instead of revealing yourself when I first took notice of you?" "I'm sorry," you screamed in a panic, said Jeremy apologetically while his eyes watered. "Those crocodile tears are not fooling anyone," said Karina, folding her arms. "Tell me, why were you trying to sneak into my house?" Jeremy sat down on the floor before folding his arms. Since lying and fake crying hadn't worked, he had no other option but to become a stone wall of silence. Karina looked at the time. If she stayed any longer, she was going to be late for work. Karina pulled Jeremy by the arm to guide him into her car, and she dropped him off at the police station where Sidanta worked. He needed to be taught a lesson about respecting personal boundaries. "What did Jeremy do?" asked Candy disdainfully, and he didn't bother to look up from his work. "He was peeping through my window, and he opened my front door," tattled Karina. "Your mom invited him into your house. He can come and go as he pleases," said Kane, making light of the situation. "Are you saying he's a vampire?" asked Karina, shocked. "No, but your mom did tell him that he could visit whenever he felt like. Mi casa, su casa," explained Kane. "He did the same thing to me a few nights ago, and just last night he popped up inside my living room, and I don't even know how he got inside." "You forgot to lock the door when you got inside the house. That is how I got inside," said Jeremy. "And the alarm, how do you turn it off?" asked Kane. "You only turn on the alarm before going to bed," said Jeremy. "That gave me a 4-hour window to come inside your house to find a good hiding spot. You need to start taking your home security more seriously. You never know who's watching you from the shadows." "Thank you for the advice," said Kane before laughing nervously. Why are you even doing that, Jeremy?" asked Karina. "Shouldn't you be getting to work, Karina?" asked Jeremy coldly. Karina looked at the time. Unlike Kane, she didn't have the patience for Jeremy. The traffic caught up to her, and she cursed Jeremy's name while pushing the steering wheel, and she arrived to work almost 2 hours late. And after getting a serious talking to, she went to catch up with her work. The workday flew by in the blink of an eye, and on her drive back home, Karina was overcome with a sense of relief. The shadow that had been lurking by her window had been nothing but Jeremy. Karina didn't consider Jeremy a threat because even she could physically push him around, and she arrived home at her usual time, and she was pleased to see Bruno watering the plants. "How was work?" asked Karina. Uneventful, said Bruno. And when she opened the door, she frowned when she saw Jeremy with a broom. Jeremy laughed nervously before he continued to pretend to broom the floor. Oh, what the fuck, Jeremy? Get out of my house now, ordered Karina, pointing to the door. Jeremy started to casually walk towards the door, and it was then when Karina noticed a yellow folder partially sticking out of his jacket. Jeremy laughed nervously before fleeing, and Bruno had given chase, but his knee was killing him. He's probably a drug addict, guessed Bruno. You think? Asked Karina, locking the door again. Why else would he be raiding at a doctor's home? This probably explains his recent erratic behavior, and why Sedanta doesn't allow Jeremy to control his finances, guessed Bruno. If I were you, I would count all the pills your mother keeps in her apothecary. Karina went to her mother's medicine cabinet, and it was locked. And she killed an hour counting pills, and it was then when she remembered that she saw Jeremy carrying a folder. And she went to the attic, and sure enough, it had been turned inside out, and Jeremy had been desperately looking for a file, and he was so eager to find it that he didn't care about being found out. And Nola arrived an hour late, and together with her mother, they reorganized everything while they took stock of the file that had gone missing. The file that had been taken belonged to a patient of Karina's father. Unla read through all of her husband's Word documents on a regular basis because it made her feel as if he was alive. The missing file belonged to a patient that went by the name of Horus Sanak, and she remembered that name because it was so foreign. Horus had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and his estimated age was between 16 and 21. He had been brought to the hospital after suffering an epilepsy attack while trying to cross the street, and while under observation, Horus had spoken to people that were naturally there, and his most peculiar behavior only occurred when he was near reflected objects. And if he was near a mirror, he would press his body against it once before trying again later, and each time he failed to do whatever it was he was trying to do, his behavior would become more erratic, and with Horus screaming incoherently. And the day he was going to be transferred to the insane asylum, Horus disappeared from the psychiatric ward, and he was never heard from again. Do you think Jeremy is this Horus fellow? Asked Karina. If he's schizophrenic, this would explain his latest malfunction. Not likely, said Unla. Horus was one of your father's first patients, and due to the age gap, it is more likely that he is Jeremy's father. If Jeremy was curious about his father, he should have just said so. There's no need for him to come into my house like a literal thief in the night, said Karina. Mother and daughter went downstairs with more questions than answers, and Unla spent her time on the phone informing Sedanta about the file that Jeremy had stolen. Sedanta was surprised to hear that Jeremy had snuck out of the house without him noticing, and Karina went with her cousin Rodrigo to work out while discussing Jeremy. He was also trying to sneak into Kane's house as well, said Karina. Do you want to catch him in the act? Asked Rodrigo. What I want to do is change all of the locks in my house, said Karina before turning off the treadmill. If a blunt Swiss Army knife was all it took for Jeremy to sneak inside, I think it is about time we gave them a little update. She didn't bother to shower, and she got in her car to drive to the nearest Home Depot. And she browsed through all of the locks, and nothing that was available made her feel safe. And it was then when she remembered Eugenia. If anyone knew where to shop for home security, it was her millionaire friend. Karina drove to Eugenia's house, and she showed up at her doorstep uninvited. By now the sun had fallen over the horizon, and an icy chill was sweeping from the coast. Karina knocked on the door, and she didn't have to wait long for Santiago to let her within. Santiago was Eugenia's fiancé, and he was a brunette with honey-colored skin, strong jaw, and mustache for the ladies. He contrasts greatly with her fragile, ginger, freckle-faced Eugenia. Karina, to what do we owe the pleasure? Asked Santiago, welcoming Karina within. Your dog walker broke into my house and stole something from me, said Karina. Are you certain it was Jeremy? Asked Michael, Eugenia's father. I paid him well. He doesn't need to steal anymore. Nah, he didn't take anything of valuable, just something that he thought that belonged to him. His father's medical records, said Karina. He could have just asked for them, said Santiago, returning to the couch to sit beside Eunice. Eunice was Eugenia's stepmother, and her face, skinny body, and poise were reminiscent of Queen Elizabeth. And the only color found in her face were her thin, rosy lips and her dyed blonde hair. Michael was a well-groomed businessman with a handsome face, short black hair, and blue eyes. He was above average as far as fitness was concerned, but mostly due to the fact that he had a personal trainer in charge of keeping him in shape. The family had been watching a movie when Karina showed up unannounced, and Niece asked, just out of curiosity, how did Jeremy manage to sneak inside? He got in with 2 pins and a butter knife, and even if I hadn't caught him in the act, he was pretty sloppy as far as covering his tracks, said Karina, sitting down to gossip. That is a relief, said Niece, smiling warmly. Why is that a relief, asked Karina, and don't tell me you think that Jeremy is the phantom thief. Well, I did at first. He had a motive, said Niece, laughing nervously, and he was near the areas when the items were stolen. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, woman, said Michael. Jeremy is innocent. You know, Karina, as much as we like your surprise visits, you could have just started on Jeremy through the phone, said Niece, pausing the movie. I didn't just come here to tattle on Jeremy, and I need some advice as far as home security is concerned. This time it was Jeremy, but the second time it could be a real burglar, said Karina. Here's the name of the guy that set us up, said Eugenia, texting the phone number to Karina. To be honest, I was hoping to solve this problem right away. Do you have any old super advanced locks that you're not using? I will be willing to buy them from you at a discount price, said Karina. Oh, I see, said Eugenia, pouting. Well, if all locks are what it's going to take to help you to sleep well tonight, just take whatever you need from our garage. Don't mind the clutter, warned her niece. Karina made her way to the garage, and try as she might, she couldn't find the so-called clutter. Everything was neatly organized and labeled. Karina looked inside the cardboard box labeled spare locks and keys, and she picked the 3 that she liked best, as well as some extra bolts to reinforce the door. Her house was small, so she only needed to replace the locks on the only 3 exterior doors. She returned to her house in time for dinner, and she found Bruno in the same place she had left him, in the couch reading his comic. He was at least predictable. Bruno didn't speak a word to anyone during dinner, and after the dinner was concluded, Karina attempted to break the silence, and she brought up Bruno's chess set. "Wanna play?" asked Karina. "And with you never," said Bruno, and he gave a fake smile before saying, "Sure." After playing for a couple of minutes, Karina asked, "And how was your day?" "The same as before," said Bruno. "Have you met any political influential folks?" asked Karina. Bruno paused before making his next move, and he held on to his peon while he tried to make sense of Karina's question. "Don't you remember your dream? You told me you wanted to become president," said Karina, smiling warmly. "That is a long-term goal, Karina, and for the time being I'm focusing on getting a real case," said Bruno. "Are they still giving you the rookie treatment?" asked Karina. "Yes," said Bruno flatly. He didn't like to talk about work with Karina, and all she knew about being a lawyer was what she saw in my cousin Vinny, and he no longer bothered to ask Karina about her work for the same reason. They had 2 incompatible careers, so it was pointless to discuss a topic that neither of them would understand. "I vaccinated a kid today," said Karina. "Did he cry?" asked Bruno. "No," said Karina. "How come? Does he like getting pinched?" asked Bruno. "Now don't be stupid. I'm just really good at giving injections. Do you want me to show you how?" said Karina, going to the kitchen. "Please, for the love of God, no," said Bruno, finally dropping his mask. Karina returned with a syringe and an orange, and giggling she said, "You didn't think I was going to pinch you." "You better not," said Bruno. Since Bruno wasn't saying anything, she did her demonstration, and she swiftly pinched the orange before removing the needle. "Did you see this?" asked Karina, squeezing the orange. "What am I supposed to see?" asked Bruno, raising an eyebrow. "Not a drop of juice is rising to the surface. It was a clean pierce," said Karina proudly. "Impressive," said Bruno, pretending to be impressed. Karina returned to playing chess, and since Bruno was bored to tears, he allowed her to win. He looked at the time before yawning, and the 2 went to bed, and Bruno kissed her on the cheek before turning his back to her, and he snuggled against his pillow instead of his girlfriend. Alright, that's the end of that chapter, but God bless. First Pentacle, chapter 11, Queen of Wands. Karina turned around to watch Bruno sleep, and today it had felt as if she didn't have a boyfriend at all. And Bruno was being so distant, and try as she might, she couldn't get the scenes to return to the way they were before Rebecca's last visit. If the woman had come to ruin their relationship, Karina fancied that Rebecca had succeeded. What changed? What happened? And what did Rebecca do or say to Bruno to make her act so distant? Karina ran these questions through her head over and over, and the only thing she didn't do was ask Bruno. After all, she didn't have a guarantee that she would get a truthful answer. She tossed and turned in the bed until she eventually awoke Bruno. I haven't been happy lately, said Bruno, opening his eyes. How come? Asked Karina happily, and she was overjoyed by the fact that her boyfriend was going to have a real conversation with her. Isn't it obvious? Asked Bruno, and his momentary weakness passed, and once again he would close his heart to Karina. I am going to sleep in the couch. Bruno left the bed, and he took a cloth and his pillow, and after half an hour he was snoring with his mouth wide open. Karina tiptoed out of the bedroom to watch her man sleep, and how she envied the fact that he could sleep so easily. And she sighed wearily before returning to her bedroom, and it made sense that he would be moody from lack of sleep, and baby Bruno needed his 8 hours, otherwise he would be extra moody. The following morning, Karina awoke to find that Bruno had left early for work, and she poked at her breakfast without enthusiasm, and tried as she might, she couldn't understand why her boyfriend had been unhappy as of lately. And she mentioned this to Rodrigo. It probably has to do with that stupid prank I did, said Rodrigo, remembering his stupid idea of recording Bruno to annoy him. It wouldn't kill him to tell me what's eating him up, barked Karina. I am not a mind reader, and when something bothers me, I tell him, and the least he could do is reciprocate the honesty. I am sorry, Karina, said Rodrigo, and when I introduced you to Bruno, I really did think that you two were going to live happily ever after. Everything was fine until Rebecca came into the picture, said Karina. And right on cue, Karina saw her phone vibrating, and when she picked it up, she frowned when she saw the caller ID was Rebecca, and when she answered it, the caller was Becky. Is Bruno awake? Whispered Becky. I am sorry, honey, but Bruno already went to work, said Karina apologetically. Are you good at math? Asked Becky. Do your homework, Becky, said Karina dryly before hanging up the phone. Karina got a call again, and this time it was Rebecca. And Rebecca went to another room to whisper in private, and her daughter squatted against the door to eavesdrop. Rebecca saw their shadows under the door, and in the end she hid in the closet to speak more openly with Karina. Did you mark my phone as spam? Asked Rebecca. If I did, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we? Asked Karina dryly. It was probably Bruno. I tried calling you two yesterday, but on my calls kept going to spam, said Rebecca. I had no way of knowing whether you're speaking the truth or not, or just trying to stir a controversy, said Karina dryly. For all I know, this is the first time you have called. You can believe whatever helps you sleep at night, Karina, said Rebecca, sighing with frustration, and she added, Did they catch the stalker? Yeah, they did. It turns out that it was a loco nut, and he was too crazy to ask for what he wanted like a normal human being, so he chose to sneak into our house instead, said Karina, alluding to Jeremy. And we already took proper precautions, and we changed all the locks, and we told his caretaker to keep a tighter leash on him. Oh, good, what a relief, said Rebecca, sighing, and changing the subject, she asked, And did you see the home movies and photo albums? Yes, we did, asked Karina. And what did Bruno think? Asked Rebecca. He didn't watch them. I saw them together with my family while Bruno slept, said Karina. Rebecca's face contorted into a grimace, and she had originally planned for Bruno to watch those tapes to remind him of the person he used to be. And more than anything, she wanted the memory of her grandmother to compel Bruno to forgive her so that they could be a family again. Bruno is also part of your family. It wasn't nice of you to exclude him, said Rebecca, after carefully measuring her words. It wasn't my intention to exclude him. It just sort of happened, said Karina, and my aunt started watching the video with my mom, and then my cousins got in on the fun, and I arrived late to the party where Bruno was busy sleeping, explained Karina. And what are you doing these holidays? Asked Rebecca. I don't know yet, said Karina, and I was wondering if maybe you and Bruno could fly over to spend Christmas with us, said Rebecca tentatively. I don't know, said Karina. I would ask Bruno about it, and then we shall see. If it is not too much trouble for you to fly over, we can come over instead, said Rebecca. I don't know, maybe you should ask your daughter since they want to spend Christmas with their father. I know that you hate your cheating husband's guts, but he's still the father of your daughters, said Karina, thinking of the mental health of the girls. It won't do well for your daughters to think that their father doesn't love them anymore. Children can get easily scarred for life if they think that one of their parents has stopped loving them. This answer completely disarmed Rebecca, and she was too busy chasing after Bruno to consider how the divorce might be affecting her daughters. And for the moment they were co-parenting, and she had the girls on weekdays and the father had them on the weekends. Though the cheating bastard was allowed to visit on weekdays to see the girls and to put out with Rebecca's passive aggressiveness. Since the girls spent most of their time with Rebecca, it was natural that they might start missing their father. And Rebecca thought of Bruno and the complicated relationship he had with her. She had rejected Bruno for most of his childhood. And after her grandma died, she had made the effort to become a mother to Bruno, and it was difficult at first. For a while she fancied that she had ruined the boy when Bruno suffered from bulimia as a teenager, and after paying for therapy, the boy straightened himself out, and he went to college football. He graduated as a lawyer, and he owned a small apartment, and Rebecca thought she had succeeded, and she thought that her brother had finally accepted her as his sister. And this summer something changed, and if Karina wasn't the one responsible for the change, then who was it? An eerie silence soon followed with neither Karina nor Rebecca saying anything. I gotta go to work. Talk to you later, Rebecca, said Karina before hanging up the cell phone. Karina breathed a sigh of relief as soon as the conversation ended, and she concluded her breakfast before driving to work. And it was an uneventful day, the types of slow days that give you too much time to think, and she almost wished for a catastrophe that would allow her to forget her relationship problems. And when she made it to her car, she sat there for half an hour. She didn't want to deal with an emotional distant boyfriend. Maybe it was too soon for us to move in together, said Karina, pouting. And after meditating her options, she decided to visit Kane, and she needed a friendly ear to vent to. And when she arrived at his house, she found an unfamiliar van parked outside. She entered using her key, and in the living room she saw Kane, her ex-boyfriend Malik, and Malik's little sister Ariel playing Super Smash Bros. Melee on the GameCube. Welcome, Karina, said Kane, not bothering to greet her. There is room for one more, said Ariel, raising the Force controller. Karina wasn't much of a gamer, and given the option, she would like to do literally anything else. And since her misery desired company, she sat down to play. And after looking at the roster of characters, she chose to play as Kirby. She was familiar with his movesets, and she had played the original Smash Bros. And with Kane when he first came out, and much to Malik's surprise, Karina gave him a royal beating while playing as Kirby. And she had underestimated her big mistake. And since she was doing well, she quickly got lost in the game, and after playing for 2 hours, she had completely forgotten that Bruno even existed. All that mattered was winning the game, and the fans were taken out of their gaming trance when they were summoned to the table to eat pizza. How are things going with Bruno? Asked Ariel in full gossip mode. The last time we spoke, he said he hadn't been happy in a long time, said Karina, sighing. It doesn't surprise me, said Malik, and you tend to fall short when dealing with adversity. I am not a mind reader, Malik, barked Karina, realizing what Malik was alluding to. And if Bruno doesn't tell me what I did wrong, how am I supposed to remedy the situation? If he hadn't told you what you did wrong, then your mistake must be a pretty obvious one, guessed Ariel. And when was the last time that Bruno seemed to be happy with you? He changed when Rodrigo woke him up by putting a stupid camera close to his face, and he cried saying that he didn't have anyone and nobody. And ever since then he has been reading the stupid comic book every minute and every second, said Karina. I think you need to look further back, said Kane. And Bruno's not unreasonable. It doesn't make sense for him to be angry at you over something that your cousin did. Karina strained her memory, and she was the type of person who remembered what others did, but not what she did to others. And it was then when she remembered scolding Bruno for how he behaved in front of his sister. And Bruno had gone to bed angry after promising to hold his tongue in the presence of his nieces, and she had spoken to him like he was a child, and ever since then he had become distant. I scolded him, said Karina, and I told him to be nice to his sister in front of his nieces, and he promised to behave before going to bed angry. And I thought we had punched things through, but apparently he's still angry. You messed up big time, Karina, said Ariel, laughing. And what you did is as pointless as telling my parents to not shout at each other in front of my sister, said Malik. Yelling is just how some people communicate, yelled Ariel. Bruno wasn't yelling per se, but he was talking down to his sister, and that is very disrespectful, said Karina. You need to remember that Rebecca wasn't there for Bruno's first 12 years of his life, And for Bruno, Rebecca is just a stranger that happens to be related to him by blood, said Cain. Is that what he said to you, Cain? Asked Karina. And does Bruno bend to you often? Not often, but sometimes, said Cain. And plus, Rebecca's idea of being for Bruno is to criticize every aspect of his life, from his ways to his stand-up career, to his apartment and his dopey girlfriend, especially his dopey girlfriend. Dopey, repeated Karina, offended by the insult. That is what Rebecca calls you when you're not around, said Cain. Or so Bruno claims. I think I get it now. Bruno tells you everything that he's not brave enough to say to my face, knowing full well that you're just going to echo to me everything he tells you, said Karina thoughtfully. You're not the easiest person to speak to, said Mary. It doesn't surprise me that he's using such a circuitous method to get through to you. Karina sighed with frustration, and she had another slice of pizza to build up courage. And once she had stopped herself enough, she felt that she had abused Cain's hospitality enough. She couldn't continue to avoid Bruno forever. Bye-bye and God bless. 4, Chapter 12, 6 of Swords. When she arrived home, she found Bruno playing chess with Rodrigo. And from time to time, Bruno would yawn in spite of himself. He was bored, but he didn't want his friend to see that the kind gesture wasn't appreciated. I am sorry for acting like a child, said Bruno. Don't worry about it, said Karina, smiling gleefully. She was overjoyed at not having to face the consequences of his thoughtless words. Though I still don't understand why you were angry at me in the first place. Was it because I told you to be nice to your sister in front of your nieces? Oh, that. Rebecca is not important. As long as she is out of sight, she is out of mind, said Bruno, stating a fact. And he thought you had no idea how exhausting it is having to wear this mask. And he added after a long pause, I bought us plane tickets, and I thought that it would be nice to go on vacation somewhere for the holidays. I pitched the idea to Rodrigo, and he suggested that we visit Cartagena, Colombia. I had never been out of the country, and now it's a good reason as any to travel abroad, don't you think? I wish you would have asked me first before getting the plane tickets. And I haven't been working at my new job for very long, and I do not know how many vacation days I have accumulated, said Karina. When I said that I bought plane tickets, I meant in a metaphorical sense, said Bruno. And he thought, I am not stupid, Rebecca, I mean Karina. Karina noticed an immediate change in Bruno's mood, and he picked up a chess piece before making his way to his bedroom. God, he's probably still on his period, and it will pass, said Rodrigo jokingly. And then turning more seriously, he said, Bruno only gets like that when he feels that you're treating him like an idiot. It insults his superior intellect when you talk down to him. I wasn't talking down to him, barked Karina. I was merely stating a fact. Sheesh. Karina went to the bedroom and she showered before changing into her pajamas, and when she left the bathroom, she found Bruno lying on the bed while looking at his grandmother's ring. And at that very moment, he was fighting the urge to throw his entire relationship out the window, and his meditation was interrupted by a warm body sitting beside him. Bruno, does your sister really have such a strong psychological hold over you? And are you truly not able to control yourself in her presence? Is the mere mention of her name all it takes for you to come undone? Asked Karina, putting on her psychological hat. Rebecca paid my last girlfriend to go away, and she would have paid you to go away as well, but she cannot afford you, Karina. And just because her husband left her, now she wants me to be as miserable and alone as she is. And if you doubt me, I can investigate Tanya Lancaster's finances, said Bruno, writing Tanya's information on a piece of paper. You don't need to prove to me that you are telling me the truth. I believe you, said Karina. And that sounded like something Rebecca might actually do. And she added, was Tanya my predecessor? She was, said Bruno, sitting up, and his mouth seemed seeing that he had his sister in check. But Rebecca didn't know it yet. Did you love her? Asked Karina. I love her as much as I love you, said Bruno, giving a sardonic smile. Not a lot, I wager, said Karina, coiling her hair around her index finger. You can love someone and not always get along. I had bad days with my grandma as well, and oftentimes I would throw tantrums whenever she so much as hinted at the possibility of leaving me over the weekends with a mother that treated me like furniture, said Bruno. I get it, Bruno, said Karina, trying to empathize with Bruno. No, you don't get it, Karina, said Bruno, finally dropping his mask. You have your mother, you have aunts, cousins, nieces, and friends. You grew up surrounded by people who loved and supported you, while I only had my grandma. And when she died, I lived in a loveless household, and only Rebecca bothered to feed me and take me to school because Grandma made her promise to look after me, said Bruno. He was about to say more, but he chose to remain silent. He was convinced that Karina was completely incapable of empathizing with him. Karina gave a comforting hug to her boyfriend, and Bruno sighed wearily before closing his eyes. It was then when he became aware of Karina's hands wandering about his muscular arms, and Karina's dexterous fingers swiftly unbuttoned her boyfriend's shirt, and she kissed his neck before her dusty lips kissed lower and lower, and her mouth kissed the most sensitive part of Bruno's flesh, and all intelligent thought escaped his mind, and he no longer thought about his grandmother or his hatred for Rebecca. The only thing that mattered was a singular sensation rising from within his very core. Karina awoke early in the morning, and she found Bruno looking at one of his chess pieces. It was the Black Queen, and he laid it down when he became aware of Karina's inquisitive gaze. I want to put flowers in my grandma's grave, said Bruno, sitting up. Sure, and afterwards we can put flowers in my father's grave, said Karina, jumping out of the bed, and she fancied that she could bond with her boyfriend through their shared misery. My grandma's graveyard is in Missouri, reminded Bruno. Then we better hurry, said Karina, making a small little duffel bag. And how long do you think this trip is going to take? A day, maybe 2? 2 days at the most, said Bruno with a defeated tone in his voice. He fancied that Karina had only asked to come to satisfy her curiosity with regards to the creatures that called themselves his parents. And he fiddled with his grandma's wedding ring, and once again he was fighting the desire to dump Karina. Karina noticed the wedding ring, and she knew that this wedding ring belonged to Bruno's grandmother. If Bruno was wearing it, she fancied that he must be missing her a lot, and Karina got like that sometimes when she was missing her father, and as of lately she would wear his lab coat to go to work. It was a bit for her, but she didn't care. It made her feel that her father was nearby. The pair left for the airport after having a short breakfast, and they were lucky to find a direct flight to Missouri on such short notice. And after a 4-hour flight, they landed in St. Louis. And during the flight, Karina spent it ranting about her father while she pressured Bruno to talk about his grandmother. And once they landed, Bruno went to rent a car. And maybe we should just ask your sister for a ride, asked Karina. I wanted to come and go without having to breathe the same air as Rebecca, said Bruno. And didn't you tell me that Rebecca has spies? She is probably already expecting you at the cemetery, said Karina. Don't even joke about that, Karina, said Bruno, shaking his head sadly. Rebecca is well-to-do, but she isn't a millionaire. She can't afford to hire a professional stalker. What does your sister do as far as money, asked Karina. She rents a few properties, and when the girls are at school, she does real estate. And she also gets alimony from her ex-husband, explained Bruno, and he added sarcastically, I can also tell you what is Rebecca's favorite flower. It is the amaryllis, and she enjoys long walks in the parks. And on the weekend, she hosts a sewing circle, or a gossip circle, as I like to call it. It is rare for them to finish an actual piece. Bruno pouted when he realized that Karina wasn't getting his sarcasm. Karina fancied that Bruno had to like his sisters, and he knew so much about her. Bruno knew so much about his sister because he had good memory. Whatever new piece of information his brain acquired, it stayed, for better or for worse. I was thinking, Karina, if we don't call Rebecca, we can make a little visit a big surprise, said Bruno, giving a sly smile. Karina narrowed her eyes, uncertain about this new angle. Bruno added, by doing a surprise visit, you'll be able to see my family as they truly are, and we won't give them a chance to put on their best face. I suppose it would be better to get to know the real them, said Karina, agreeing with Bruno. Truth be told, Bruno wanted to limit his exposure to Rebecca as much as possible. The pair rented a car, and he chose a scenic route to the cemetery, and along the way they stopped to have lunch at a local Amish restaurant, and Karina had never seen an Amish in the flesh, and she kept staring in spite of herself. The Amish too silently judged Karina. A new face was often cause for concern and curiosity. Bruno was known in Jamesport, and he often stopped by there on his way to visit his grandma's grave. And it was the first time that Bruno had brought a woman home. "Is she your woman?" asked an Amish maiden who was dying to acquire new gossip. "My fiancé," lied Bruno, and he brought out his grandma's wedding ring before adding, "I even have the wedding ring." "Bruno," whispered Karina. "Congratulations," clapped the Amish men who were also eavesdropping. "Why aren't you wearing the wedding ring?" asked the Amish maiden. "Because she wants to meet my family first," lied Bruno. "Smart," said a Mennonite looking up from his cell phone. "When you marry someone, you also marry their entire family. Better to make certain that you harmonize with every member to avoid future problems." "So true," said Bruno, agreeing with the Mennonite. The couple paid for the bill before continuing on the road, and after circling about hundreds of identical-looking farms, Bruno finally felt like visiting his grandma's cemetery. Karina had already asked twice if they were lost, and he couldn't delay his visit any longer. They arrived to the cemetery close to sunset, and the cemetery looked positively ancient. The name on top of the fence had almost rusted away. Karina attempted to decipher the name of the cemetery, and the first letter was either an L or an I or an L. The second letter might be a C or an O. There was a big gap missing, followed by the letter E and ending in the letter I. A cold breeze blew through the cemetery, and Karina shivered from head to toe. And as a resident from the Sunshine State, she wasn't used to the cold weather. She looked for Bruno with her eyes, and he was waiting for her to stop staring at the sign. Karina picked up her pace to walk beside her boyfriend, and Bruno opened his brown trench coat to allow Karina to hide within, and she coiled her freezing arms around his waist, and she drew much comfort from his warmth. As they walked, she gave a cursory glance to the scenery. The cemetery was littered with fallen leaves of the American holly trees, and every so often a gust of wind would kick up the dried leaves. And Bruno eventually stopped in a stoic gravestone, and based on the cross and the Guadalupe emblem, Karina guessed that Grandma Ophelia was Roman Catholic. Bruno cleaned the grave marker of the fallen flowers of pine cones and twigs. He picked up the withered bouquet composed of dry roses, a forget-me-not, tulips, and sunflowers. He frowned when he realized that he had been the only person to visit his grandmother in months. He fiddled with his grandmother's wedding ring, and he didn't feel comfortable speaking with his grandmother with Karina nearby. Karina, getting the hint, walked a few ways away to give her boyfriend the illusion of privacy. He saw her man conversing aloud with a memory of his grandmother, and she was a little peeved at being left out of the conversation. Then again, she had never taken Bruno to meet her father. Karina brought out her cell phone, and she texted her mother to give her a sign of life. And Una breathed a sigh of relief when she got news of that her daughter was alive. Karina took photos of the vicinity, and under the low light of the sinking sun, the graveyard looked positively haunted. "How's Bruno doing?" tested Rodrigo. "He's fine. At least he looks fine for when I'm standing," said Karina, looking at Bruno's back. He had turned in such a way to prevent Karina from looking at his face. He didn't like crying in front of others. Crying was a sign of weakness. Crying was a sign of unmanliness. Crying was something he only felt comfortable doing in front of his grandma. When he was small, Rebecca used to get annoyed whenever little Bruno cried, and she would either scoff or mock whenever Bruno threw a tantrum in his grandmother's general presence. Oftentimes she fancied that he was malingering for attention, and even if he was malingering, Bruno eventually came to the conclusion that his sister was indifferent to his suffering. So when his grandmother died, he never bothered to tell Rebecca about his problems, and Bruno thought of the morning he had cried in front of Karina and Rodrigo, and the two had acknowledged that he was suffering, and they had comforted him without poking fun at his weakness. And by the time he returned to Karina's side, he had made a decision. Alright, that's the end of that chapter, but God bless. Pentacle 4, chapter 13, 5 of Cups. Karina looked up for her cell phone when she felt a warm body standing beside her, and she was expecting Bruno, but she jumped out of her skin when she saw an unfamiliar woman. The woman was wrapped in a leather jacket, and her hair was warm blonde brown, and the hue of it reminded Karina of dried autumn leaves. The maiden was also watching Bruno praying, and she froze on the spot when she saw Bruno approaching. Bruno too stopped when he recognized the woman. It was Patricia, his first girlfriend, Patricia, the first and only woman he had ever fallen in love with, Patricia. The two hadn't seen each other since middle school. Still, that brown blonde hair was unmistakable. And Bruno walked up to Karina and he took her hand before walking away. And he wasn't in the mood to open apples cards, and he started walking fast with Karina struggling to keep up. "What are we running from?" asked Karina. "Ghosts," lied Bruno. "What? Where?" asked Karina, alarmed while looking about. In the darkness, the shadows warped, and since she was already spooked, her fears amplified the fear that the unfamiliar darkness invoked in her. Karina picked up her pace to get out of the spooky cemetery, and with the darkness looming ever closer, she feared that she wasn't going to make it to the safety of the car by nightfall. And she heard behind her the crisp sound of crushed leaves, and there was something or someone following after them, and she wanted to look behind, but she was afraid of whatever was pursuing them. When they arrived to the car, Bruno turned on the ignition key, and due to the lower temperatures, the car stalled. Bruno turned on the key again, and the car refused to turn on. It was almost as if it had comedic timing. Karina narrowed her eyes while she looked into the darkness, and she saw a shade walking towards them, and when the car finally turned on, the lights blinded Patricia, and Bruno turned on the reverse as quickly as his trembling hands could manage before driving away. And as soon as Patricia was out of sight, Bruno breathed in a sigh of relief. "Phew." "Did you see that woman?" asked Karina. "No," lied Bruno, and he added, laughing nervously, "Maybe it was a ghost. Ooh." "Not funny, Bruno," said Karina, shivering from the cold and from the fear. "Come now, Karina. If you did see a woman, it was probably a creature made of flesh and blood. There's no reason to be afraid of the living," said Bruno equanimously. "Yeah, you're right. The woman looked more afraid of us than we of her," said Karina, laughing nervously. And she added, "Do you think she was in trouble?" "I don't know. I didn't see anyone," lied Bruno. "If she was in trouble, she could have cried for help, don't you think?" I guess you're right," said Karina, agreeing with Bruno. The car's headlights didn't do much to pierce through the darkness, and Karina looked to the left, and then she looked to the right and behind. She was surrounded by darkness, and she pondered if Bruno knew the way, and after driving for half an hour, she tentatively dared to ask the obvious question. "Are we lost?" asked Karina. "I know where we're going," yelled Bruno, and checking his temper, he took a deep breath before saying, "Karina, I am sorry. Please, just have a little faith in me." He had taken the same path home hundreds of times. Bruno took a left, and after driving for half a mile, he frowned when he saw a roadblock. A truck had suffered an accident, and he hadn't planned for this eventuality. He doubled back before pausing the car, and he brought into his mind a mental picture of all the alternative paths home. And he began to drive at a snail's pace, and he squinted his eye while he searched for a sign, alarm, or anything to orient himself. And in the end, he stopped at a local gas station. And while Bruno asked for directions, Karina began to regret all of her life's choices. "Are we lost?" asked Karina again. "Unfortunately, yes," said Bruno with a defeated tone in his voice. "But it's fine. The shopkeeper told me where we're at, and I know in which direction we should be going." "I knew we should have rented a car with a GPS," said Karina, folding her arms. "Does being right make you happy?" asked Bruno coldly. "No," said Karina, sinking into her seat. Bruno removed his coat and he placed it over Karina's shoulder, and he said, "If this is stressing you out, just close your eyes, and by the time you wake up, we're going to be in Rebecca's home." Karina closed her eyes, and she decided to have blind faith in her man, and just as she was starting to doze off, the car stopped abruptly, and Bruno, swallowing his pride, called Rebecca to ask her for help. "Rebecca," said Bruno. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" asked Rebecca, waking up. She looked at the clock, and she smiled when she noticed that it was only 8, and she had apparently fallen asleep while watching a kids' movie. "Rebecca, I am lost, and this place changed a lot over the last 6 months. And can you find me? Your car still has a GPS," asked Bruno. "You are here?" asked Rebecca, sitting up. "You are here." "Surprise!" said Bruno, laughing nervously. "Do you see a street? Do you see any landmarks?" asked Rebecca, getting her car keys. Bruno drove a bit before saying, "I see we are currently in Church Street by Jeanette Avenue." Rebecca said to her daughters, "Uncle Bruno's coming over for a visit, but he got lost. Can you watch your sister for half an hour, Olivia?" "Okay," said Olivia. "Just sit there watching the movie. Do not move anything, do not touch anything, all right, baby?" said Rebecca before departing. Rebecca punched in the information on her GPS, and she was relieved to see that Bruno was only a quarter-mile away. And she found his car parked on the side of the road where the headlights were blinking. And Bruno sighed with relief when he saw his sister's car, and he followed after her, and Karina sat up in order to take in the scenery, and try as she might, she couldn't see anything, and after 10 minutes it felt like an eternity. She saw a light over the horizon. That's a good place to leave it. Bye-bye and God bless. Now verse Pentacle 4, chapter 14, 2 of Pentacles. Rebecca turned into her driveway, and there was an orange lantern on top of her mailbox. The automatic gate slowly opened, and slowly more automated lights turned on, the closer Rebecca got to her manor. The place she called home was a yellow storybook ranch house. The front garden was littered with roses, though they were hibernating due to the cold. Rebecca parked before coming over to speak with her brother. Bruno was the one to descend the car first. "Let me guess, the slug finally cheated on you, so you came home to have me lick your wounds," said Rebecca sarcastically. "The slug is right here," said Karina, stepping out of the car. "But it's nice to know that you have such high opinion of me, Rebecca." "Karina, I didn't see you there," said Rebecca, laughing nervously. She hadn't noticed that Karina, who was partially obscured by Bruno's trench coat. Karina said nothing, and she put herself into Rebecca's house to get away from the cold, and she naturally gravitated towards the warm fireplace. Olivia jumped out of her seat, ran to the door to greet her uncle, and Becky didn't bother to leave the couch. She was far too enthralled in the Black Cauldron movie she was watching. Bruno picked up his knees to be at eye level with the girl, and she slathered his face with kisses, and he kissed her once on the cheek before sitting down in the couch with the girl. "Uncle Bruno," said Olivia, shaking Bruno's cuff, "and thank God you're here. I need you to help me with my homework." "Oh, for the love of God, Olivia, didn't you finish your homework already?" asked Rebecca, rubbing her temple. I finished just enough to get a passing grade, but if I want an A, I need help," said Olivia. "Bring me your homework, Olivia," said Bruno, equanimous. Olivia ran to her room to bring her math homework, and Rebecca opened her mouth to protest, but she decided not to. She was just as happy with her brother's surprise visit. Karina rubbed her frozen lips, and she smiled warmly, seeing Bruno helping Olivia with her homework. And while the homework was being made, Rebecca went to the kitchen to make snacks for the visitors. "Here, I made you some hot cocoa," said Rebecca, coming over with a cup and a tiny bag of tiny marshmallows. And she handed a cup to her brother as well. "This certainly made them small here," said Karina, picking up a nail-long marshmallow. And she dropped a couple into her drink before taking a sip. And she sighed with relief as the drink quickly invigorated her frozen limbs. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" asked Rebecca. "We came to put flowers in Grandma's graveyard," said Bruno. "Our plane doesn't leave till tomorrow, so we figured we might as well spend the night with you, Rebecca, if you don't mind." "I don't mind at all," said Rebecca. "Mi casa, su casa," said Becky. "I was thinking," said Rebecca. "You were? Now that is a first," said Olivia before snickering. "Olivia, respect your mother," said Karina mechanically. "You are not my mother," barked Olivia, throwing a pillow at Karina. Karina keenly dodged it. As a result, the pillow fell into the fireplace. And Becky, whining, said, "Sis, what did you do? That was my favorite couch pillow." "You see, this is why I never buy you nice things," said Rebecca, rolling her eyes. Karina got the iron poke to kindle the flames, and slowly the little pink pillow was consumed until it turned into a pile of ashes. "You had to forgive Karina. In her household, child rearing is a community effort," explained Bruno. "I don't get it," said Olivia. Bruno tried again, and this time he used concepts that he fancied that Olivia could understand. He said, "When Karina was your age, it was normal for her to be mothered by every adult in the household." "You got bossed around by everyone," asked Becky. "Yes," said Karina. "My Aunt Barbara was a firm believer that it takes a village to raise a child, and as the oldest family member, she has the right to boss about her sisters and their children." "And why aren't your grandparents in charge?" asked Rebecca. "They aren't in charge because they drowned, and my family came to this country by boat, but the boat got a leak, so Barbara swam the rest of the way with her two little sisters," explained Karina. "Wow, with a story like that, it doesn't surprise me that your family is so tight," said Rebecca. "Yep. Bruno went through an extensive audition process to be allowed to breathe the same air as me, explained Karina. Do you have grandfathers from your father's side? Asked Rebecca, and she already knew the answer, but she was pretending not to know to mask the fact that she had done an extensive background check on Karina. Nah, he was a foster child that was adopted by an elderly couple. They croaked when I was 2, so I don't remember anything about them, said Karina nonchalantly. I do have a grand-uncle and a grand-aunt, but they are too senile to have their work heavy anyway, so that is why Auntie Barbara is the one in charge. And who's in charge of your family, Becky? Mom is the one who tells us what to do, said Becky. Not even that has the courage to contradict anything that Mom says, said Olivia. And what are you going to do for the holidays? Asked Rebecca. I don't know, we haven't decided. Bruno wanted to go out of the country, but I thought I accumulated enough hours for a long trip, said Karina. Our vacation need not last 2 weeks. A short trip will do just fine. And we're going on a short trip ourselves, said Rebecca. Daddy's taking us skiing, said Olivia. That sounds fun, said Karina. I never gone skiing. You don't know what you're missing, Karina, said Bruno, smiling warmly. The party continued to make small talk about the snow, and around 9 the girls went to bed. And now there was nobody left to force the adults to be civil to one another, and Bruno sighed wearily before rubbing his eyes. I'm sleeping in the living room, FYI, said Karina, and she wanted to be as close to the harp chimney as possible. Suit yourself, said Bruno. And do you want to see Bruno's room? Asked Rebecca. Sure, why not? It's not as if I have anything better to do, said Karina, leaving the couch. Bruno followed along as well, and he wanted to jump into bed as quickly as possible to get past the bad moment. The room was stoic, and there was a twin bed with a wide bed cover and 4 pillows, a lamp, a bookshelf, a chest by the window, a writing table with a laptop, and a small closet. Back when Bruno was small, it was littered with posters, toys, books, and other children's things. When he decided to reinvent himself, he got rid of anything that gave hints to the inner workings of his mind. Karina shivered as the cold seeped through the window. She started to doubt if they were going to be able to fly back to Florida tomorrow, and she heard a distinct clinking sound by the window, and she looked at the window to see, expecting to see snow, and she was a little disappointed to see hail instead. It still isn't cold enough for snow, said Bruno, guessing what Karina was thinking. Snow is overrated. It is more of a hassle than a treat, said Rebecca, thinking of the very real possibility of having to shovel snow tomorrow. I'm sorry for calling you a slut, Karina. It takes one to know one, joked Karina. Bruno laughed heartily, seeing Rebecca's face all flustered, and then he said, Come now, sister, there's nothing wrong with being a slut. I was a bit of a slut myself before I settled for Karina. I settled for you as well, asshole, by Karina, folding her arms. So you feel nothing for one another, said Rebecca sadly. And why stay together? I may feel nothing for Bruno at the moment, and oftentimes he frustrates me, but on average, I fancy that I could spend the rest of my life putting up with his eccentricities. If that isn't love, then I do not know what it is, explained Karina, being brutally honest. Let's put a ring on that sentiment, said Bruno, bringing out his grandma's wedding ring from his pocket, and he kneeled down before saying, With your permission, sister, I want Karina to make me an honest man. If I forbid it, will I be able to stop you from making a terrible mistake, said Rebecca, clenching her fist in impotent fury. Relax, Rebecca, he's only teasing you. Bruno isn't allowed to give a ring to a person he doesn't truly love, said Karina, rejecting the marriage proposal. If Bruno was going to propose, it shouldn't be just to get a rise out of his sister. An awkward silence soon followed, and Bruno coughed nervously before getting a towel, and he locked himself in the bathroom while he pretended to be doing his business. And Karina was left alone with a woman that was now openly hostile to her. Karina went to the living room to watch a movie with the volume off, and while she texted her friends, and she eventually got a text message from Oberon. What do you think? Asked Oberon, sending a picture of his sausage. The picture was indeed a photograph of his late-night snack, and due to his muscle mass, he required a healthy diet. That's cute, giggled Karina. Is it bigger than Bruno's? Tested Oberon. A little, said Karina. How little? Tested Oberon. Just an inch shorter, tested Karina before yawning, and Oberon took a bite from his sausage before sending a new photograph of it. Karina yawned again before testing. What type of shoe size do you wear? Size 12, tested Oberon, and then he sent a photograph of his shoe as proof. That is a pretty big for someone of your height, started texting Karina before changing her mind, and she sent a smiley face instead. Her smile immediately faded away when she noticed Rebecca looking over her shoulder, and Karina opened her mouth to explain herself, but she chose not to. The thought of making peace with Rebecca had officially left her mind the moment that woman called her a slut. Rebecca mechanically handed Karina a pillow and a warm blanket, and Rebecca returned to her bedroom, and she took a pill in order to help her sleep, and she was weary of dealing with Karina. If Karina was in love with Bruno, she didn't show it, and why had she chosen to sleep away from Bruno, and their relationship had to be near its breaking point. As she was falling asleep, Rebecca pondered on the possible replacement for Karina, and try as she might, Rebecca had never figured out what was her brother's type, and she had fancied that Bruno only rejected those maidens because she had introduced them. And when sleep overtook her, Rebecca had come to the conclusion that her brother was a stupid man, a very, very stupid man. Karina got bored of talking in innuendo with Oberon for half an hour, and she eventually settled down to fall asleep. And she opened her duffel bag to change into her pajamas, and she went to the kitchen to wash her mouth. And the water that came out of the faucet was icy cold. And Karina also washed her face before refreshing her undercarriage with a moist paper towel. And even if she wasn't going to shower, she liked to keep it fresh and clean. She returned to the sofa to watch the fire crackle, and the burning wood smoke was suddenly relaxing, and little by little sleep overtook her, but not for very long. Due to the stress of the visit, she suffered another night terror, and she dreamed that she was swimming in the open ocean in the middle of the night, and she could just see the city lights over the horizon, and she only needed to swim a few miles before reaching dry land, and the problem was that there was something heavy weighing her down, and when she turned around, she saw that she was carrying Bruno, and she shook him by the shoulders to force him to wake up. "Bruno, I am sinking. I need you to paddle as well," said Karina. "What's the point of paddling? We're both going to sink in the end," said Bruno. "Bruno, you can't sink like that. Look, I see the lights over the horizon," said Karina, pointing towards the city in the distance. Karina continued to swim, but she eventually lost her strength, and the dead weight called Bruno started pushing her down, and Karina saw clearly beneath the waves, and this was unusual since she didn't have goggles. Then again, the dream world doesn't follow normal logic, and Karina saw beneath the water millions of bloated corpses, and she struggled to rise to the surface, but try as she might, she couldn't swim upwards. And Karina started to drown inside her nightmare, and the realistic drowning sensation caused her to thrash and gag in the real world. And Bruno sprang from his bed when he heard Karina yelling, and Becky too awoke, since they were not used to hearing people yelling in the middle of the night. "Wake up, Karina," said Bruno. "Bruno," said Karina, waking up, and she clung to Bruno like he was a life raft. Not rat. "Oh God, it was awful. Do you want me to keep you company until you fall asleep?" asked Bruno, petting Karina's hair benevolently. "I'm sorry, you must be getting pretty tired of me," said Karina apologetically. "And why are you yawning?" asked Becky. "Karina had a nightmare. Go back to sleep, Becky," said Bruno, coming over to his knees. "I can't sleep now 'cause I'm scared," lied Becky. "And can you read me a bedtime story?" "Just a short one," said Bruno, getting up from the floor. He brought the storybook to the living room, and like that he could keep Karina company while lowering his knees to sleep. And Becky nestled between Bruno's crossed legs in order to look at the book, and Karina changed position to also look at the book just over Bruno's shoulder. Bruno recited in a hushed whisper. Dorothy lived in the midst of a great Kansas prairie. It didn't take long for both maidens to fall asleep, and Bruno carried the doorman Becky back to her room, and after tucking her in, he returned to the living room, and he sat down on the floor to be at eye level with the doorman Karina, and he absentmindedly petted her hair while he meditated on their relationship. And Bruno was so abstracted in his thoughts that he didn't notice Rebecca silently watching him, and from her vantage point, Rebecca could only see her brother's back and his hand petting Karina's hair. And Rebecca sighed wearily while she fancied that her brother was in love with the slut. And Rebecca decided to shelve her initial impression of Karina. Just because Karina had a checkered past didn't mean that she was incapable of committing. After all, Karina's first relationship had lasted a couple of years, and if she had no intention of committing with Bruno, she wouldn't have asked him to move in with her. The following morning, Karina awoke extremely refreshed, and she smiled when she noticed Bruno sleeping uncomfortably beside her on the floor. And she gently lifted his head to place a pillow underneath, and she also covered him with her blanket. And when she looked out the window, she smiled when she saw the snow, and this was the first time that Karina had ever seen snow, and following her first instinct, she opened the door, and as soon as she did, the alarm went off, and this awoke everyone in the household. Rebecca, leaving the bed, punching the password and frowning, she said, "Leaving so soon?" "I'm sorry," giggled Karina, "and I saw the snow and I wanted to go touch it." "In that get-up," asked Rebecca, pointing at Karina's red silk chemise. "It's your funeral." "I said I was sorry," repeated Karina. "At what time does your plane leave?" asked Rebecca. "In about 6 hours," said Karina, looking at a photo of the plane tickets in her cell phone. "That only leaves you 2 hours to fool around," said Rebecca, "and you better get ready." Karina went to the bathroom to shower, and she screeched when the icy cold water struck her back, and she left the shower to wait for the water to heat up, and while waiting she washed her mouth, and she did her business. And she returned to shower again, and the water was still cold but not freezing. She didn't bother to wash her hair to err on the side of caution, and after a quick cat bath, she awoke Bruno to having showered. Karina ate the breakfast that was placed before her, and just used standard eggs, sausage, and sweet potatoes. And once she was fed and bundled up, she dared to go outside to look at the snow. And the first thing that happened was that she slipped and fell as soon as she took a couple of steps outside, and she moaned like a wounded animal until Rebecca went to assist her. "The first step is a little tricky," said Rebecca, and she handed Karina a shovel. "Here, we need to clean the driveway if you want to make it to the airport on time." "But I just ate," protested Karina. "So did I, and you don't hear me complaining," said Rebecca as she started to shovel the snow. And this had become her life after her divorce, and with her husband gone, it fell on her to clean the driveway every time it snowed. And the two women toiled for half an hour, and Karina sweated so much that she pondered why she had bothered to shower in the first place. And Bruno eventually came outside to take over shoveling duties, and he cleaned in 5 minutes what had taken the woman half an hour to shovel. "Are you leaving now, Uncle Bruno?" asked Olivia, coming out. "I can stay for another hour and still make it on time," said Bruno, looking at his watch. "You will be cutting in a little too close for comfort," said Rebecca, "and I'd rather you leave now than for you to drive recklessly." "No, stay with me," begged Olivia, holding on to Bruno's hand. "Please, please don't go." "I will stay for half an hour," said Bruno, returning to the house. Olivia ran to her bedroom and she brought out her homework, and Rebecca rolled her eyes when she realized that the true reason why Olivia wanted her uncle to stay. And at times like this, Rebecca pondered if her daughters really loved their uncle. And while Olivia was busy, Becky went to the yard to play on the snow, and Rebecca watched her daughter from the comfort of her porch. And aboard, Karina decided to assist in the making of a snowman. Bye-bye. Bye-bye and God bless. Or chapter 15:15, 9 of Pentacles. "You have to roll the snowman until it gets bigger," explained Becky, rolling her snowball. "Am I doing it right?" asked Karina, attempting to mimic Becky. "No, you're not doing it right," said Becky, coming over. "You are pushing it too hard, slow and steady, and watch me do it, round and round and round your boat, gently down the stream." "Merrily, merrily, merrily," echoed Karina. And after 10 minutes they had the body, the head, and the torso. Karina struggled to lift the torso ball, and Rebecca left her rocking chair in order to assist Karina. And with the snowman's body completed, all that were missing was the decorations. "This twig looks like a good arm," said Karina, lifting up a thin, fallen branch. "That is too skinny. Find something bigger and fatter," said Becky. "Something like this," asked Karina, lifting up Rebecca's arm. Becky laughed heartily at the cruel joke made at her mother's expense, and Rebecca sighed wearily while she kept her temper in check. And after all, she used to poke fun at Bruno's weight when he was small, and she felt that Karina was her bad karma catching up with her. Karina started laughing before saying, "But enough seriously, Becky. It isn't nice to poke fun at someone's weight." "Why?" asked Becky. "Because some people do not have a sense of humor," said Karina. "What is a sense of humor?" asked Becky. "It means that you understand that jokes are jokes," said Karina. "And what am I allowed to joke about?" asked Becky while looking at different branches. "You can joke about animals. Animals don't speak human, so they don't take offense. I mean, they don't get angry if you joke about them. You can also make fun of movies, and you can also joke about the weather," ranted Karina. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Karina proudly presented her snowman to Bruno, and the two took a selfie with the snowman, and Rebecca also took a family photo of the five of them posing with the snowman. And this marked the end of our couple's short visit to Rebecca's house, and Karina felt a little relieved to have avoided seeing Bruno's parents, and if Rebecca was this awful, she imagined that the creatures that spawned her could be much, much worse. Bruno drove slowly and carefully to the airport, and due to the snow he wasn't too keen on crashing the car. And in the morning the farmlands covered in snow looked majestic, and Herman was such a beautiful place to live, but only in the morning. And we should take a vacation, even if it isn't very long, said Karina, remembering the trip. She was itching to make Samantha to deal with the monotony of the trip, and the novelty called snow was quickly passing. You shouldn't assume that you won't be allowed to go on a long vacation, said Bruno. You're right, I lose nothing by asking my manager for more vacation days, and I might even cash in my few sick days, said Karina. And have you ever been to Cartagena? No, but my grandma's from there, and I was always curious about visiting the place, said Bruno. Though the opportunity to travel never arose, and I was busy with schoolwork, and when my parents traveled, they always left me behind with Rebecca. And did Rebecca bother to take you anywhere, asked Karina? To the cemetery, to school, to the log gym, to the library, to the church, to the museum, to her sewing circle, and that's it, explained Bruno. And your grandma, did she take you anywhere, asked Karina? No, we didn't travel far from home, and the farthest we ever went was to the farmer's market to purchase Amish sweets, said Bruno, smiling warmly, and we would talk about snacks before flying back. The couple made a quick stop at the Amish market, and they overstuffed the duffel bag with solid foods. And it was a pity that they were only able to take a couple of ounces of honey due to the TSA limitations. And the flight back to Miami was uneventful, and as soon as Karina entered her house, she gravitated towards her bed, and she was tired from shoveling snow and lifting up giant snowballs, and she needed her beauty sleep, and tomorrow was a Monday. Karina had another restless night, and she didn't suffer a night terror, but it wasn't a pleasant dream either. She was in the hospital waiting room, and she didn't know what she was waiting for. She wasn't certain if she was a patient, a doctor, or a visitor. She saw a familiar doctor passing by, and she rose from her seat in order to follow him, and she needed to confirm his identity. She opened her mouth to say the word father, and alas, no sound escaped her lips, and the doctor turned around, and he kneeled down to be at eye level with Karina. And Karina smiled when she recognized her father, Juan Carlos, and she lied dreaming about her dead father. I want you to meet a very special patient of mine, said Juan Carlos. And why is he your patient, Daddy? Asked Karina, taking her father's hand. Her hand was small and puny in comparison to the hand of the father that towered over her. Is he sick? A little, said Juan Carlos, stopping on the floor in the front of the door. So be nice. And when Juan Carlos opened the door, Karina was surprised to see a man with a bird's head. At first she thought it was a mask, and after drawing closer she realized that the bird face wasn't a mask. His head was like a falcon. Merlin. His head is like a Merlin falcon. And they are pretty common in the Northern Hemisphere, explained Juan Carlos. I do not know if this specimen needs a vet or a doctor, but I am going to try my best to heal him. What is wrong with him, Daddy? Asked Karina, hiding behind her father. And why does he have a bird head? Horace was born that way, and it isn't his fault that his head is not like yours or mine, explained Juan Carlos, petting his patient's head. Can he talk? Asked Karina. Yes, said Juan Carlos. Do you want to talk today, Horace? There is no point in talking to a person who doesn't believe a word I say, spoke Horace. If you could just give me a proof, anything, any proof, anything, and I want to believe you, Horace, I really do, but you haven't done a single thing that is remotely magical, and prove to me that you are a magic user, and I will personally discharge you, insisted Juan Carlos in the dream world. Horace left the bed, and he made his way towards the bathroom, and Karina and her father followed behind the odd bird, and the man called Horace said, I will now enter this mirror. Horace pressed his hands into the mirror, and when he didn't face to the mirror, Horace started bashing his head against the glass in frustration. Dad, do something, yelled Karina. He has done this before, and just watch, Karina. He's going to do it this time, said Juan Carlos excitedly. And Horace continued to bash his head against the mirror as it got more and more bloody, and soon his skull was exposed, and then his brain. And Horace smashed his face against the mirror until there wasn't a head left. The headless body returned to the bed to rest, and he was weary from the effort. And at this point, Karina realized that this was a dream, and the more convinced she was of the fact, the stronger her hold on became to the waking world. And she forced her eyes open, and she found a man sitting by her dollhouse, and in the darkness she could only make out his silhouette. And with a trembling hand she reached for the light, and when she turned on the light there was nobody there. At first, Karina fancied that she had experienced something supernatural, and once her brain finished turning on, she remembered reading about hypnopompic hallucinations. And these hallucinations happen while a person is waking, and they make see and hear things that are naturally there, and they act like an extension of the dream world. And jet lag is a possible cause for such hallucinations, and the more she re-rationalized it, the less fearful she felt. She turned around to watch her boyfriend sleep, and how she envied the fact that he could sleep so peacefully, and it wasn't as if he had experienced a carefree life, and yet despite all adversities, there he was, sleeping like a log, with his mouth open. Karina watched Bruno sleep for a bit, and Bruno turned in his sleep, and due to Karina's proximity, his hand extended to draw her into his embrace. And Karina liked Bruno the most when he was sleeping, and she found it endearing that he would draw her closer whenever she was nearby, and his body drew comfort from her warmth. It didn't take long for Karina to fall asleep now that she felt safe inside her man's strong arms. And the following morning came, and like every morning, they showered, got dressed, and then they ate breakfast, and they went to work, and Bruno was a lot more talkative during breakfast. And Karina felt this was a good thing, and she arrived at work right on time, not a minute early or later. And during lunch, she worked up the courage to ask for more vacation days. I am sorry, Karina, but you have only been working with us for 5 months, and you haven't accumulated. I'm just messing with you, Karina. How many days do you want to take? A week? A month? A year? Asked Lysandra, laughing. Karina couldn't tell if Lysandra was speaking in earnest or if she was jesting. Karina lowered her gaze and said, well, I do most of the work around here, while you just put your signature to everything without speaking to any of our patients. So I feel that I have earned the right to. You are fired, Karina, said Lysandra coldly. I am, asked Karina, turning as pale as a sheet. That is what I would say if we were not such good friends. Don't let this be the first and the last time you dare implying that I do nothing while taking all of the credit for your work. Capiche? Asked Lysandra, placing her hand on Karina's shoulder. Capiche, said Karina meekly. I can give you 7 days, said Lysandra, and you can take them whenever you want them, and before the year is up. I can work with a week, said Karina, smiling warmly. You misunderstand, Karina. I am giving you 7 days. And let's say that you use the first 2 days before Christmas. FYI, I always give Christmas and Christmas Eve to all of my subordinates, explained Lysandra writing on the chalkboard. And then you use the other 5 in the following week. And the New Year is a holiday. And are you following so far, Karina? And this gives you a grand total of 15 vacation days. Karina looked at the calendar, and she was delighted to notice that with only 7 days vacation, she was going to be able to take a two-week vacation. She got her hours approved, and she called Bruno to inform him of the days that they were going to have available for their vacation. And Bruno secured things on his end, and he rushed to settle his pending case outside of court. And since his client didn't get yelled at, he didn't feel guilty about rushing that sordid affair. And with that problem out of the way, Bruno bought the plane tickets, and he set about making reservations. And while negotiating, the travel agent conned him into forming a big travel group in exchange of a discount. And by the time Karina arrived home, everyone in the household had subscribed to the idea of going to Cartagena in order to get the promised 10% discount on the hotel. And that evening, Karina went with her boyfriend to the mall to shop for vacation clothing. And Bruno didn't see the logic behind getting new clothing just to go on a short trip. And they had more than enough garments back home. Regardless, he wasn't the type to argue with Karina's logic or lack thereof. And while browsing for pajamas, Karina noticed that her boyfriend was sporting his grandma's wedding ring on his pinky. You need to be careful with that. You don't want it to get lost, said Karina, pointing at the wedding ring. It is a bit loose, said Bruno, looking at the ring, but it is too tight for me to wear in my ring finger. And why do you wear it? Asked Karina. For the same reason you lug Nana around anywhere with you, said Bruno, being evasive. I don't always talk to Nana when I'm alone, said Karina. That wasn't what I was implying, nor do I find anything wrong with you talking to Nana, even when we're together. You do you, Karina, he said, raising his thumb. You have my support. Now I feel silly, said Karina, giggling, and she brought out her little Nana plushie, and she said to her doll, I had a very weird dream last night. You should ask Irina about it, suggested Nana, and you should take Bruno as well. Bruno regretted telling Karina to speak to Nana, and he wasn't too keen on speaking with a psychic, and dreams were just dreams, and there was no truth to be found in the dream world. This is at least what Bruno thought, though he did like dreaming. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 16, 1-6, the Fool. His dream world was a welcome diversion from the tribulations he faced in the waking world, and one could almost say that he preferred the dream world to the real world, and this was merely a testament to how well he slept since he rarely experienced nightmares. Karina called Irina, and she was in luck. Irina was also in the dolphin mode with her grandchildren, and the party met up at the Dave & Buster, and while the children played, Karina told Irina about the weird dream she had last night. I get why I dreamt of a man with a bird head. The god Horus has the body of a man and the head of a bird, and one of my father's patients was named Horus, so my head works since to create that bizarre dream. What I don't get is the magic bit, said Karina. Dreaming about hospitals is a good thing. A past trauma is quickly being healed. And since you saw a doctor and this doctor happened to be your father, the healing is happening through his intervention, said Irina after digesting the dream. As we grow older, we gain new understanding of the past, and this new understanding is going to paint a past incident in a new positive light. And the bird, what does the birdman mean? asked Karina. The god Horus is a protector and a healer, and his presence also reinforces the overall message of your dream, said Irina. He is the sky, his left eye is the moon, and his right eye the sun. And we are also drawing close to the winter solstice. And Horus is said to have defeated his mortal enemy around this time. And what does it have to do with anything? asked Bruno, who was bored beyond tears. I thought you would have appreciated this factoid. Horus is also the god of truth. A truth about your past is going to heal your trauma, and that is the overall message of the dream, said Irina. And the birdman smashing his head against the mirror, asked Bruno. Surely an act of self-harm does not imply healing. The act of breaking a mirror means that you have the bad habits that are harmful to you, and by breaking this mirror you are discarding the negative aspects of yourself. It is all part of the healing process, like cutting off a putrefying limb to keep the rest of the body from rotting away, explained Irina. Bruno's lips curled as a sign of irritation. Irina always had a clever answer to any question, and he had never seen the woman fluster or hesitate. How he envied her self-confidence. Irina extended her hand, and Karina, taking the hint, paid the woman for her patience. Irina looked at Bruno with her keen blue eyes, and Bruno avoided her piercing gaze. Do you want a psychic reading, Bruno? asked Irina, and she didn't more spending money for her grandchildren. I don't need to know my fate because I create my own future, said Bruno, and every step I take is designed towards making my future into a reality. Irina laughed heartily before saying, I had a dream once, a very nice dream I might add, and then Fidel Castro happened. People like you and I may think we have a firm grasp on what is to come, but at the end of the day, we're just ants trying to predict the movement of giants and to avoid being stepped upon. One day I will become a giant, said Bruno, alluding to his dream of becoming president of the United States, and I refuse to spend the rest of my life being stepped on by others. There is always going to be someone bigger than you, Bruno, said Irina. Come now, Grandma, there's no need to burst a man's bubble, said Lucero, and if you give me a 20, I will tell you what steps you need to take to become the President of the United States. Bruno's initial surprise passed when he realized that Karina had told Irina about his lofty ambitions, and there was also the possibility that Irina discussed her clients with her grandchildren, and even if she didn't, the walls in her apartment were paper thin, and one didn't need to try hard to eavesdrop. And Bruno gave Lucero $100 for the girl to keep her unsolicited advices to herself, and Lucero smiled thinly. Everything had gone according to her plans. The couple went home after the little shopping trip, and Karina watched a telenovela where Bruno read a new comic book he had borrowed from Kane. And from time to time he would look at the telenovela from the corner of his eyes, just enough to get the gist of it in order to be able to discuss the plot with Karina, and then he didn't want her to feel that he wasn't interested in her interest. At the bedtime, the two rolled around the hay before going to sleep. Everything was as it should be. The word days passed in the blink of an eye, and the following day Karina was going to be flying to the Cartagena with Bruno, and since she had gotten 2 weeks of vacation, she was lounging about in the living room, and she had by the door all of her luggage packed, and and there was not leaving anything to chance, and it wasn't nice to go on a trip with the entire gang. It was even nicer that Bruno was coming along without his extended family. With nothing better to do, she brought out her cell phone to form a big party to go hit the town. And she spent the afternoon getting ready to go, and she washed her hair, she ironed it, and she made it nice and silky. And she found it amusing that Bruno took just as long as her to go outside. And there he was, ironing out the wrinkles of his jeans, and aside from the jeans he wore a black turtleneck with a silver pendant. Karina came to stand before Bruno to look into the pendant, and there was no picture inside of it. It's just a fashion statement, said Bruno, and he immediately became self-conscious about it, so he started to remove it. Leave it looks nice, said Karina, and you ever thought about getting an ear pierce? I did back in college, but after seeing Rodrigo screaming like a lunatic, after getting a single ear pierce, I changed my mind, said Bruno, putting the pendant back on. And why did it take so long for us to meet? Asked Karina. Don't ask me, ask your cousin, said Bruno. And the night we met, that was also the night Rodrigo introduced me to your family. And before then, I was just the work friend he called whenever he wanted to go on the prowl. I'm sorry, said Karina. Why? Asked Bruno. Let's not start an argument, said Karina, getting dressed. And she wore her red strapless dress and a black leather jacket with red low-heel shoes. And she planned to dance another way, so she needed her dancing shoes. And she wore simple accessories, rhinestone earrings in the shape of angels, and the matching necklace and a silvery anklet. And she never wore the good stuff whenever she went out clubbing to avoid muggers. And the couple went outside the house to wait, and Rodrigo joined them soon enough, and a car passed by dropping off Rodrigo's one nice gang, Aura. Aura was a former cheerleader who was still in college, and she would go out with Rodrigo in between semesters. 5 minutes later, a limousine stopped, and the driver left his seat to open the door for the couples, and as soon as the door opened, Karina recognized the trio laughter of Eugenia, and if Karina didn't know better, she would fancy that Eugenia was high or drunk. And so for Eugenia's good humor was being powered by cupcakes and ginger ale, and she was going to have a shout in a couple of months, but that wasn't going to stop her from partying. And Santiago was sitting beside his ginger hair goddess, and he was saying that Eugenia was carrying his son. When Karina got inside the car, she saw Kane sitting beside Eugenia, and he was the other maybe father of her baby. And Kane had been dressed like a rock star by his fellow guitarist father, and he was all in shiny leather with his short hair spiked up with hair gel, and more folks got picked up. And eventually the limousine got filled up by 13 individuals: Karina, Bruno, Rodrigo, Aura, Santiago, Eugenia, Kane, Malik, Oberon, Natasha, Lisandra, Alexia, and Balthazar. Why didn't anyone invite Jeremy? Wrote Balthazar. Forget about that guy, said Alexia after reading Balthazar's message. Jeremy's a stick in the mud, said Rodrigo, and how many times has he gone out with us? 8, maybe 10? And not one has he attended to make polite conversation. He never looks like he enjoys our company, said Natasha, agreeing with Rodrigo. So if he doesn't want to run with the white horses, why force him? Maybe he's just shy, said Kane. And you can expect him to open up after a couple of interactions. I remember when I was small. If having Jeremy here is so important to you, let's go get him, said Eugenia, interrupting Kane. And every time Kane spoke about his youth, it always bummed Eugenia out, and she wanted to have fun tonight. So naturally she didn't want Kane to tell one of his sad stories. Kane forced a fake smile while he pretended to be having fun, and Eugenia called Sedante to ask him if Jeremy wanted to come out to play. And she was relieved to hear that Jeremy had taken his T-ball to the vet, so he was indisposed at the moment. I hope T-ball feels better, said Eugenia sadly before hanging up the phone. Poor kitty, said Karina, looking about, and she asked, and why isn't Dorothy here with Sedanta? Sedanta never goes out in the nights of the full moon, explained Eugenia. And there were these things he's a werewolf. But is he a werewolf? Asked Karina. Honestly, Karina, werewolves aren't real, said Alexia, laughing. He's probably sulking because his mother was murdered on the night of the full moon, wrote Balthazar. Alexia repeated aloud what Balthazar wrote, and then he asked, how do you know that? Jeremy told me, wrote Balthazar. God, enough doom and gloom. Have a beer, said Eugenia, opening a bottle and handing it to Balthazar. Malik took the bottle before the Balthazar drank it, and he said, The boy isn't old enough to drink. And you're going to AA, said Karina, taking the bottle from Maddie. Eugenia sighed before slamming over her boyfriend, and Santiago petted her red hair until she stopped sulking. And thankfully her gloom only lasted a couple of minutes, and she sat up again in order to rant about everything and nothing. And for the first thought, they visited mojitos for Cuban food and music. And Karina danced with Bruno for half an hour, and Bruno was eventually forced to sit down due to his knee. And she continued to dance by herself until she was intercepted by Oberon, and she pouted when she noticed that he was being a bit distant with her. This distance was shown by the fact that his dance stance was open as much as humanly possible, and though his dance moves were completely dispassionate, it was almost as if he didn't truly want to dance with her. Am I missing something? Asked Karina. I am sorry, did I say something? Asked Oberon. You didn't need to dance with me just because I was dancing by myself, said Karina. I was just being polite, said Oberon coldly, and he had gone to dance with Karina because Kane had asked him to. Oberon released Karina from his dance stance, and he moved a couple of paces to dance by himself, and at the moment they were the only two dancers in the group without partners, and as the dancing lights off for a bit, they two returned to dancing together. You look very beautiful tonight, said Oberon. And all the other nights, asked Karina, fetching for compliments. You are so beautiful that you made the torches around you appear dim, said Oberon, misquoting Shakespeare. Torches? What are you talking about? Jesus Christ! You will do anything to sleep with a man, even if it means seducing me, giggled Karina. You are the prey I seek, Karina, said Oberon, being brutally honest. And if I need to power through Bruno, then so be it. I was under the impression that you were gay, said Karina, raising an eyebrow. I have enjoyed many men, but also many women as well, said Oberon. I have enjoyed many men as well, said Karina flatly. But never woman, said Oberon, drawing Karina into his embrace. Aren't you even remotely curious? No, lied Karina, and she was indeed curious, not about women, but about Oberon. Are you afraid that you're going to like it? Asked Oberon, kissing Karina on the neck. And Karina trembled with delight before pushing Oberon away. Whoa there, hold your horses. Well, I can't say I tried, said Oberon, before he stopped dancing. And he noticed Lysandra dancing by herself, and it didn't take long for Oberon to convince a woman to cheat on her husband. And Karina shook her head sadly while she watched her friend going off with Oberon to mate in the bathroom. And she wanted to comment on it, but she fancied that Lysandra probably cheated on her husband on a regular basis. Karina continued to dance by herself until she was joined by Bruno. And what's the matter? Asked Bruno. Lysandra's cheating on her husband, said Karina sadly. They probably have an open marriage, and maybe they are only still together because of the children, said Bruno dryly. It is best not to pry in matters that one doesn't fully understand. Yeah, I guess you're right, said Karina, agreeing with Bruno. Karina smiled when she saw Oberon leaving the bathroom looking extremely disappointed, and Lysandra had chickened out in the last moment. And the light concert ended after 2 hours, and with the music changing, it was time to move on to a different venue. And they got back inside the limousine, and the driver made a quick stop to pick up some of Eugenia's girlfriends. And the driver got into the expressway without any specific direction. Oh, cool! Santa's Enchanted Forest is still open, said Kane, looking out the window, smiling. Let's go there then, said Eugenia. What are we, 5? Asked Lysandra disdainfully. My limousine, my driver. We are going to Santa's Enchanted Forest, ordered Eugenia. She knew that Kane still liked kid stuff, like video games and amusement parks, so to keep the smile on his face, she decided to indulge him a little. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lovers Pentacle 4, Chapter 17, The Lovers. Karina pouted her lips when she saw the way the night was turning, and she opened her cell phone to look at the time. It was only 9. The park closed around midnight on the weekdays, and the driver opened the door for the party, and there wasn't a line to enter the park, and after paying the entry fee, the group dispersed. Eugenia took Karina's hand, and the pair went on the first ride, the merry-go-round. Karina struggled to sit on the horse, and Bruno went inside to assist her, and giggling Karina said, "Ride with me, Bruno." Sure," said Bruno, feeling uncertain about the situation. He had ridden real horses, but a fake one was a tall order for him, and he struggled to anchor himself on top of the smooth behind of the fake horse. And Karina brought out her cell phone and she took a selfie with her boyfriend. She almost dropped the phone when the ride started moving, and as it picked up speed, she got her arms nervously around the post of the wooden horse. Next time we visit my grandma, I'm going to take you to ride a real horse, said Bruno before kissing Karina's nape. You know, that's the back of the neck. Karina giggled with delight, and for the kiss made her ticklish. The ride came to an end, and they afterwards went to the mirror house. Karina liked Eugenia's strategy of going ride by ride, starting at the beginning. The maiden was making the most out of the 3 hours they had left in the park. Eugenia ran into the mirror house before bumping into her reflection, and she ran around in circles until she bumped into Karina. Here, hold my hand, I will get us out of here, said Karina. And Karina lowered her gaze to focus on the floor, and she kept turning left until she found something that looked like an exit. And it was a hallway whose walls turned in a dizzying circle, and the spiral patterns added to the dizzying effect. And Karina took a step forward, and the ground shook beneath her. Maybe we should turn back the way we came, and it wouldn't do well to fall, said Karina before wrapping her arms around Eugenia's thin waist. She was worried about her friend's unborn baby. It will be fine, said Eugenia, lowering herself. Baby, said Karina. 1, 2, 1, 2. The two carefully walked out of the spiral staircase, and just when they were near the exit, someone pushed Karina's back, and she would have fallen down the stairs if Eugenia hadn't been there to catch her. And both maidens turned around to see who was the dead man that had pushed them, and all they saw was their own reflection staring back at them. Karina turned her head, and she smiled happily when she saw Bruno extending his hand to help her sit up. Did you see who pushed us? Asked Karina. All I saw was you tripping on your own feet, said Bruno. I swear I felt someone pushing me, said Karina. It was probably some brat, said Bruno, and let's go to the bumper cars. Okay, said Karina, running off with Bruno. And she sat in a different car, and while waiting for the ride to begin, Karina said, It is not so nice not to have to wait in line. The ride began, and around she spun while Bruno attempted to bump into as many people as possible. And while spinning in circles, she saw Ken waiting outside the ride, patient and passively watching the show. And Ken had developed a bit of a driving phobia after his first car accident, and now he avoided driving as much as possible. And even bumper cars were too much for him. And after the bumper cars, they went to the teacups and the kiddie train and the Ferris wheel. Karina looked at the time, and she frowned when she realized that this was the old time, and she trembled with fear when she saw the gravitron. And she got inside the ride with her boyfriend, and she rested her back against the wall while she braced for the worst. And the gravitron started spinning, and she clung against the wall as it rose until her feet were dangling in the air. And after 7 decent minutes, the ride started slowing down until it finally stopped. Karina wobbled out of the ride, and she smiled happily when she saw that Bruno was doing far worse than herself. Bruno puked his insides into the nearest garbage can, and he laughed heartily before picking up Karina to run to the next ride. You seem to be having fun, commented Karina. This is actually my first time in a theme park, said Bruno. Didn't you have amusement parks in your village? Asked Karina. Town. We have enough people to be called a town, corrected Bruno. And a little park mostly served as venues for farmers to peddle their wares, and the most exciting ride I ever went on was a Ferris wheel. You want excitement? I will show you excitement, said Karina, leading Bruno to the mega drop. Bruno looked at the tower rising above the park, and he saw the folks being lifted out to the top of the canopy before being dropped. And a cold sweat fell down his spine, and he was starting to shaken out. And Karina, too, wasn't a fan of the mega drop, though she was curious to see if Bruno screamed like a little bitch after being dropped from such a great height. After a short minute wait, the couple were able to get on the ride. Karina kept her eyes on Bruno while she held in her mirth, and once the mega drop got halfway, Bruno started to panic, and his mask completely dropped. I changed my mind, yelled Bruno, and he kicked feebly before saying, I want to get off, let me off. The mega drop stopped. The mega came to a stop. The megalodon came to a stop, and Bruno's heart was pounding like a jackhammer, and he looked at Karina, and her face was contorted into a smirk, and she was trying her best not to laugh. The ride dropped a few centimeters before anchoring itself up again. The mega drop was built in suspense. Oh God, oh God, oh God, said Bruno, praying to his maker. Relax, Bruno, yelled Karina, and the ride had dropped them before she had a chance to finish her sentence. Karina wobbled out of her ride, and she stumbled left and right before her. A steady hand supported her to keep her from falling, and she smiled when she felt the familiar hands of her friend Kane. I seen Bruno pass out, said Miley, grabbing hold of Bruno's face, and together with Oberon, they dragged Bruno to a bench, and Karina rested his head on her lap, and before departing, Kane said, I'm going to get some mice or something to wake him up. I have some cocaine, offered one of Eugenia's friends, and Karina fancied that her name was Tallulah or Talia, and she only saw the wench when Eugenia went out to party. Perfect, let me have some, said Lysandra, taking Talia's compass, and after powdering her nose, Lysandra ran to the roller coaster. Ken returned with the ice after 5 minutes, and it was only a cup full of ice, but it was better than nothing. Karina passed the ice over Bruno's face, and the cold eventually helped him snap out of it. You had us worried there for a second, said Bruno, helping his friend sit up. Is it over? Asked Bruno, still disoriented. It is over, said Karina, reassuring her boyfriend, and she added, do you want to go on the roller coaster? Nah, I had enough of trio rides for one date, and I think I'm now afraid of heights, said Bruno sternly. We can go back to the kiddie rides if that is more your style, teased Karina. Let's try some carnival games instead, said Bruno. And Karina followed after Bruno, who tried on a few random carnival games, and he shot hoops, he played whack-a-mole, ring toss, and balloon darts. The last game they tried was football toss, and he was pleased to have won a stupid overgrown plushie for Karina. Karina accepted the dinosaur plushie, and moments later she felt her phone vibrating. Eugenia had finished going on all the rides, and it was time to return to the car. The party started to gather at the entrance. All right, let's do a head count, said Eugenia, counting, and she frowned before saying, we are one idiot short. Who are we missing? Asked Karina. Nobody important, just your boss, said Eugenia. I'm going to go look for her, said Karina, and she probably got held up in the can. Karina returned to the park to look for her friend Lysandra, and she was indeed being held up in the bathroom. And the problem was that she wasn't waiting in line, rather she was peeping at something she found very amusing. Lysandra, how's the peeping? Asked Karina mockingly. A familiar voice said, Karina? The maiden in the bathroom got dressed quickly, and she left her bathroom with a nice twist. And Karina frowned when she saw that Dorothy was in the bathroom with a man that was not her boyfriend, Siddhanta. You disappoint me, said Karina, shaking her head sadly. You're not going to tell Siddhanta, are you? Asked Dorothy. Siddhanta and I are so close that I would want to inform him of his girlfriend's affair, said Karina, and she added, and he probably knows. The same way he spies on Jeremy, he's probably spying on you as well. He sounds like a real creep, said Lysandra. Or someone with little face, said Karina, though in this case he was right to doubt your fidelity. And I just turned 19, said Dorothy, and I am only interested in having fun. And yet you went out of your way to have an affair in the one place that you fancied that Siddhanta was never going to find out. And you even chose to do it on the night of the full moon, knowing full well that Siddhanta hates going outside on social nights, said Karina. Are you done judging me? Asked Dorothy, extremely deflated. I'm not judging you, I am just teasing you, and how you choose to run your relationship is none of my business, said Karina. The maidens ran a full sprint, and once they rejoined the party, they made their way towards the parking lot, and Eugenia summoned the driver back to the car, and he too had gone to the bar to fool around, and after 10 minutes the driver returned. Eugenia saw the time, and it was a half hour past midnight. The night was still young. I saw Dorothy cheating on her boyfriend Siddhanta, said Lysandra, and she just couldn't keep the gossip to herself. You saw what? Barked Eugenia, equally shocked and delighted. And when did she come back with you? I promised to keep her affair a secret, but Lisa made no such promise, said Karina, pointing to Lysandra. Eugenia tested her sister to inform her that they were onto her, and after hesitating, Dorothy and her cities made their way back to the limousine. And with their addition, it got super crowded, and for safety reasons, a volunteer was asked to sit beside the limo driver. And ever the tool, Kane agreed to sit beside the driver. For the last stop of the night, Eugenia chose Space Club, and Karina danced the night away with her boyfriend, and when Bruno's knee started acting up, he went to the bar to have a drink. And he smiled when he recognized his favorite bartender, Carlos, and both men got engrossed in another game of chess that occasionally got interrupted whenever Carlos had to make a drink. And Karina danced with Malik and later with Oberon. And Karina jokingly said, if you want a trio, you should ask Eugenia and Santiago to take you for a ride. And both of them are swingers, and you look like you could be Eugenia's type. I don't sleep with ex-girlfriends of my friends, said Oberon. Oberon had a soft spot for Cain, and he didn't want to make him miserable by sleeping with the love of his life, Eugenia. And Oberon knew what it was like to be in love and to have one's heart broken into a million pieces. So he was going to resist the temptation known as Eugenia. Cain and I used today, said Karina. Yes, I know, he told me all about it, said Oberon. And what did Cain say exactly about me? Asked Karina, pouting. He said that you would sleep with him for a couple of days before finding yourself a man that you seem worthy enough of being your true boyfriend. And sleeping with someone for a couple of days doesn't count as dating. And at most you were only ever friends with benefits, said Oberon. All right, then I will give you that one, said Karina, pouting. And let's say that Eugenia wasn't Cain's girlfriend. Would you still sleep with her? Not really, said Oberon. Why, are skinny hot supermodels not your type? Not your type, asked Karina, fetching for compliments. And it flattered her pride to be preferred over the woman that she considered prettier than herself. It's your skin, Karina, said Oberon, passing the tips of his finger over Karina's arms. And I could just smell right into it if you would let me. Karina trembled with delight at the touch of Oberon's dexterous fingers, and she closed her eyes while she waited to be kissed. And Oberon drew enough to Karina to kiss her, and from the corner of his eyes he saw Cain's melancholic ashen eyes. And in the end Oberon desisted of his pursuit of the passing fancy known as Karina. Yes, he could enjoy her for a night or two, but while risk-breaking whatever it was that he had with Cain. And Oberon didn't know if what he felt was love or pity or both. And what are you thinking? Asked Karina, noticing that Oberon was no longer dancing, rather he was standing still with his eyes lost in the distance. Oh, nothing, said Oberon, returning to dance. You love Cain, don't you? Guessed Karina. Love is a strong word, said Oberon. Lust is a more accurate word to describe the strongest feeling I have for Cain at the moment. But it will pass. It always passes. It is not as if he likes men, and I respect him too much to pressure him into doing something that he doesn't want to or that he might not enjoy. A person who only feels lost is never as accommodating as you are, Oberon. You love Cain, admit it, insisted Karina as a childish smile was painted on her face. Pity, pity, pity. That is the strongest emotion I feel for Cain, and it must be exhausting for him to pretend to be happy while he is miserable, said Oberon, looking at the fake smile painted on Cain's lips. But you know what they say, al mal tiempo, buena cara. You know that when things are going badly, still smile. A la Joker. He's still pining after Eugenia, asked Karina, equally shocked and amused. Eugenia is the worst girlfriend in the history of girlfriends, and she cheated on Cain for after less than a month. And she even had the gall to tell him that she was going to be seeing other guys were dating him. Be that as it may, Cain fell in love with the wench, said Oberon, shaking his head sadly. Some men just love to suffer, said Karina, frowning, and it is not as if I was using Cain as my rebound guy. Rather, he never asked me to stay, and had he shown even the slightest desire going steady with me, I would have settled for him, and in fact I was ready to settle for Cain before Bruno came into the picture. Bruno from day one expressed his desire to commit to me. I wouldn't get too excited about Bruno if I were you. It isn't normal for a man to express his desire to commit to a woman he just met, said Oberon, bursting Karina's bubble. Ours was love at first sight, said Karina. I will believe you if you said that it was lust at first sight, for that is what I felt the first time I laid eyes on Cain. It is common for people to mistake lust for love, but you can't truly love a person you do not know anything about, and you cannot love a person who has never lifted a finger to help you. And you cannot, said Oberon before Karina interrupted him. Let's agree to disagree, said Karina, dropping the subject altogether. She stopped dancing with Oberon to see about her man, and Bruno was still playing chess with his bartender friend, and his knee no longer hurt, and he was so engrossed in his game that he had completely forgotten that Karina existed. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Pentacle 4, Chapter 18, Seven of Swords. Karina sat down beside Bruno, and she frowned when she noticed that the two men were not using a chessboard. Rook to h5, said Bruno. Queen to c1, and that's a checkmate, Bruno, said Carlos, the bartender. Wait a minute, said Bruno, analyzing the board that only existed in his mind. If it is checkmate, then you can dance with me a little, said Karina. In a minute, lied Bruno, and he added, it is not over, I can... Damn, you win this time, Carlos. Bruno sighed with frustration before turning his eyes to Karina, and the woman really wanted to dance while all he really wanted was his rematch. And he went with Karina back to the dance floor, and his movements were mechanical, and his body was there, but his mind was a million miles away, and he kept repeating in his head all the moves that had led him to his defeat. And at the end of his meditations, he concluded that he hyper-focused too much on the offensive, and he was also of the bad habit of castling his skin in such a fashion that he had no escape routes. "You really like playing chess, don't you?" asked Karina a second time, and she had repeated the question twice to get her boyfriend's attention. We all have our hobbies," said Bruno, "and you like playing with dolls and I like playing chess. It is important to nurture healthy hobbies like the ones you and I have." "I don't play with Nana as much as I used to," said Karina defensively. "And yet you still carry her everywhere you go," said Bruno. "Not always," lied Karina. "It wasn't my intention to criticize, and I was merely making an observation," said Bruno. If having Nana by your side makes you happy, then I'm happy for you." "Thanks," said Karina, smiling timidly. Bruno drew her into his embrace before kissing her, and after the kiss, Karina stared deeply into Bruno's green eyes. And there was the one thing she loved best about Bruno, and those eyes were the same color as her father's eyes, and those eyes made her feel safe, loved, and protected. And those eyes narrowed a little, and Karina became aware of Bruno's sardonic smile. How she hated that smile. Karina placed her hand over Bruno's mouth, and Bruno kissed the hand before the sardonic smile manifested again, and this time even wider. "Bruno, when you smile like that, what are you thinking?" asked Karina, and she knew that it was a moot point to ask such a question, and even so she wanted any type of answer. "I am thinking about how much I love you," said Bruno, and he brought out his grandma's wedding ring before adding, "There isn't a day where I do not wish to spend the rest of my life with you, and when you are ready, please accept this wedding ring." Karina didn't know what to believe, and her instinct told her that Bruno didn't truly love her, and the problem was that she could sense that Bruno spoke in earnest about his desire to marry her, and if he didn't love her, why did he want to marry her? Then again, her instinct wasn't always right, and he had been wrong about Malik cheating on her, and with Karina hesitating, Bruno returned the wedding ring to his pocket, and he had no intention of pressing the issue. He fancied that she didn't want to marry him because of his student debts, and if it was a financial issue, he could easily remedy it by asking Rebecca for money. And if the problem was another, it wouldn't kill Karina to tell him what was wrong. And it was not as if he was a freaking mind reader, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became by the situation. And once again, he was overcome by the urge to dump Karina. His eyes became lost over the horizon, and he continued to dance with Karina, and whenever she spoke, he gave cold, mechanical answer. And Karina pouted when she realized that her hesitation had caused Bruno to become distant again. "It isn't that I don't want to marry you, Bruno. It is just that I don't believe that you truly love me," said Karina. "That sounds like a you problem, Karina," barked Bruno before he could stop himself, and he added, giving a fake smile. "What does a man have to do to prove to you the sincerity of his feelings? And do you want a romantic dinner, a serenade? Do you want me to put it in writing? Should I propose to you during the Super Bowl? Should I?" "Enough," said Karina, covering Bruno's mouth. And Bruno released Karina from his dancing embrace, and he had enough of Karina's doubts and insecurities. Karina attempted to follow after Bruno, but he was quickly lost within the mass of dancing bodies. Karina left the dance area to soak, and she sat down before the bartender to have a drink, and the margarita didn't do much to soothe her guilty conscience. And around 3 the party rendezvous by the limousine, and they all had places to be, and they needed their beauty sleep. And Bruno sat in the front with the driver, and he didn't even want to sit beside Karina, and the limousine drove in silence for a couple of minutes. And Malik was the one who eventually broke the silence. "Trouble in paradise," joked Malik, laughing. "What did you do this time?" asked King. "I didn't do anything. All I did was ask him what that stupid smile meant," asked Karina. "A smile is just a smile," said Eugenia. "It isn't healthy to overthink it," said Lysandra. "It seems to me that you are creating a storm inside a glass of water," added Alexia. "But he doesn't smile at me the same way he smiles at his grandma's wedding ring," said Karina. "Don't tell me you are jealous of an inanimate object," asked Malik before bursting out laughing. "So Bruno's angry because you critique his smile?" asked Rodrigo. "Seems a bit excessive." No, he's angry because I rejected his marriage proposal before telling him that I didn't think he loved me, said Karina before sighing wearily. Ouch! Talk about overkill, commented Oberon. Don't be surprised if he dumps you after this, Karina, said Santiago. I would if I was him, said Kane. Can't say I would blame him, said Natasha. And what does a man have to do for you to believe that he loves you, asked Rodrigo. I'm a bit curious about that myself, asked Eugenia. I don't know, I don't feel the love, said Karina. Is Bruno mean to you when nobody's watching, asked Lisandra. No, he's very respectful, said Karina. Does he buy you flowers, asked Rodrigo. Not so much anymore, but he does leave a rose by our nightstand. But he did leave a rose by our nightstand the other day, said Karina. Does he not recite to you the pretentious poetry you love so much, asked Mary. Yes, he still recites me poems, said Karina. If that isn't love, I don't know what it is, said Eugenia. Yes, maybe that is love, said Karina, doubting herself again. I think that you doubt the sincerity of Bruno's feelings because you do not feel that you are worthy of being loved, said Lisandra, dusting off her one semester of psychology. I guess, I don't know, said Karina. And if Bruno didn't love you, he would have simply laughed off your rejection, said Alexia. A man who doesn't love doesn't sulk. Trust me, Karina, I know from experience, said Kane before looking at Eugenia. This conversation gave Karina plenty to think about, and if Bruno didn't feel anything for her, he would be indifferent to all of her little abuses. And Karina knocked on the driver window, and the driver lowered it, and she frowned when she didn't see Bruno. The man had lowered himself in the seat to be out of sight, and the car abruptly stopped, causing Karina to bash herself against the window. Karina wobbled back to her seat, and it was then when she remembered her cell phone. It was out of battery. Whatever she wanted to say to Bruno had to wait, and the limo dropped off the first set of passengers, and with nothing better to do, Karina attempted small talk again. So, Kane, are you going to Disney World with your family? Asked Karina. No, I decided to do something different, said Kane. He's going to look after my pets while I'm in Europe with my family, said Eugenia. Not just your pets, I'm also looking after T-Ball, said Kane, smiling shyly. You have been crushing hard after T-Ball for months, commented Maddie. I will buy him from Jeremy, but he refuses to sell me his cat regardless of how much money I offer him, said Kane. How much do you offer? Asked Karina. Now I'm curious. What is that ugly, hairless Sphinx cat worth to you? Asked Santiago. $5,000, said Kane as his ears turned exquisite pink. That's like $5,000. That sounds just about right. Sphinx cats are expensive, said Eugenia. I am surprised that Jeremy was able to get his hands on one. He claims that he found one in the pound, roared Balthazar. He probably stole it, suggested Santiago. Or he found it, retorted King. T-Ball is very smart, and it would surprise me that he knows how to open doors. Look, King, if you really want a Sphinx cat, I can ask about one, said Eugenia. I don't want a Sphinx cat. I want T-Ball, said Kane wearily, but he belongs to another. The conversation came to a halt when the car stopped, and they were at Karina's house, and the door opened for Karina, and she was relieved when she took the hand of her boyfriend, and his face appeared lost in the distance. The two walked in silence towards the house, and at a certain point Bruno stopped and he opened his mouth. But in the end he chose to remain silent, and due to his stage job, Bruno was of the habit of constantly measuring his words, and it wasn't in his nature to speak his unfiltered thoughts. And there were only two persons he ever completely opened himself to. The first person was his grandma, and the second was his first girlfriend, Patricia. Big mistake. And after that breakup, Bruno swore to himself that he was never going to drop his mask ever again. And this was easier said than done, and it was so exhausting having to watch what he said all the time. Bruno, asked Karina tentatively. Yes, asked Bruno. I am sorry about rejecting your marriage proposal, said Karina. There's no need to apologize, said Bruno dryly, and you haven't done anything wrong, and if you don't love me enough to marry me, then all that means is that I have to try harder, or what? Asked Karina, worried. Nothing you need to worry about, said Bruno, giving a sly smile. He was quite pleased about slightly hinting at the fact that he was thinking of leaving Karina, and she needed to be reminded of his past, and like her, he would break up with his partner as soon as they became remotely inconvenient. And he wasn't going to become her doormat, nor did he intend to spend every waking hour thinking about how to prove his love. If she didn't appreciate his little romantic gesture, that was her problem, not his. The two went to bed together, and Karina spent her time staring at the roof, and her boyfriend had his back turned to her. And she tenderly caressed Bruno's arms to get his attention, and Bruno turned around to face Karina, and he took her hand before kissing it with reverence. And Karina unbuttoned Bruno's pajama top, and she shifted in the bed to sit on top of her man. And in the darkness she saw the green eyes flickering like twin embers. And she passed her hand over Bruno's face in order to guess at the state of his mind, and she couldn't tell if he was happy, sad, or indifferent. And with a trembling hand she reached for the lamp, but Bruno drew her into the mating embrace. And he gave Karina an extremely moist French kiss. And this was new, and she didn't know that Bruno was such a good French kisser, though she fancied that a lawyer had to be an expert at using his tongue. And she giggled at the silliness of the thought. And the night workout helped ease some of her tension, though her doubts returned twice as strong when she was left alone with her thoughts. She heard Bruno's relaxed breathing, and how she envied the fact that he could sleep so calmly, and it almost seemed to her that he didn't have a care in the world. And she pondered what was going on inside his sick head, and she fancied that things would be so easy if she was a mind reader. Mind reading is a double-edged sword, said a voice inside the bedroom. And Karina set up with a start, and she saw a shadow by her dollhouse, and with a trembling voice she whispered, "Jeremy." I am known unto the humans as Jeremy, but in the memory of your father Juan Carlos, I will give you my true name, Horusanak, said the voice. You have the same name as your father, asked Karina. I don't know, I never met the man, said the voice. How do you know my father, asked Karina. I was his patient, said Horus. He was very kind to me, and I would often malinger for his attention. I am quite skilled at pretending to be faint, and would you like to see a demonstration? Not really, said Karina, shaking her head. Would you like to make a deal instead, Karina? Asked Horus. I don't make deals with demons, said Karina, reaching for the rosary she had by her nightstand. Horus is not a demon, and if you make a deal with me, I can get you to swap out places with Bruno, and you're going to be able to know how he truly feels about you, and you will know if your words really hurt him, said Horus. This was a tempting offer. Karina asked tentatively, What would I have to do in return? You will have to climb up that hill, said Horus, pointing to a hill. Karina walked outside her house, and she realized that she was dreaming when she saw the giant hill in front of her doorstep. And when she awoke, she heard her phone ringing, and she had forgotten to put it on vibrate. And the custom ringtone for Malik was his song "Running Up That Hill" by Kate Bush. Malik, do you know what time it is? Asked Karina, somewhat groggy. I'm sorry, said Malik, hanging up. Karina called Malik again, but he sent her messages straight to voicemail, and Karina looked at the time before frowning. And she had a long day ahead of her tomorrow, and she needed her beauty sleep. And she snuggled against Bruno, and the man rolled in his sleep until he found Karina, and he drew her into her embrace. And Karina fancied that Bruno wouldn't hug her in his sleep if he didn't love her, and this observation helped quell her doubts for the moment. And tomorrow she was not going to ask any more stupid, hurtful questions. She was going to engage in positivity. And tomorrow was going to be the start of their best vacation ever. And Karina fell asleep quickly, and this time she had pleasant dreams for a change. Bye-bye, and God bless. Pentacle Chapter 19. King of Pentacles. It was a warm December morning when Karina was awakened by Bruno, and she straightened her chubby limbs before rubbing her eyes. And Bruno was already dressed, fed, and showered, and he had seen Karina sleeping so pleasantly that he decided to let her rest for a little longer. And when Karina saw the time, she sprang into action, and once she was ready, the family rendezvoused in front of the house to wait for their ride. Eugenia's ever-dependable limo driver showed up to drive Barbara's entire household to the airport, and it had been ages since they had taken a genuine family vacation. And Bruno was present for a change, and the fight they had the night before almost seemed like a distant memory. Karina wondered how long it would take for Bruno to ask her for marriage again. And back when Karina had dated Malik, the word marriage had never crossed his lips, and it hadn't even crossed her mind either. She was a teenager having fun, and the thought that she needed to put a ring on him had never crossed her mind. And she wondered if Malik would have trusted her with his shame had the two been married. Her Auntie Barbara and Uncle Horatio were of a single-minded purpose, and at times it almost seemed to Karina that they spoke via telepathy. And Barbara didn't need to tell Horatio what she needed, and if she was suffering, he would become aware of Barbara even before she spoke about it. And they didn't have any secrets from one another. And this was the type of relationship that Karina wanted with Bruno. Then again, Barbara and Horatio had been married for almost 30 years, and it was irrational to expect her relationship with Bruno to grow so strong overnight. The family arrived to the airport around noon, and it didn't leave till 1, but it was better to arrive early just in case. And with nothing better to do, Karina spent her time testing her friends. And as for Bruno, he was chatting away with Rodrigo, and they were discussing all the possible tours they could take in Cartagena, Colombia. Once they made it to the sea, Karina took a photo of Bruno, and she sent it to Rebecca to give her the visual confirmation that Bruno had made it to the plane. That was completely unnecessary, said Bruno, shaking his head with disapproval. And flying on a plane may seem like a novelty to you, but for me it is like riding a bus, and you do not need to send your legal guardian a photo of you riding a bus. Karina got a smiley face from Rebecca as an answer, and this positive feedback convinced her that she had done the right thing. And the flight attendant ordered Karina to turn off all its electronic devices, and she wore her seatbelt, and she held on to Bruno's hand for dear life. And she closed her eyes as the plane started taking off, and Bruno chuckled, extremely amused. Your mother told me that this isn't your first time flying, so why are you nervous? Asked Bruno. I do not do it enough for it to become a novelty, said Karina. When was the last time you went on a plane? Asked Bruno, making small talk. I was 7. My father was feeling a little better, so he wanted us to go to Spain to visit his family home. He told me how his mother abandoned him with some distant relatives when he was a baby, said Karina. Why did she abandon him? Asked Bruno. Because of postpartum depression, or so he claims. As a doctor, he understood his mother. As her son, he was never able to forgive her for abandoning him, said Karina, pouting. Are you curious about your maybe grandma? Asked Bruno. Nah, if my father's caretakers are dead, and maybe my grandmother's dead as well, said Karina. Do you even know the name of the woman? Asked Bruno. No, and I'm not interested in finding out, said Karina. To change the subject, she brought out a small chess set, and Bruno imperceptibly patted his lips when he realized that Karina wanted to play with him. There was nothing he hated the most than playing chess with an unskilled opponent, and the only thing she knew was how to move the pieces and that she could castle her king. They played a couple of games, all ending with Bruno checkmating Karina, and when he saw her looking sad, he allowed her to win one, and he even complimented her improved skills. Do you want to play cubilete instead? Suggested Bruno, bringing out 6 dice and a cup. A game of chance didn't require much thinking, and he fancied that someone as brain-dead as Karina might be able to master that game. Bruno then remembered that Karina had a pediatrician PhD. She didn't qualify as someone who was brain-dead. The maiden was simply chess handicapped. It wasn't her fault that nobody ever taught her how to properly play the game, and Bruno was snapped out of his introspection when Karina took the dice and the cup from him, and they opened the small chessboard to have a steady surface to throw the dice, and as soon as she threw the first couple of dice, there was a mild turbulence, and this caused one of the little dice to fly off board, and with the dice completely lost from sight, Bruno realized the stupidity of his request. He took Karina's hand before saying, 1, 2, I declare a thumb war. You know, this game that you go like this, tick, 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 tick. Karina giggled before accepting the challenge, and it was an unfair game considering that Bruno's hands were a lot bigger than hers. And in a childish game, the trial was patty cake, and the hours rolled lazily by between conversations and infantile games, and after 3 hours, both were bored out of each other's presence. And Bruno shifted in his seat to take a nap while Karina was lost in contemplation. and his nap was short-lived. The person sitting in front of Bruno lowered his seat and scraping his knees, and Bruno shifted in his seat to move his legs out of the way, and now he was moody and uncomfortable. This plane ride didn't seem to want to end, and they had circled around Cartagena twice already, and due to the storm the plane had been unable to land, and Karina's thoughts drifted to Malik again. Try as she might, she couldn't stop thinking about him, and just one photo, one blurry photo. One photo was all it took for her to draw away a 4-year relationship. The guy didn't even look like Malik, said Karina under her breath. Who didn't look like Malik? Asked a bored Bruno. Do you remember the day I broke up with Malik? Asked Karina. Not really, I wasn't there, said Bruno. I already told you the story of when you paying attention, asked Karina. You broke up with Malik because your friends told you that he cheated on you, and the following day the newspaper printed photographic proof of his infidelity. And you saw a topless skank with a tattoo on her back sitting on top of your man who was completely in the nude, said Bruno. And when you confronted Malik while holding the photo, he said that things were not as it seemed, and then you saw red before exploding into a crying fit. What called him a lying, cheating bastard that wouldn't own up to his own mistakes? Did I miss anything? Yes, that was everything, said Karina, pouting. And looking back, that photo could have been of any guy, but then Malik wouldn't say that things were not as it seemed. I should have given him the benefit of the doubt. I should have heard his side of the story. If you had, he would be sitting where I am sitting, said Bruno with a sardonic smile painted on his face. And when Karina turned to look at him, his mouth changed to a look of concern. I am sorry, Bruno, said Karina apologetically. Worry not, I know what it is like to have my heart ripped out. And while your relationship ended because of a blurry photo, my happiness died because of a video. My sister Rebecca provided irrefutable proof that the love of my life was cheating on me with half the varsity team, said Bruno as he sunk his claws into the armrest. And just thinking about it was enough to make his blood boil. Did you forgive your ex-girlfriend? Asked Karina. I would have if she hadn't teased me after dumping me, and she would tell her friends that me and her never happened, and that our love was just the deluded fantasies of a fat millionaire with an overactive imagination. And every time we crossed paths, she would poke fun at me, said Bruno. I wanted to forgive her, but she didn't let me. Do you still have feelings for her? Asked Karina, feeling insecure about her relationship. Yes, I have feelings for her, said Bruno, turning to look at Karina, and he waited until Karina's eyes watered before adding, pure hatred. I hate her with the same intensity that I used to love her. But let's not talk about the past anymore. Instead, we should focus on the future we want to create for ourselves. Yes, you are right, let's focus on the future, said Karina before kissing Bruno. And instead of thinking about the future, she returned to brooding about the past. And she thought of all of the mistakes she had made to get to this point, and she had destroyed her relationship with Malik after the first true bump on the road. And she thought of the night Bruno had saved her from herself, and a different man who had left her to suffer the consequences of her action. And she had gone to a bar to cheat on Bruno, but had changed her mind at the last second, and the creep didn't take no for an answer, so Bruno had no other choice but to step in to save her. And she looked into Bruno's deep green eyes. They were so familiar to her father's eyes, and yet so different. And Bruno claimed to love her, but as a lady she was having doubts, and as a lawyer he was a professional liar. Words mean nothing, thought Karina. She decided to focus on Bruno's action, and his actions had proven to her that he was a good person, and whether he loved her or not, it was not important. Love takes time to grow, and it was still too early to be worrying about whether Bruno loved her or not. The turbulence distracted the maiden from her woes, and it got so bad that she started preparing her soul for salvation. And she turned her head to look at Bruno, and he was super blasé about the possibility of going out in a blaze of glory. And he placed his hand around Karina's shoulder, and he started to whisper sweet nonsense to distract her. And this action sufficed to convince Karina that Bruno was indeed in love with her. The plane finally landed around dusk, and Karina hopped in her seat, extremely anxious to get the hell out of there. And after 20 minutes that felt like an eternity, she stepped foot in solid ground. And she was officially in Cartagena, Colombia, and when she went with her family to pick up the checked luggage. And what do you want to do when we get to the hotel? Asked Bruno. I don't know, we will see, and if the pool is open, I want to go for a night swim. And depending on how things go, we might do a little more, mused Karina. I look forward to it, said Bruno, smiling warmly. and he placed his hand over Karina's waist, and Karina blushed with delight, and the couple made their way towards the bus in this fashion. And before making it to the bus, Rodrigo got intercepted by a tour guide, and after some back and forth, he organized and paid for the tours, and he spaced them out one day in between to give time to rest. The party made it to the bus, and Karina sat by the window to get a good view of the new country, and she brought out her camera to take plenty of photos, and with the sun hanging so low, she wasn't able to get a good look at the crumbling structures. And slowly the bus made its way towards the colonial hotel El Caribe. And look over there, Karina, said Bruno, pointing to the castle. That is Castillo San Felipe de Barajas. We're going there tomorrow. I look forward to it, said Karina, and she smiled when she saw the beach. And with the red sun setting over it, the beach looked simply marvelous. And the bus arrived at the hotel, and she sat in the red cushioned chair to wait for her family to check in. And she opened her phone to check out the internet connection. It was weak but manageable. She photographed the scenery. The high roofs combined with the white colors and marble gave the hotel a classy design. And it was then when she noticed something completely out of place. There was a deer. There was a deer in the lobby. It was walking about as if it owned the place. The deer was more of a fawn than an actual adult deer. And he made his way towards Karina, and he gave a cursory glance at Karina before he started to nibble at the floral arrangements. Those flowers are plastic, said Karina dryly, and she petted one of the flowers before adding, oh wait, they're not neat. The deer regarded Karina with cool disdain, and his ears pricked up when he saw a man in an orange jumpsuit running towards him. The deer sprinted out of the lobby and into an open elevator. The guests didn't shoot the deer since they found him endearing, and the little creature had avoided capture for the moment. ¿Viste un venado?" asked the man in orange. "Come again?" asked Karina, pretending not to understand. She wanted the deer to escape capture. The man left Karina to her own devices, and the deer incident had provided a distraction from the Tyrian, and it was then when she realized that she had forgotten to take a photo of the deer, and with some luck she would get a chance to photograph the little critter again. Otherwise, nobody would believe her story about a deer wandering about the hotel. "We got a room key," said Bruno, coming over. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. God bless. The Lawrence Pentacle Chapter 20, The Magician. The family crammed into the elevator, and she couldn't wait to see what her bedroom looked like. When Bruno opened the door, she frowned when she saw two beds. They were going to be sharing the room with her cousin Rodrigo. It was more economic that way. The first unit was made of wood while the beds were white, and there was a big screen TV and a telephone. And Karina looked at the menu, and she noted that the kitchen was open 24/7. The standing shower was made of a warm, rosy marble, and everything looked and smelled fresh and clean. She parted the curtains to look out the window, and she was happy to see that she had a view of the ocean, and her happiness was short-lived when her eyes fell upon the beds again. Rodrigo snored, and she didn't want to share a bedroom with her cousin. "I know that look, cousin," said Rodrigo, smiling coyly. "The moment you want to get busy, just give me a sign and I will get out of your hair." "That won't be necessary," said Bruno. "Karina's an Aquarius, so our nightly activities will more likely take place in the bathroom or in the pool area." "Please don't share our intimate details with my cousin," said Karina, pouting. "My apologies," said Bruno, bowing sullenly, and Karina didn't know if he was mocking her or being sincere. "Come now, Karina, we are all adults now, and it is not as if he has seen or done anything that I haven't," joked Rodrigo. "I am going to kill you," yelled Karina, chasing after her cousin with a pillow. And she bashed his head, and Rodrigo grabbed his own pillow to arm himself, and cousins got into a pillow fight. And Bruno fancied that he should interfere, however he found the proceedings amusing, and it is not as if he could do any real harm with a pillow, so he decided to let them fight. Rodrigo had height, but Karina had stamina, and after delivering a flurry of rapid pillow strikes, Rodrigo fell to the floor. All right, I was kidding, laughed Rodrigo after surrendering. And based on the way Rodrigo laughed, Bruno had his doubts, and some of the greatest truths are spoken in jest. And Bruno fancied that Karina may have made it with her first cousin at some point or another. And social occurrences were not uncommon in small town, and Bruno once in the small town that Bruno once called home, and despite such marriages being illegal, Bruno knew a handful of first cousins that co-inhabited and even had children. Heck, Patricia's parents were first cousins. And Bruno grew saddened when he remembered his little inbred sweetheart, Patricia. And why did he have to run into the woman in the cemetery of all places? And why had she chased after him? And what did she want to say? And what did she want from him? Money, possibly, or maybe legal advice. And perhaps she was regretting letting him go because of his weight. And if she didn't want him when he was fat, he wasn't going to date her now that he was hot. He still had his pride, and in order to stop thinking about Patricia, he looked for something to occupy his mind, and his first instinct was to play chess, but then he remembered that he didn't have a worthy opponent, and he changed into his bathing suit to go for a swim, and the couples grabbed a towel before heading out. And Bruno whistled when he saw the impressive pool, and it was as big as it was deep, and the floor that actually had a bottom had an interesting spiral tile pattern. Karina entered through the shadows, and she was relieved that the water was lukewarm. The pool was climatized. Due to its size, the heater wasn't strong enough to make the water genuinely warm. Still, the temperature was just enough to allow night swimming. Bruno started to free flow while looking at the moon, and Karina looked up at the night sky, and she was delighted to see many stars, and it seemed to her that the stars shone brighter in Cartagena. And she narrowed her eyes as she began to focus on something flying overhead. At first she thought she was seeing a bird, but when it flew lower to drink water, Karina realized it was a bat. Jesucristo, yelled Karina before diving underwater, and she swam out of the shallows into the deeper water, and she eventually caught up to Bruno. He asked, smiling benevolently, "Are you in the mood already?" "I didn't come for that. Look, said Karina, pointing at the bats drinking pool water. "Now that is something you don't see every day. Get the camera, let's get a photo," said Bruno. And he added, "Don't forget to use the flash." "I don't want to anger the bats," said Karina, trembling. "You'll be fine," joked Bruno. "If you want a bad photo, then you take it," said Karina before punching the water. "All right, then I will take that photo," said Bruno before swimming to the edge. He pushed himself out of the water, and he picked up the camera, and he lowered himself into a crawl, and little by little he got closer to the bats that were drinking water in the shallows. And he zoomed in before taking the first photo. It came out blurry, even with a flash, and you could barely make out the silhouettes of the little creatures. He needed to get a little closer. "Bruno, this is stupid. Come back. You're gonna get rabies," ordered Karina. "Quiet, you're making me nervous," whispered Bruno. And he inched a little closer, and he took a new photo. Now you could tell that you were looking at bats. However, he fancied that he could take an even better photo. And before getting carried away, Karina walked up to him, and she took the camera away. Bruno sat up, and he said, "Aw, you're no fun." Bruno sprang from the floor, and the nighttime swing had been ruined by the bats. And when they got to their bedroom, they heard Rodrigo busy with one of the maids. What a bother," said Karina before entering the bathroom. And Bruno entered within as well to do his business, and with nothing better to do, he made polite conversation, and he asked, "Do you think Rodrigo paid the wench?" "That isn't his style," said Karina, turning on the shower, "and he probably went out to the woman, and he asked if she wanted to sleep with him, and the woman said yes. She will probably want money after the act," guessed Bruno. "We will see, or will we not? I'd rather not see," said Karina, washing her hair, and she added, "You see, Bruno, this is why we needed our own room." "A lot of folks are sharing rooms in order to make this vacation possible," said Bruno. "And instead of focusing on the negatives, why don't you try to live a little?" "It is difficult to live with your stinking up the entire bathroom," joked Karina. "You also smell like roses either, Karina, but you never hear me complaining about your odors," said Bruno, dropping a load in his mask. "Let's not start an argument," said Karina. "It isn't my intention to argue, but I will not allow you to walk over me," said Bruno, raising his voice. "Walk over you? All I did was make a mere observation," said Karina, pouting. Bruno opened his mouth to say more, but he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Karina was talking like Rebecca, and once again he was overcome by the urge to break up with Karina. And the only reason why he didn't go do so that night was because he had paid a lot of money to go on vacation with the wench, and he was going to enjoy this family vacation, and he wasn't going to allow Karina to spoil his happiness. Karina finished her shower and she went to the bedroom and she was relieved to see that the maid was gone. And Bruno by now had finished his business, but he wanted to delay his shower for as long as possible. And the longer he took to get ready for bed, the more he could avoid breathing the same air as Karina. Your eye doing scare Agustina away, said Rodrigo. Good riddance. I see, said Karina, and she added, Bruno and I wanted to get busy, so if you don't mind, make yourself sparse for at least an hour or two. Karina fancied that Bruno's moodiness might get cured with a bit of roughhousing, and Bruno finished his shower, and Rodrigo left the bedchamber to give the lovebirds some privacy. And his sad eyes watched Rodrigo depart as he silently pleaded not to be left alone with Karina. And in the end, he slept with Karina while he meditated on the pros and cons of ending his relationship. And Karina's last demon was far too entertained to notice that her boyfriend's mind was elsewhere. And their work had concluded 2 hours past midnight, and Bruno texted Rodrigo to inform him that the coast was clear. And his friend slithered back into the room. Agustina came back, whispered Rodrigo. Details, insisted Bruno, and he knew that Rodrigo delighted in sharing his romantic exploits. Karina pouted when she heard Rodrigo whispering to her boyfriend all the sordid details about his night with Angustia. Karina inched her closer in order to eavesdrop, and the conversation dropped altogether when the men remembered that Karina was still there. And Bruno showered off Karina's cootie before changing into a clean pajama, and he pretended to fall asleep, and after an hour, everyone was snoring in the bedroom. And he slowly walked towards the balcony, and he opened the door, and he sat outside with his cell phone, and he texted Carlos. Are you awake? Yes, said Carlos. I need your advice, said Bruno, and he hunched in a corner to mask his voice as much as possible. What is eating you up? Asked Carlos. I am thinking of leaving Karina, and as someone who has been married for 10 years, you must have been possessed a few times with the desire to throw it all away. What made you stay? Asked Bruno. Love, said Carlos. Bruno laughed bitterly before saying, if you don't want to help me, just say so. But the answer is love. If you love someone, you forgive everything, said Carlos. What you are describing isn't love, it is called toxic codependency, said Bruno, remembering how his psychologist described the relationship he used to have with Patricia. I love the life we have, said Carlos, trying to put it in terms that he thought that Bruno could understand. I love that we take the children together to school. I love planning a little family vacation. I love the breakfast she cooks for me. I can stand here all night describing all the little things I love about the life I share with my wife. However, the simplest way to describe what keeps us together is the word love. Whatever it is that Karina did, surely it isn't worth throwing everything away. And do you really think you're going to find someone better than Karina? No, I suppose not, said Bruno. Why do you want to leave Karina? Asked Carlos. Did she cheat on you? No, said Bruno, and even if she did, I wouldn't care. You don't know that until it happens, said Carlos. Bruno returned to the bedroom after Carlos succeeded in causing him to put up with Karina for a little longer. He lay down on his side of the bed and he sighed wearily while he thought of his dead grandmother. And after she died, his happiness died with her, and things got a little better when he started dating Patricia, but alas, those 2 years of bliss only made the breakup far more painful. And as he was asleep, Bruno fancied that Karina's little abuses were a good thing. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. We're going to First Pentacle, chapter 21, 9 of Pentacles. Bruno returned to the bedroom after Carlos succeeded in causing him to put up with Karina for a little longer. He lay down on his side of the bed and he sighed wearily while he thought of his dead grandmother. After she died, his happiness died with her, and things got a little better when he started dating Patricia, but alas, those 2 years of bliss only made the breakup more painful. As he was falling asleep, Bruno fancied that Karina's little abuses were a good thing. The following morning, Karina awoke with a smile painted on her face, and she had slept well for a change. And she showered first and she got dressed, and Rodrigo took his turn on the bathroom next, followed by Bruno. And once everyone was ready, they went downstairs to eat breakfast. Karina read to the menu. It didn't have prices since it was all-inclusive. The trio made their orders, and Karina left her seat to roam about the pool area with a camera. In the morning, the place looked completely different, and she took photos of all of the colonial architecture the flower arrangement, the checkerboard and the checkerboard pattern floor. While she was busy, as thus Rodrigo and Bruno were discussing a case that they were working together. It had been put on ice during the vacation, but even so, their work ethics compelled them to make some semblance of progress while they happened to be together. Karina's wanderings eventually led her to the gift shop, and she called her friend Kane to ask him what he wanted, and she took photos of many things to see what piqued his fancy. This task occupied her for half an hour, and she was eventually summoned to the breakfast table. The food had arrived. Karina was delighted to see Bruno's healthy appetite, and he eventually ended up ordering a second croissant sandwich. Karina had eggs, bacon, a croissant, and sausages, and when she bit into the croissant, she was surprised to know that it had dulce de leche. Bruno, you have to try this, said Karina, offering her pastry. Bruno not only tried it, but he ate it all. He apologized before saying, "It was too delicious, I couldn't help myself." "We can order more," said Rodrigo. Rodrigo gestured at the man who brought more croissants. "And they have 5 different fillings, guava, dulce de leche, chocolate, strawberry, and pineapples." Though the dulce de leche was the best because of the almonds gave it an extra crunch. Bruno removed the button from his skinny jeans before saying, "I ate too much." "You can just drop it during the tour," said Rodrigo before licking his fingers. "Poof. I don't think I'm going to be able to walk much while I'm being this full," groaned Karina. "Don't worry, we decided to start things off easy," said Rodrigo, "and today we just take a bus ride out to the convent of Santa Cruz de la Pompa, and from there we will get back on the bus to go see an emerald museum. There won't be much walking. At the most, you will have to stand still for 10 minutes at a time while we listen to the tour guide ramble," explained Bruno. The family members who were going on tour met at the lobby, and after a short wait, the tour guide fetched them, and they got on a bus, and up the mountain he drove. Along the way, Karina noted a bunch of favelas, and as they got closer to the top, Karina started to worry. The path got narrower, and there was barely any room for the tour buses to go up and down. "Do you think any of these buses have ever fallen down the mountain?" asked Karina, looking at the edge. "Maybe. Accidents happen," said Bruno, and he added, smiling warmly. "But I do not think we are going to be that unlucky." Karina sighed with relief when the bus finally parked, and she climbed up the steps wearily, and when she got to the top, she smiled when she saw the view of the city. And Bruno whistled to illustrate that he was equally amazed, and he photographed the general vicinity before sending those pictures to Carlos, and he also grudgingly sent them to his sister. Karina photographed the facade and the coral cross that faced the city, and she made her way with the rest of the group into the courtyard, and the interior garden was surrounded by vegetation. The most standout feature was a balcony covered with orange bougainvilleas, and the couple took a tourist photo together by the well, and from there they entered into the chapel, and the altar was red with a golden accent, and in the center it featured the Virgin Mary with a baby Jesus. Karina noticed a display case with unique golden jewelry pieces. The tour guide explained that each of those little items represented an answered prayer, and the shape of the item gave a hint as to the nature of the prayer. "And do you see this, Bruno? These are lungs, and that is a kidney," said Karina, pointing to each of the ornaments that resembled an organ. "There are a lot of human-shaped figurines," commented Bruno. "They are probably praying to have a baby," said Karina. "And what do you think of the arms and legs?" asked Rodrigo, pointing at those creepy pendants. "I don't know, maybe their arm broke and then it got fixed, so they made the pendant to donate it to the Virgin Mary," guessed Karina. They moved past this exhibition to see what else the convent had to offer, and they admired a statue, a bell, and some Baroque paintings. With nothing else to see, they made their way back to the bus. The bus lumbered down the mountain, and it slowly brushed past other buses on the tour. And the Emerald Museum was just what you would expect. It was a museum filled with different emerald jewelry pieces and stones. And at the time, Cartagena was the biggest export of emeralds. Karina wasn't too impressed by the emeralds. The thing that drew her attention was a crystal skull. It was just sitting there on display like it was no big deal. "¿Es real esa carabela de cristal?" asked Karina, pointing to the crystal skull. The tour guide confirmed her suspicions. It was a legitimate crystal skull, and anything otherworldly always piqued her interest. And the crystal skulls were said to out-of-place artifacts were said to be out-of-place artifacts created by aliens. It was said to have healing and prophetic powers. Karina took a photo with her camera, and she found when she saw that the skull looked out of focus, and she tried different angles and setting, and tried as she might, she couldn't get the crystal skull to look defined in her digital camera. She tried a video instead, and only like that was the splendor of the crystal skull noticeable. Karina fancied that the skull didn't like to be photographed, so it was constantly morphing its shape to make it difficult for the camera to perceive it. And then she glued her face to the glass sheet that separated her from the skull, and it was said that the skull could show visitors visions of the future. And try as she might, she couldn't get close enough to look into the hollow eyes of the skull. And Bruno opened his mouth to tell Karina to behave herself, but he chose to remain silent. He wasn't the type to tell another adult how to act in public. While Karina amused herself with the skull, Bruno browsed through the jewelry, and he bought an emerald ring surrounded by little diamonds. And he also bought 3 emerald necklaces to give his sister and his nieces. And he took Karina's hand before placing the emerald ring on her finger. "Relax, it isn't a wedding ring," said Bruno. "Then what type of ring is it?" asked Karina, and she smiled while admiring the ring. "Consider it an early Christmas present," said Bruno. Karina growing somber asked, "And did you change your mind about marrying me?" "We have only been dating for less than 6 months, and a marriage proposal isn't something that should be done on a whim. And there's still much I don't know about you," said Bruno. Karina frowned when she heard this response, and she could tell that Bruno had overthought what he wanted to say in order to avoid offending her. And she fancied that something about her personality made it difficult for her boyfriend to open up. Karina decided to aid Bruno's way of speaking, and after a long 5-minute pause, she said, "I love you, Bruno. Thank you for the ring." "I love you too, Karina," said Bruno before giving Karina a brotherly kiss on the cheek. He knew what she had done, and he found it utterly infuriating. Bruno left Karina's side to converse with Rodrigo, and on the ride back, Bruno spent it shouting about work with Rodrigo. Karina tried to jump into the conversation, but legalism was a topic she didn't understand, and since talking to Bruno was pointless, she went to chat with her mother. "Do you have another fight with Bruno?" asked Unla before giving a knowing smile. "We don't fight as much as we did, but Bruno has gotten quite skilled at avoiding conflict, and the last time we had a big argument was the night I almost cheated on him," said Karina. "I am surprised you two ended up moving in together," said Barbara. "And don't get me wrong, I like Bruno. I just felt like it was too soon." "Your husband moved in with you after dating you for a month," said Karina. "That was a different time," said Horatio, and we got married, and we had known each other for years before deciding to turn our friendship into something else." "And what is the point of contention this time?" asked Unla, getting back on topic. "I don't even know anymore, and his mood changed completely after I said I love you," said Karina. "And he responded by kissing me on the cheek, and he has never kissed me on the cheek. And now he's isolating himself from me by engaging Rodrigo in conversation. When all else fails, just apologize, even if you do not know what you did wrong," suggested Horatio. "That is the secret to a long-lasting marriage." Karina sighed with frustration, and she wasn't used to apologizing without a reason. And the bus stopped at the hotel, and she raised an eyebrow when she saw Bruno and Rodrigo not getting off. Rodrigo said, "At night this bus becomes a chivarrumba, and you want to take in the sights while drinking water. If my option said to come along or stay in the hotel by myself, then I guess I'm coming along for the ride," said Karina, sitting down again. Bruno opened his mouth to protest, but he chose to remain silent. "There you go again. Speak, Bruno, speak. If you have something to say, just say it," barked Karina, stomping on the floor. "My grandma used to say, 'Word is silver, but silence is golden.' You are always going to regret what you say, but never when you choose to remain silent," said Bruno solemnly. And he added before giving a slight smile, "You can either accept me as I am, or you can find yourself someone else who thoughtlessly cuts you with his brutal honesty." Karina grew somber, and she remembered the last jerk she dated before Bruno, and what he called brutal honesty was just in reality verbal abuse, and there wasn't a day where he didn't make Karina feel awful. Bruno left the bus, followed by Rodrigo and Karina, and he was no longer in a chiva rumba type of mood. He wanted to have fun in his vacation. He really did want to. and as Karina was going way out of her way to sour up every little moment of happiness. And during dinner, Bruno binged it as a coping mechanism, and he was unhappy with the situation. And he went to the bedroom and he got changed, and he was being stalked by a shadow by the name of Karina. "I'm sorry," said Karina, finally apologizing. And she added, laughing nervously, It is almost my time of the month. The hormones must be making me act a little crazy." Premenstrual syndrome may be used to excuse your action if and only if you get your menstruation over the course of this week, said Bruno. "Come again?" asked Karina, scratching her hair in confusion. In the courtroom, PMS can be used as a legal defense. "And if the defendant can prove that the crime was committed while suffering from that syndrome," said Bruno dryly. "Really?" asked Karina, folding her arms. "There have been a couple of successful legal defenses that use PMS to get their client to walk out free," said Bruno. And he added, smiling candidly, "And would you like me to tell you about them?" "Only if you tell the story in a way that resembles an exciting court drama," said Karina, wrapping her arms around Bruno's elbow. "My darling, over-dramatization is my expertise," said Bruno before going on a rant. The hours rolled lazily by, and neither seemed inclined to talk about what was truly bugging them. And the couple swam a little before going out the spa, and the indoor hot tub was so steaming that it almost gave Karina a second-degree burn. And Karina sent a group text message to warn everyone to stay away from the hot tub. The couple returned to the bedroom, and like the night before, they asked Rodrigo to leave to have some privacy. "Can I wash?" teased Rodrigo. "No," said Karina, pointing to the door. She wasn't the type who enjoyed performing with an audience, and she smiled in spite of herself, and she remembered that when she was dating Malik, the two would sometimes have an audience, and they were so into each other that they didn't care who was watching. To be young, drunk, and in love. She looked at Bruno to see if he would order Rodrigo to leave. To this, Karina, Bruno said, "I don't care if he washes or not." "What?" barked Karina. "Back in college, when I would bring a woman to our dorm, he would always stay and watch," said Bruno. "Not always," said Rodrigo, bringing out the popcorn. "It depends on whether the woman was hot or not, and sometimes you would bring into your bedchamber such plain Bettys that it would make me question if you had any standards." "Speak for yourself, Rodrigo," laughed Bruno before adding, "It is not as if you ever brought any prizes yourself." "TMI," yelled Karina, "and your friendship is a lot more weirder than I initially thought." "We're just messing with you, Karina," said Rodrigo. "Though I really do not think it is fair for you to keep throwing Rodrigo out whenever the mood strikes you. It is his vacation as well, and Rodrigo needs his beauty sleep," said Bruno. "Plus, we do not need a bed to get busy." "We are not going to the pool," said Karina. "They are bats." "How about the elevator?" suggested Rodrigo. "They had cameras there, and plus I do not know how to make it stop," said Karina. "And the hallway?" asked Rodrigo. "I am worried about being seen," said Karina. "How about the balcony? If you put out some towels, nobody will be able to see you," suggested Rodrigo. "Fine, forget it, whatever," said Karina, jumping into the bed, and she was no longer in the mood. Rodrigo smiled before going to bed, and the lights were turned off in the bedroom. And Bruno silently went to the bathroom to empty his stomach content, and he had been feeling sick to his stomach since dinner time, and he sighed with relief as soon as it was over. And he washed his mouth before returning to bed, and Karina woke somewhat when she felt Bruno entering the bed, and when he cuddled against her, she realized that he wasn't wearing anything, and she felt his hot breath behind her neck. And this combined with by his strong masculine hand over her waist sufficed to put her in the mood, and she shifted in the bed to be on top of him. "And let's be real quiet about it, and we don't want to wake up the baby," said Karina, pointing to her cousin Rodrigo. Bruno passed his hand over his mouth to show that his lips were sealed, and both were silent and deliberate about their motion, and after an hour Karina felt satisfied enough to finally consolidate sleep. And while she dozed off, she thought that she saw a shade in the corner of the room, and the shade was sitting in the couch near the balcony, and the new nightmare that was haunting her had followed her all the way to Cartagena. And she said a silent prayer until she fell asleep, and in the dream world she was looking into the back of the skull, and the deeper she looked, the more she fancied that she could see a vision of something, and eventually she found herself inside the crystal skull, and she was surrounded by reflective surfaces, and she went out to one and she placed her hand before it, and she found it out that her hand looked so small, and when she saw her reflection she saw that she was a child again. It was vexing that she would always see herself as a child in the dream world, and suddenly Horace jumped out of the mirror before screeching like an eagle, and she awoke screaming, and the last thing she remembered of the dream was Horace laughing at her, and she really needed to get those night terrors under control. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle, Chapter 22. The Tower. The following morning it was a rest day, and they didn't have any excursions planned. Karina woke around noon, and she found a note by the bedside. Bruno and Rodrigo had allowed her to oversleep since she had spent the night trashing and screaming at the top of her lungs. And it was no wonder that Bruno was irritable. He wasn't sleeping well because of her night terrors, and she began to fancy if maybe they should sleep in separate rooms. Lots of adults sleep in separate rooms due to snoring. Then again, she didn't like sleeping by herself. She had gotten used to having a warm body sleeping beside her. Her boyfriend was so comfortable, like a big pillow. Karina showered and she got dressed before going downstairs to the pool area, and her mother informed her that Bruno and Rodrigo had gone to the beach. Karina ate her breakfast while she waited for Bruno to pick her up to escort her to the beach, and she didn't want to walk there by herself, and she was a little paranoid about being in a different country. And after 5 minutes, she saw Bruno running towards her. "The water's great," said Bruno happily, and he took her hand. "Come on, let's go, Karina." The couple ran out of the hotel, and they looked both ways before crossing the street. And Bruno slowed down his pace, and he felt his knee acting up. And Karina smiled when she saw her cousin Rodrigo splashing about, and she waved at him, and he saluted her in return. And Karina took a few tentative steps into the ocean. The water was freezing. "Good God, Bruno, how can you swim in that cold water?" barked Karina. "It's not so cold," said Bruno, and he added, "Merry Christmas, by the way." "Merry Christmas, Bruno," said Karina. "In the eventuality that you didn't feel like swimming, I prepared for you a lounge chair," said Bruno, pointing to a chair with an umbrella, and he added, pointing to a cooler, "and here are some refreshments." Karina accepted the cold beer with a lime, and she drank it with gusto before sitting down. "And here's the latest issue of the gossip magazine you like to read. It wasn't easy to find." And he added, "And here's your cell phone, a bit of music, and now you're ready to have fun." "Fun by myself," pouted Karina. "I can sit with you for a bit if you want to," said Bruno, giving a warm smile. "Nah, I don't want to slow you down," said Karina. "I'm fine. Go have fun." And with her permission, Bruno returned to swim and chat with Rodrigo. And Karina smiled sadly seeing the scene, and she pondered if Rodrigo was Bruno's only friend. And she found Bruno's cell phone at the top of the cooler, and her curiosity compelled her to open it. And she pouted when she saw that it had a four-letter password pin. And she tried random numbers, and it was there when she thought of chess. And Bruno was often fond of the Sicilian opening, and she opened her cell phone to look up the opening, and she pouted when she saw that there were quite a number of variations, though the most common was E4, C5. Karina looked at Bruno's cell phone again, and she typed the number 3425. And much to her surprise, the cell phone opened. All of Bruno's text messages, photos, and calls were for her to explore. And the first thing she looked at was his contact information, and there was surprisingly a lot of numbers. And after reading a couple of texts, she realized that those numbers belonged to clients he was defending. And he had Kane's phone number, and the two texted every so often to rant about books. And with Rodrigo, Bruno talked about football, women, and lawyer stuff. And Bruno only texted his sister to see if the nieces needed help with their homework. And she saw that last night Bruno had called Carlos while she slept, and he had done so the night before. And if Bruno had called Carlos so late at night, it had to be because he wanted to talk about something that he didn't want Karina to know. And she made a mental note of the time of the calls, and tonight she was going to pretend to fall asleep in order to spy on Bruno's private conversation. Karina stopped phoning about the cell phone when she saw Bruno approaching, and laughing he said, "Find anything you like?" "I couldn't figure out your password," lied Karina. "I'm a little hungry," said Bruno, "and do you want to grab a bite to eat?" Karina looked at the time before answering. "It's a bit early for me, but if you're hungry, you can eat something." I suppose I could wait till noon," said Bruno, before sitting down beside Karina. Karina heard Bruno's stomach rumbling, and laughing she said, "Go eat some food, and maybe bring me some fries, and don't forget those croissants. Bring plenty of those." Bruno jumped back to the hotel to order the food, and while waiting for her meal, Karina checked her messages, and she noticed that she had a voicemail from Kane, and he had probably called while she was asleep. Karina, the day you asked us to marry, I was very happy, but then I remember that you always leave me, so I took your proposals as a yes. And do you truly want to marry me, or were you just joking around? I do not know why I was thinking about that again. Sighed Kane. Oh dear God, there's nothing I hate more than late night drunk calls, said Karina, rolling her eyes. And she deleted the message without bothering to hear the rest. She didn't want Kane's melancholy to bog her down, and he had been especially somber ever since Eugenia dumped him. And Karina was still peeved by the fact that Eugenia had been Kane's so-called love of his life, and when she would leave him, Kane would act completely indifferent. And whether Karina was there or not, his life continued uninterrupted, and perhaps Kane had realized that he had taken Karina for granted, and she would have stayed with him had he shown even the slightest interest. Then again, I only asked you for your hand in marriage because I was thinking of settling for you, said Karina while looking at her cell phone. I love you, Kane, I really do, but, said Rodrigo, who was eavesdropping. Well, you know how it is, cousin, said Karina. Kane doesn't have green eyes, therefore he isn't husband material, joked Rodrigo. Come now, I have dated other men that do not have green eyes, barked Karina. But you know why do you know why I asked Bruno to date you? Asked Rodrigo. Because he's a trusting, loyal friend, said Karina. Friend is a strong word. I only consider a friend someone that I know, and quite frankly, Karina, I barely know Bruno, and the more time that passes, the more of a stranger he becomes, said Rodrigo. But I like it, in a weird way. Bruno's like an onion. The more you peel him, the more layers you discover, and just when you think you figure the guy out, he shows a new face. That isn't a very nice thing to say, Rodrigo, said Karina. And you two were roommates for 6 years, and you worked together every day, and you practically went out together on the prowl every night. And how can you not consider Bruno your friend? I am curious about the answer to that question myself, said Bruno, arriving with the food. And tell me, Rodrigo, after everything I had done for you, how can you not consider me your friend? He wanted to add, you thankless bastard. However, he decided that a cool response was necessary to address this unpredictable turn of events. It isn't about what you did, it is about what you did not do, rather what you chose to keep silent, said Rodrigo. He had considered Bruno his friend until he discovered that Bruno had a sister and parents and even nieces. And for years Rodrigo had assumed that Bruno was an orphan that was raised by his grandmother. And every time Bruno got a call from home, he claimed to be speaking with an ex-girlfriend. And why had he kept his family a secret for so long? And as someone who grew up with a tiny family, this omission of the truth didn't sit right with him. Bruno narrowed his eyes and he placed the food down before asking, is this about Rebecca? And not all families are close, Rodrigo, and so families are just strangers who happen to be related by blood. Be that as it may, you never shared with me a single truthful thing about yourself, protested Rodrigo. Truthful, said Bruno, laughing bitterly, and his mask dropped before saying, the truth is, Rodrigo, that you are a thankless bastard who never appreciated a single thing I did for you. And this so-called Rebecca shouldn't be a determining factor in our relationship. After all, Rebecca didn't help you pass all of your exams. Rebecca didn't watch your ass while you recklessly tried to score a touchdown. Rebecca didn't sit by you while you were throwing up your entrails during one of your many hangovers. Rebecca never. Enough, Bruno, you made your point, said Karina, rubbing her temple. Bruno started walking away, but Karina detained him by calling her arms around his elbow, and she planted her feet on the sand, and Bruno took a step forward, thus dragging Karina along with him. Rodrigo sometimes speaks without thinking, and he didn't really mean what he said Karina. That is a bad trait for someone who wishes to make a career out of being a lawyer, retorted Bruno coldly. Look, he already looks like he's regretting everything he said Karina, pointing to Rodrigo. And Rodrigo was already indeed regretting what he said, and he thought of everything that Bruno had done for him, and as much as Rodrigo wanted for things to remain as they were before, something had changed when Rebecca came into the picture, and Rodrigo no longer trusted Bruno as he once did, and at times he fancied he was looking at a stranger. You see, this is why I didn't want you guys to know about Rebecca, and every time she intrudes in my life, she ruins everything. And you remember Tanya, Rodrigo, and she was your predecessor, Karina, explained Bruno, pacing about the beach. Rebecca paid my girlfriend to go away, and that is the reason why I don't want Rebecca in my life. And if you doubt my word, just ask Darcy. And she was eavesdropping on a private conversation the day Rebecca had the goal to come to my office to nitpick my life. Rodrigo was uncertain about everything he heard, but he decided to give Bruno the benefit of the doubt. And Rodrigo feigned remorse, and he even apologized, with Bruno pretending to accept the apology. And the trio ate lunch in silence, and afterwards Bruno walked towards the hotel, and he didn't bother to give a rhyme or reason. He left his cell phone, said Karina, after Bruno disappeared from sight. I'm going to call Darcy, said Rodrigo, trying to catch Bruno on a lie. Darcy was surprised and delighted to get a call from Rodrigo, and she had a secret crush on the fellow, and she was disappointed to know that he wanted to talk about Bruno. Yes, I did overhear the conversation. Rebecca paid Bruno's girlfriend to go away, said Darcy. Why did she pay her to go away? Asked Rodrigo. Because Tanya was a cheating slut, and Bruno has a weakness for sluts, or so Rebecca claims, and I get it. She was just trying to protect her little brother, but between us, I think the money was better spent elsewhere. And it's not as if Bruno is a child, ranted Darcy. Thank you, Darcy. Bye, said Rodrigo, hanging up the phone, and he said to Karina, it turns out he was saying the truth. It is not as if he's a pathological liar like Rebecca claims, said Karina. And maybe he only lies to his sister because she hasn't earned his trust. And maybe his sister just came here to ruin everything because she can't stand seeing him happy while she is miserably divorced. When his sister would call, Bruno claimed Bruno would claim she was a psycho ex-girlfriend, said Rodrigo. Maybe his sister really is a jealous ex-girlfriend, joked Karina. What? You can't be serious, laughed Rodrigo. That would explain her clingy medicine behavior, joked Karina, and she added, turning seriously. The thing is that their relationship is not normal, and I mean, who pays someone to go away? You and I have been ignoring the biggest elephant in the room, said Rodrigo sternly. And pray do tell me what about this elephant, said Karina. Bruno's bulimia, said Rodrigo. He said he got over it. He got counseling and proper nutritional information, said Karina. Minimizing the elephant, and she added, I mean, look at Bruno. He's a freaking Greek god. A guy like that doesn't suffer from poor body image. I even suspect that Bruno might be a narcissist. Maybe he was misdiagnosed, said Rodrigo tentatively. I don't know. It is hard to know a guy who doesn't want to be known. Karina and Rodrigo picked up the clutter, and they made their way back to the room to shower off the sand and salt water. And along the way, they speculated about what was truly wrong with Bruno. And Karina was relieved to see that Bruno was in the bedroom, and by the looks of things, he was sleeping off his feet. Karina peeped under the bedsheets, and Bruno was meditating while looking at his grandmother's wedding ring. Bruno, said Karina before kissing Bruno's hand. Come on, honey, stop sulking. You didn't hear the entire content of our conversation, said Rodrigo, trying to explain himself. And he added, I like that I'm finally getting to know the real Bruno. The real Bruno, you say? Don't be ridiculous, Rodrigo. There is no real Bruno, and what you see is what you get, said Bruno, was staring at his grandmother's ring. But you acted so differently in those videos Rebecca sent us, said Rodrigo. What videos, asked Bruno, and let me guess. She probably sent you some videos of how I acted when my grandmother was alive, and it makes sense that a person would change so drastically after losing someone dear. I get you, Bruno. When my father died, it was as if I lost an arm or a leg, and there are some things that irrevocably change you, said Karina, vibing with Bruno's mourning. More importantly, a person changes as they age. It is foolish for you, Rodrigo, to expect me to still act like a little boy. I'm matured, and you should try it sometime, and maybe then you will think twice before opening that stupid mouth of yours, but Bruno sitting up. Look, I'm sorry for saying that I didn't consider you my friend, but the truth of the matter is that I no longer trust you as I once did, and it doesn't make sense to me why you're pretending that your family didn't exist, said Rodrigo, sitting down to be on our level with Bruno. The real question you should be asking is what it took 6 years for Rebecca to make her presence known. Rebecca only bothers me because she is fulfilling a promise she made to a dying woman, said Bruno, alluding to his grandmother. She does everything de mala gana, or in a way that she just doesn't feel like doing it. From a young age, Rebecca made it clear that she didn't love me. Did she hit you or something? Asked Rodrigo, trying to understand. I I wish if she struck me, she would have at least given me some semblance of physical contact. And in all the 27 years I have walked these green earth, Rebecca has never given me a hug, and not even to console me for the death of my grandmother, said Bruno. Maybe she's just not physically affectionate, guessed Rodrigo, playing the devil's advocate. She hugs her parents, her daughter, her husband, her friends, stranger, but she has never hugged me, said Bruno. Karina and Rodrigo thought of the home movies Rebecca had sent, and they couldn't remember a single one that showed Rebecca embracing her brother. Heck, there wasn't even a family photograph that documented a single instance of a hug. And Karina reacted to this new tidbit of information by hugging Bruno, and Bruno stopped sulking as soon as he got his hug. There, Bruno. Your cloth mother is here for you, said Karina. Cloth mother? Asked Bruno, raising an eyebrow. If you stop sulking, I'll tell you the story of the cloth mother and the wire mother, said Karina. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. First Pentacle, chapter 23, The Wheel of Fortune. It's a tarot card, not the show. With his curiosity piqued, Bruno left the bed and he stopped sulking, and Karina ranted about Harry Harlow's experiment on infant monkeys, and he had the monkeys choose between two mothers. One was a wire mother that provided food, and the other was a cloth mother that provided comfort. And at random times he would frighten the poor monkeys to see which mother they would run to, and most of the monkeys preferred the cloth mother over the wire mother, and they showed that infants needed more comfort than food. And he also ranted about the attachment theory and other doctor topics. This information provided Rodrigo plenty of food for thought, and he also felt like he understood Bruno a little better. And Rodrigo tried to imagine what it would be like to grow up in a loveless household. And Rodrigo had both his parents who spoiled him raw, and he has his little sister Teresa, and his uncle and aunts also spoiled him, and his family had always been a source of love, comfort, and security. And try as he might, Rodrigo could not put himself in Bruno's shoes. That night, three of them went on to the Chiva Rumba, and they got a night tour of the city to the beat of salsa music. And they drank much, and they were merry. And Karina drank so much that the following morning she couldn't remember how she even got to the room. And according to Rodrigo, they practically had to carry her to her room. And she asked for a shower, and she complained when they forgot to add conditioner. I do not even know why conditioner is so important to you. With or without it, your hair looks the same, said Rodrigo. It looks perfect, said Bruno, trying not to incur Karina's ire. Karina had gotten bored of ironing her hair every day, so during the vacation she had gone back to her naturally curly hair. Did we sleep together? Asked Karina. No, said Bruno. As a rule, I do not sleep with drunk chicks, and they sometimes drop on you if you rattle them around too much. Have you ever been truly wasted? Asked Karina. Come to think of it, I don't remember ever seeing you that big drunk, commented Rodrigo. I have a high tolerance for alcohol, like Bruno, and he always drank at a slower rate, and then he would stop as soon as his friends were drunk. Therefore, he was always the only soberish person in a sea of drunkards. And he said, I come from a long line of alcoholics from my father's side. So what is today's adventure? Asked Karina. We are touring the Casa San Felipe de Barajas, reminded Rodrigo, so I hope you brought your tennis shoes because this is going to be an uphill battle. Karina swapped her sandals for her Nike shoes, and on the way out to the elevator they saw the deer roaming the hallways, and Karina happily shrieked with delight before bringing out her camera. And the noise she made scared the little deer away. Next time don't yell when you see the deer, said Rodrigo. I managed to get a photo, said Bruno, showing his cell phone. Nice shot, Bruno, said Karina, and send it to everyone. Bruno sent the picture to everyone like Karina commanded, and even his clients got a photo of the deer roaming the hallways. I have one better, said Rodrigo, showing a photo of a toucan. Wow, it is so perfect that it almost looks fake, said Karina, admiring the photo of the toucan. Here's the bird eating what is left of my breakfast eggs, said Rodrigo. A bird eating eggs, isn't that technically cannibalism? Asked Karina. It is if the eggs are toucan eggs, and birds naturally eat other eggs, such as predation is pretty common among hawks or falcons, explained Bruno. The conversation carried them all the way to the bus, and after she arrived they made it to the castle, and Karina descended the bus to admire the walls. and she noticed the little holes in the sides of the walls of the castle, and according to the guide, those holes were meant to hide shooters. And the passage was wide enough for the muskets to stick out, but narrow enough to provide cover. And the group started walking up the slope of the castle, and Karina took photos every step of the way. "Hey, look at the statue, Karina," said Rodrigo, pointing at the statue of a man without an arm and leg, and he was wielding a rapier and walking with a peg leg. "According to this guy, that is a statue of Blas de Leso, and he was in a lot of bloody battles, and by the age of 25 he lost his arm, leg, and an eye," said Bruno, reading a little pamphlet. "And then he retired," asked Karina attentively. "No, he continued fighting. And from this castle he fought the British that one day attacked Cartagena, and even though he was heavily outnumbered, he somehow managed to lead his troops to victory. And 2 months later he died," said Bruno before closing the pamphlet. "Of his wounds?" asked Rodrigo before yawning. He wasn't a fan of historical tours, but he wanted to pretend to take an interest in Bruno's interest. "He died of typhus," said Bruno. "How do you get typhus, and what is typhoid for that matter?" asked Rodrigo. "Typhus is a disease caused by a bacteria. The bacteria is transmitted by lice and fleas," said Karina. Rodrigo looked at his exposed legs, and he scratched his side nervously, and they continued walking up the brick steps, and they entered within a dark corridor, and the wind falling into it provided a welcome relief from the blistering sun. And Karina saw a light at the end of the tunnel, and after squinting her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a tower. Karina walked up the steps to reach the guard tower's windows, and from there she saw a view of the city. Karina took a selfie with Bruno and her cousin Rodrigo. "If your psyche was here, she would be patient a bit about you taking a photo with a tower," said Bruno. "How so?" asked Karina. "Well, you know, whenever the tower tarot card shows up, it always spells disaster," said Bruno. "The tower isn't always a bad card. When it is reversed, it means averting disaster, delaying the inevitable, and resisting change," said Karina. "Let's rise inside, and we have another venue to visit," said Rodrigo, changing the subject. The party walked inside the tour bus, and it drove them to the Walled City, aka the historical district. And it had all of the original buildings from back to the colonial era, and Karina photographed everything while she fancied how her life would be back then. And when she remembered that she was a woman, she realized that life during the colonial times would suck for her. Men back then were the only ones who were allowed to have any fun. Karina entered within the Cathedral of Santa Catalina, and the exterior was orange with red bricks, and it looked both ancient and strong. And the inside was a bit paler than she expected, and it had clearly gotten a fixer-upper. The white walls contrasted greatly with the wooden roof and the golden altar, and at the moment the tour guide entered, they were having mass in the cathedral, and Karina wanted to stay for mass, but she had to stay with the group, and they passed by a couple of street vendors, and Rodrigo haggled in order to purchase souvenirs, and Cartagena had a strong bartering economy, and none of the prices were fixed in stone except in the modern shopping malls. The tour ended satisfactorily, and when dusk fell, Bruno took Karina on the horse carriage ride without Rodrigo tagging along. And Karina was finally spending some alone time with her boyfriend, and just when she was having the most fun, her phone began ringing. "I must have forgotten to put it on vibrate," said Karina, looking at the cell phone. "Who is calling?" asked Bruno. Karina saw the name Kane, and she sent the call directly to voicemail, and she said to Bruno, "Nobody important." "It could be one of your patients dying," said Bruno. "Answer the call." It was Kane. "He's probably bored of his mind spending all of his time in the company of animals," said Karina. And she wrapped her arm around Bruno's shoulders before saying, "Now where did we leave off?" The couple returned to smooching while they remained oblivious to the leering eyes of the carriage driver. And after 2 hours of fooling about, Karina felt like returning to the hotel, and she was tired of sitting for so long. And since the night looked so beautiful, she decided to go splash about the pool. And the novelty called the bath had already passed, and as long as she stayed away from the shadows, the bath didn't pay her any mind. She splashed about with Bruno while talking sweet nonsense, and everything was perfect in their world. And it eventually came time for bed, and she pretended to be too exhausted with the tour. So she went to sleep immediately, and she waited half an hour, and around midnight Bruno left the bed. and she slowly walked towards the balcony, and she pushed her face against the glass, and she closed her eyes in order to listen. Rook to D8, whispered Bruno. And Karina rolled her eyes when she realized that Bruno was playing chess over the phone, and with her curiosity satiated, she returned back into the bed, and after punching her pillow, she somehow managed to get them into a comfortable position, and the hard beds were part of the reason why she tried to tire herself as much as possible throughout the day. And as she started to doze off, she began to listen to this song in her mind. Your pillow will be made of rock, and your bed will be made of wood. If the pillow was made of stone, it would at least offer some semblance of lumbar support, moaned Karina. And her only consolation was the fact that they were only able to reserve an 8-day vacation on such short notice, and she only needed to put up with this terrible bed for a couple of more days before being allowed to return home. And once she was home, she still had more days to fool around, and maybe she could go to the Keys, or maybe she could take a ferry to Bimini. That night she suffered another night terror, and her cell phone was ringing, and when she picked it up, a strange fluid dripped from the mouthpiece, and she touched it with her hand, and when she looked at it, she screamed when she saw that it was blood. Karina sat up in frustration. It had been a perfect day. Everything had gone according to plan, and nothing had gotten in her way of her happiness, and how could one call trigger such a stupid nightmare? In the morning, Karina called Kane, if only to clear her guilty consciousness, and she frowned when Oberon answered Kane's phone. Kane is sleeping right now, whispered Oberon. You're going to have to call him back later. If he's sleeping, tell him that I say hi when he wakes up, said Karina before hanging up the phone, and she fancied that everything was well. During breakfast, Karina got another call from Oberon, and when she answered the phone, she heard for a second Kane's voice saying, No, don't tell her. Don't tell me what? Asked Karina, giggling. Didn't you hear Kane's voicemail? Asked Oberon. I skimmed it for details, said Karina, with a coiled smile painted on her face. Kane was, started saying Oberon when the call ended. Kane was what? Asked Karina before bursting out laughing. Anything funny happened? Asked Bruno. I don't know, maybe, mused Karina. If he didn't want her to know, it was probably something embarrassing. Kane and Oberon have been acting a little weird as of lately. You can tell all that over the phone, asked Bruno, raising an eyebrow. They have been acting weird since even before then, said Karina, and just a few nights ago, Kane told me that Oberon has been working out the courage to steal a kiss. Oberon is a horn dog, and he will kiss anyone or anything if you even show yourself the slightest bit receptive, said Rodrigo. I learned that lesson the hard way. Honestly, Rodrigo, you surprise me, said Bruno, laughing. I kid, said Rodrigo, quite happy with his joke. What does Oberon see in Kane? Asked Bruno out of morbid curiosity. It is his skin, or so he claims, said Karina, caressing her flesh, and she added, Oberon likes my skin as well, and he wants to melt into me. Do you think he likes to rub lotion on it? Asked Rodrigo. Will he use his hoe if Kane refuses to put lotion on it? Asked Bruno, referring to the silence of the lamp. How long does he have it, by the way? Asked Jennifer, jumping into the adult conversation. Jennifer, said Rodrigo, go back to playing with your Barbies. It is hard to play when you're speaking so loudly, protested Jennifer, and she was lugging about a mermaid Barbie she had brought for the trip. How old is Oberon, by the way? Asked Jennifer. He is 40, like Karina. So he's going to be 48 by the time I'm old enough to date him, said Jennifer, extremely disappointed. And she needed to find herself a new crush. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle, chapter 24, the Emperor. It's a tarot card. On that day they had the final tours for the vacation. The tour was taken to a mud volcano called Totumo. After 2 hours they arrived at the mount. For a volcano it didn't look too impressive, and after climbing up the steps, Karina sunk into the mud bath. It was surprisingly warm, and from time to time the mud bubbled as if to remind Karina that this was technically a volcano. The view from up there was at least pleasant, and she could see the ocean and the forest, and with nothing better to do than to soak, Karina could gossip it a little. The hours rolled peacefully by in the mud bath, and when the time was up, Karina went to the wash lady, and a maiden with a bucket, a brush, and a hose proceeded to clean her up. Karina felt awkward to be showered by a stranger, though she had paid for the experience, so she had no other choice but to tolerate the rough scrubbing. And once she was clean, Karina caressed her silky skin. The mud had indeed done wonders to rejuvenate her complexion, and it had been money well spent. Bruno came to stand beside her, and he patted her hand to see if the mud had made a significant difference. He didn't notice much of a change, though Karina did notice a difference in Bruno. His rough hands were silky smooth. The tour concluded around noon, and for their second adventure of the day, they were taken to random food stands. They were on a street food tour, and she tried anything that was sweet, and Bruno nibbled on everything, though most of the time he was spitting what he tried on into a napkin. "You haven't found anything new you liked?" asked Karina. "Most of the food is alright, but nothing has wowed me as of yet," said Bruno. "If he was going to get fat, he was going to get fat eating something he liked." "Try this almond habana," said Rodrigo, bringing over a dish he knew that Bruno was going to like. Said Bruno before devouring the cheese bread. "Try my oblea," said Karina, offering a bit of her sweet with a wafer sandwich. The next thing they tried was scalipapa. It was French fries and sausages served together, and for a drink they tried lulada, a mixture of lulo juice, condensed milk, lime juice, and ice. The taste was different. Karina couldn't decide if she liked it or not, and from time to time she would sip her drink before meditating on it. In the end, she decided that she didn't like it, so she handed her drink to Rodrigo. He was far more adventurous, and the last item they tried were the cocadas. It was grated coconut combined with melted sugar and other sweets to vary the taste. On the bus ride back to the hotel, Karina sighed with contentment. It had been a bit of a rocky start, but overall it had been a good vacation. "I had fun with you, Bruno," said Karina. "Me too," said Bruno, smiling warmly. "And where do you want to go next year?" asked Karina. "I picked this vacation, so you should choose the next one," said Bruno. "Maybe we could go to Paris," said Karina. She originally had planned to go with Malik. Alas, a romantic Parisian vacation with Malik wasn't meant to be, so she decided to go there with Bruno instead. We need to start doing research right away," said Bruno, starting to oversee the vacation. "Yes, it is nice to travel, but we shouldn't go bankrupt over a passing fancy." "If a Paris vacation is beyond your pay grade, I can just pay for everything," offered Karina. "Unless if you have a problem with a woman paying for everything." "Yes, I do have a problem with a woman paying for everything." "Now, if you were my wife, that would be a different matter," said Bruno, bringing out the wedding ring again. "Wow, you two are going to finally tie the knot. Awesome," said Rodrigo, fully supporting the idea of Karina marrying the person he considered his best friend. And he added, smiling sadly, "I'm gonna miss you, Bruno." "Just because I'm marrying Karina doesn't mean that I won't make time for you, Rodrigo. After all, you were here first," said Bruno solemnly. "Maybe you should give the wedding ring to my cousin instead," said Karina, taking the wedding ring from Bruno's hand, and as a joke she placed it in Rodrigo's ring finger, and laughing she said, "It is a perfect fit." "I love you, man, but I'm not in love with you, man." "I don't like men, alright, man?" joked Rodrigo, returning the ring. Bruno laughed before returning the wedding ring to his pocket, and it seemed to him that his grandma's wedding ring wasn't ready to leave his side. Truth be told, Bruno didn't want to part with it. The party arrived to the hotel, and Bruno's latest wedding proposal became the topic of conversation. And unlike wanted the couple to wait 6 more months, and marriage is not a thing that should be taken lightly, and if anything, Unla wanted time to plan a perfect wedding for her one and only daughter. Horacio fancied that if they shouldn't like each other, they should just do a shotgun wedding, and shotgun weddings were cheap, and he was betting on their relationship failing. After dinner, Karina finally had enough silence to meditate on her relationship, and she went to the pool to free float, and nearby Bruno was helping Rodrigo with his case, and he was swimming in circles around Rodrigo while he poked holes into his friend's argument, and she pondered on what would happen after she got married to Bruno. Would he change, or would he stay the same? She liked him how he was now. Even at his lowest, he would simply withdraw and become taciturn. And this was manageable. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't terrible either. And most of the problems in their relationship, she would create them. Karina swung up to Bruno and she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and Bruno kissed Karina on the forehead before asking, "What's the matter, hairball?" "Hairball?" asked Karina, and this was the first time she had been called hairball. "Well, you are pretty hairy," joked Rodrigo. "That's because they didn't let me bring razors," said Karina. Her shaving razor had been confiscated by the TSA, so she hadn't shaved during the entire vacation. She didn't think it was too noticeable since nobody had said anything. "It wasn't my intention to make you feel unkept, though. If the nickname hairball bothers you, I can call you something else," said Bruno. "Hairball is fine, I like it," said Karina, and she fancied that with her natural hair she indeed looked like a hairball, because she has like big puffy hair. Now you come out with a funny nickname for Bruno," giggled Rodrigo. "Please don't," said Bruno, pouting. "Oh, come on, it'll be fun," said Rodrigo. "If you don't make up something, Karina, I will." "All right, then let me think," said Karina before swimming back a pace. She looked at Bruno from head to toe, and she thought of what would be the best way to describe and poke fun at Bruno at the same time, and she needed to make certain that the nickname was fun but not mean-spirited. It was then when she remembered that Bruno wanted to be president of the United States. Giggling, she said, "Your name will be Mr. President." A queer smile was painted in Bruno's face, and Karina couldn't tell if he was amused or offended. On hindsight, she shouldn't have poked fun at Bruno's lofty ambition. He was already unhappy due to his stagnant career. He didn't need to be reminded that his dream might never come true. Since Bruno wasn't saying anything, she said, "Forget the nicknames, it was a stupid idea." "I prefer to call you by your name," said Bruno. "In Scandinavia, your name means love." "Does it?" asked Karina. "What does your name mean, Bruno?" asked Rodrigo. "It means brown," said Bruno. "Not the most inspired name, but I can at least take solace in the fact that I had the same name as Frankenstein's monster." "I wasn't aware that the monster had a name," said Rodrigo. "All the monsters have names, and as for Bruno, the name appeared in the Spanish translation of the first edition," said Bruno. "I see. Do you know what my name means?" asked Rodrigo. "It means famous ruler. It is also the first name of Emil Cid, a Spanish medieval knight," said Bruno. "If he's so famous, how come I never heard of him?" said Rodrigo. "Well, it is famous among certain circles," said Bruno. "He is the first knight still not to embellish his story with magic." "Sounds like a pretty boring night story," said Rodrigo. "But it isn't boring, and when we get back I will see about having Kane dig up the movie. And it wasn't as exciting as the actual epic poem, but it will show you everything you need to know about Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar," said Bruno. The vacation concluded at its leisurely pace, and Karina was blissfully unaware of the storm that was just around the corner. And the first echoes of that storm came with a phone call, and she was in the middle of celebrating New Year's with her family when Bruno got a call. Bruno started dancing with Karina in order to answer the call. At first he was beaming with happiness, though slowly a dark shadow fell over his face, and Karina went up to him to ask him what was wrong. "Bad news," asked Karina. "I gotta fly back to Miami immediately," said Bruno. "Can't this wait till Friday?" asked Karina, and they were scheduled to fly back to Miami on the morning of January the 2nd. "No, this cannot wait," said Bruno, making his way towards the room, and Karina ran after him to ask him for more details, and when she caught up to him in the bedroom, she asked, "What happened?" "Carlos is in jail, and he has been accused of attempted murder, and he was going to say more, but I told him to be quiet until I got there," said Bruno before packing his bags. "Who did he kill?" asked Karina. "Nobody, he's innocent," said Bruno, and he was convinced of that very fact. "And you're letting your bias blind you?" asked Karina. Bruno didn't bother to answer, and he picked up his phone to call a taxi, and he was gone before anyone had a chance to ask him for more detail. And Karina returned to the party with her family. "What happened to Bruno?" asked Unla. "His favorite playfellow got accused of attempted murder, so he flew to Miami to get him out of jail," said Karina. "Attempted murder?" asked Rodrigo, surprised. "Bruno has no experience in murder trials." "Well, I suppose it's the first time for everything," said Karina, pouting. "A trial by fire," said Barbara solemnly. But if Carlos is innocent, wouldn't he be better off with a more experienced lawyer? Asked Mira. Carlos is a bartender, said Rodrigo. Bruno's probably all that he could afford. The party immediately died after Bruno flew back to Miami, and Karina went to bed and she tried not to think. And she rolled around the bed while she thought of Bruno's case, and the problem was that she wasn't a lawyer, and other than her medical expertise, she couldn't provide any actual help. And the following morning, she went to the beach with her cousin, and they wanted to make the most of their last day of vacation. The cousin spent the day speculating about the case, and the fact that Bruno was silent didn't inspire Karina much confidence. It was then when Rodrigo remembered that King was a cop, and he could tell them everything they needed to know about Carlos' pending murder investigation. Karina called Kane up, and she parted when she heard that Oberon answered the phone, and he said, "Kane is not feeling well. Please call back later." "I need to ask him a question, and it would only be a minute of his time, I promise," said Karina. And she heard Kane's hushed voice in the background. He eventually came into the phone, and he asked, "Do you need something from me?" "God, you sound awful, Kane. I'm sorry to bother you in your sick bed, but this is an emergency. And Bruno flew to the United States because one of his friends got accused of murder, and I have called Bruno, but he just sends all my calls to voicemail. And I need to know what the police know so that I can help him," said Karina. "What you're asking me to do is illegal," said Kane, "but I will see what I can do. Give me the name of the perp." "His name is Carlos Perez," said Karina. Oberon brought King his laptop, and he sent an email to Michael asking him for access to his company corporate servers. And after some light hacking, King found out who Carlos had supposedly tried to murder. The name of the victim was Kane Sanson. Alright, that's a good place to leave it. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 25, Knight of Swords. Kane was quiet for some time, and he took a deep breath before closing the computer, and he rolled back into the bed in order to sleep. Oberon took the computer to read the information, and it fell on him to give Karina the grim tidings. Now she understood why Kane was acting so weird. A psychopath had tried to murder him on Christmas Eve, and she thought of the long message that King had left her, and she should have heard the rest instead of erasing it. "Carlos is a prime suspect in this investigation," said Oberon, and this was all he was able to understand from the police report he read. "This is everything that King was able to find out, and please don't pressure him. He isn't well." "I'm sorry, Oberon, you're right, and I will fly there as soon as I'm able to," said Karina softly, and she hung up the phone, and then she said to herself, "Why don't people ever tell me anything?" "So what happened, Karina?" asked Rodrigo. "King got bitten by a vampire," said Karina. "Come again?" asked Rodrigo, and what Karina had just said sounded crazy. "You heard me. King got bit by a man who wanted to engage in vampirism. When the police tried to interfere, he was held on gunpoint by the assailant, and if it wasn't for Thibault, the arresting officer might not have found him," explained Karina. "Can you repeat everything again? And who is this Thibault?" asked Rodrigo. "The cat. Thibault is the cat that King was babysitting. It led Officer Lola to the vampiric lunatic that had kidnapped Kane," explained Karina. "I don't get it. Was he kidnapped or did they try to kill him?" asked Rodrigo. "First one and then the other. When the police caught up to the criminal," said Karina. "Is Carlos our guy? Did he do it?" asked Rodrigo. "I don't know." Oberon didn't elaborate because Kane was nearby, and Kane was already fragile because of his accident and the beating he got from the sicarios, and now this, asked Karina, overwhelmed with pity for her unfortunate friend. "They say that misfortune comes in threes, so maybe this incident will mark the end of his misfortune," said Rodrigo contemplatively. "You're not helping, Rodrigo," said Karina. "I'm sorry, I'm just trying to stay positive," said Rodrigo. Karina went to the shop to shop around for plane tickets, and she wanted to end her vacation earlier. And she thought of Bruno fighting to keep his friend out of jail, and meanwhile, there was King who desperately needed an arrest in order to move on with his life. Karina wasn't able to get early plane tickets, and she was forced to leave at the same time as the rest of her family. And the hours before the flight, she spent it consumed with worry, and her mother only took a more practical approach, and she did research on all the new and possible malfunctions that King could possibly have. And he was definitely going to need some serious therapy after getting attacked by a vampire. A vampire. Karina just couldn't wrap her head around the idea of a vampire. It sounded too surreal. And when she heard the word vampire, the image of the Count Dracula came to her mind. And during the plane ride, Una told her daughter about paraphilia, the Rainfield syndrome, or clinical vampirism. The person that the cops are searching for is a man of flesh and blood and not a true vampire, said Una at the end of her rant. If it is just a lunatic with a vampire fetish, then there's nothing to worry about, said Rodrigo, who was eavesdropping. For a minute I was afraid that we were going to have to fill our house with crosses and garlic, joked Jennifer. This conversation isn't for you, barked Karina. If you don't want me to listen, then don't talk so loudly, said Jennifer, and she added, can I offer you a word of insight? Knock yourself out, said Karina, gesturing with her hands, and she added, I am serious, knock yourself out. If the crazy guy thinks he's a vampire, he probably scouted Kane at a party. Vampires have fun on masquerade and dances, so Kane probably ran into the guy at a nightclub, said Jennifer. And she added, vampires are also afraid of sunlight, so our man probably has a night job. I am starting to see why they suspect Carlos, said Karina. He works as a bartender at night and in the nightclub that Kane frequents. If they found a vampire book in his house, I suppose that would be enough to hang him, mused Jennifer. Police officers don't build cases on such flimsy evidence, commented Karina. Not really. Most of the cases I tackle have been held together loosely by paperclip and a mountain of circumstantial evidence. Bruno's probably right about Carlos being innocent. Innocent or not, that still won't fix things for Kane, said Karina. Right now, Karina, instead of playing amateur detective, I think you should focus on offering emotional support to your friend, advised Barbara. The plane ride was spent with the family speculating on the case, and after 4 hours it felt like an eternity. The plane landed in the Miami International Airport. Karina's family was picked up by Eugenia's limo driver. It was cheaper to call the guy instead of calling 3 different taxis. The topic of the identity of the would-be killer continued all the way back to Karina's house. When she entered the living room, she gasped when she saw the mess of files and paperwork, and in the center of that mess, there was an extremely stressed Bruno who had bitten on more than he could chew. And he was still wearing the same outfit he had worn the day before, and based on the bags under his eyes, it was obvious that he had not slept at all since arriving to Miami. Bruno, take a shower and go to sleep, ordered Karina. Not now, I'm busy, said Bruno while pacing about the living room. Is he always such a messy worker? Asked Karina. Every creative man has his process, said Rodrigo, shrugging his shoulder, and he added, but I really do think you need to sleep. After much insistence, Bruno left his work to shower and go to sleep, and he lost consciousness as soon as his head touched the pillow. And while he slept, Rodrigo read through the evidence, and as he did, his face twisted into a scowl. Is it that bad? Asked Karina, coming over. 2 days before the assault, Carlos went to a nearby flower shop to buy roses, and a camera in the neighborhood recorded him going to the beach with the flowers and leaving without them. And these were the very same roses that Kane took back to his house. And Carlos was spotted by cameras driving away from the scene of the crime, and he was wearing the black hoodie and baseball cap as the culprit. And his cell phone is full of photos of Kane as well as other men. And in his house, they found a sketchbook filled with new drawings of man and Kane. And there was also a vampire book in his house, said Rodrigo, looking at the evidence. Which vampire book? Asked Jennifer. Doesn't matter, asked Rodrigo. It does, said Jennifer. She was an avid reader of everything having to do with vampires. Not all vampires are cut from the same cloth. It doesn't say the title, but apparently it is an Anne Rice book, said Rodrigo, reading the report. Ooh, they are going to hang Carlos for sure, giggled Jennifer happily. And do they have anything else on the guy? His clothing has sand as well as a couple of sea grapes. And when the pair ran away with Kane, he took hiding among the sea grape bushes near Eugenia's house, said Rodrigo. And he added, so that physical evidence puts Carlos in the scene of the crime, and they also found sleeping pills in his house. and these were the same sleeping pills that they were used to drug Kane to make him more manageable. And he also has a scratch on his shoulder, and probably made by the bullet that grazed him. Rodrigo read through the rest of the evidence, and things looked very bleak for Carlos indeed, and even Karina started to doubt the bartender's innocence. Rodrigo cleaned up the case files and he moved them to his office, and he knew how much Karina hated clutter, and if Bruno was going to run amok, it was better that he do it away from a neat freak. Karina didn't know how to manage the situation, and after weighing her options, she decided to pay Kane a home visit. And she drove out to Kane's house, and she knocked on the door, and after looking through the window, she saw that nobody was home, and it was then when she remembered that Kane's family was still vacationing in Orlando. And Karina wondered if Uncle Ken knew what had happened to his nephew, and she picked up the cell phone a few times before closing it again, and she called for her mother to ask her for advice. And after hearing her daughter's dilemma, Unla said, "You lose nothing by asking." "But what if Kane doesn't want his family to know?" asked Karina. "Karina, your father didn't tell me that he was sick for more than a year, and I only found out about his condition when he coughed up blood. And had he told me about the problem sooner, I don't know. I hated him for not telling me that he had a problem, but a part of me was thankful that he kept me in the dark for so long. Ignorance is bliss, as the saying goes," said Unla. "Why, you're saying that this is a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation," said Karina, pouting. "Pretty much, but I trust that you will make the right decision," said Unla. In the end, Karina decided to throw the hot potato to Kane's father, Jack. And Karina scrolled down to her contacts till she found Jack's phone. "Hi, Karina, how are you?" said Jack happily. If he was happy, Karina knew that he didn't know. And Karina asked, "Where is Uncle Kent?" "He's right here with me," said Jack, "and you need to talk to him. Did you misplace his cell phone? I can give it to you if you..." "Jack, I need you to be quiet for a moment and listen," said Karina. "What I'm about to tell you is going to hit you like a ton of bricks, but you need to put on a brave face, alright?" Jack froze on the spot, and he handed his phone to his brother, and whatever it was, he didn't want to deal with it. And Karina, not knowing this, said, "Kane was attacked by a vampire." A booming laughter was heard on the other side of the phone, and Gen said, "Good one, Jackie. You had me worried there for a second." Gen, is that you? I am being serious," said Karina. "A man broke into Eugenia's guest house, and he bit Kane in the neck, just like a vampire." "If this is a joke, it isn't funny," said Gen. "I'm going to send you a copy of the evidence file in Bruno's possession, and look through it and then decide if this is an elaborate prank," said Karina before sending the files. Karina hung up the phone, and she decided to call over to ask him of Kane's location, and he was currently holed up in Natasha's family vacation house in Isla Monada. And Karina drove for 2 hours down to the Florida Keys, and she was feeling jet lag, and she had barely slept the night before, and every so often her eyes would close longer and for longer periods of time. And when she looked out the rear view mirror, she saw that there was somebody sitting in the back of her car. "Wake up!" yelled a familiar voice. Karina woke when she hit the back part of her car, and she awoke before she hit the back part of her car, and she pressed down on the brakes before swiveling to the side, and she swiveled again just as a truck was blaring down on her, and after barely avoiding a fatal crash, she stopped by the Warhol Bar and Grill to get a cup of coffee. And while she waited for her cup, she ordered a key lime pie to go, and she knew that Kane liked that pie. And she smiled sadly while looking at the ocean, and again she fell asleep, and this time she didn't dream, though the smell of coffee awoke her, and she paid for the bill, and the power nap combined with the coffee succeeded in helping her stay awake for the rest of the drive. Karina breathed a sigh of relief as soon as she made it to the driveway, and she saw Natasha outside waiting for her. Karina descended from the car. "Karina, thank God you're here. Kane hasn't left the bedroom in days, and my parents' patience is starting to run out. Can you take him with you?" asked Natasha. "I will see what I can do," said Karina non-committedly, and she added, "Where is the little loon?" "He's in the guest house upstairs in the attic," said Natasha. Karina gave a cursory glance at the vacation house, and it has 2 stories and attic, and the exterior and interior had a sky blue and white decoration, and all the furniture and decor was themed after maritime life. and she slowly walked upstairs, and for some reason the last flight of stairs felt interminable. When she reached the door, she hesitated before opening it. Her heart began to beat quickly, and thankfully Oberon opened the door for her. "Karina," said Kane, springing out of the bed, and the smile on his face immediately faded away, and he lowered himself before crying into her shoulder. "Oh, Karina, it was just awful." "There, there," said Karina, patting Kane's raven hair, and once he calmed down, she added, "I bought you some key lime pie. It is in my car. You're going to have to leave this room to go eat it." Kane laughed nervously, and he meekly returned back into the bed. "Oh, for crying out loud, Kane, let's go," said Karina, pulling at Kane's arm. "That's enough," said Oberon, coming in between them, and he added, hugging Kane. "He isn't well, and let him recover at his own pace." "If you allow him to stay in this room now, he's never going to leave," said Karina, shaking her head sadly. And she stamped on the floor before saying, "I'm not leaving here without you." "They caught the guy already," said Natasha, "so what do you have to be afraid of?" "Yes, I suppose I haven't abused your hospitality enough," said Kane, leaving the bed, and he entered the shower to buy himself some time. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle 4, chapter 26, Six of Swords. Karina picked up his things before tidying up the bedroom, and Natasha brought Tivara over inside his cat carrier, and Marmalade was in the porch resting. "You're also going to take this cat and the dog. Michael already sent someone for his other pets," explained Natasha. "So Michael does know, and why didn't he say anything?" asked Karina. "He didn't want to ruin his family vacation, plus Eugenia's pregnant, so it's best not to worry her. And he asked me to ask you how the crime was in your neighborhood," said Natasha. "I think it is a little too soon to move," said Karina, "but whatever gives them peace of mind." The conversation was interrupted when Kane left the bathroom, and he was putting a red sweater set, and he took a couple of steps forward towards the door, and Karina was worried that he was going to suffer a panic attack. And what happened was much worse. He froze on the spot. He neither walked forward nor moved back, and he knew that he needed to leave Natasha's home, though try as he might, he couldn't get the final step out of the bedroom. And Natasha, becoming tired by the situation, pulled Kane by the shirt, causing him to step forward, and he almost lost his balance, and he would have fallen if Oberon hadn't been there to support him. "There, you stepped out of the bedroom and you didn't die," barked Natasha, trying a bit of tough love. "I'm sorry for being such a burden," said Kane sadly. "It's fine, Kane, you are forgiven. Now go in peace," said Natasha, doing the sign of the cross. Karina handed the cat carrier to Kane, and together they walked downstairs and outside the house, and Kane looked about suspiciously with his eyes. "Vampires only attack at night," said Natasha jokingly. "I wasn't attacked by a real vampire, just a lunatic made of flesh and blood," barked Kane caustically. "Kane, just let it go," insisted Karina. "Come on." Kane reluctantly got inside the car, and he gave a final look around the vicinity, and once he made certain that the coast was clear, he gave Karina permission to drive him home. And during the ride, he amused himself by petting Thibault's paws. And as for the dog Marmalade, she had her head out of the window, and she would bark at random cars from time to time. "Do you remember anything of the attack?" asked Karina. "You read the report, didn't you?" "Everything that I remember was written there," said Kane, not in the mood to talk about it. "Yes, but sometimes we remember other things later," said Karina. "I don't want to talk about it," said Kane, raising his voice. "Kane, an innocent man is rotting away in prison," said Karina. "Because of me," said Kane, finishing Karina's sentence. "It isn't your fault that they're not the first idiot that checked most of the boxes," said Karina. And she added, "At the end of the day, what we want is the culprit, not a culprit." I suppose," said Kane. "Other than your revolver, he didn't take anything else from you?" asked Karina. "I don't know," said Kane after a long period of silence, and he added, "I will have to check my duffel bag and my schedule to make certain that everything is there." "Now that you mention it, there is said Karina, looking at Kane, said, "a lock of your hair. Now that you mention it, a lock of your hair is missing." Kane had been avoiding looking at himself in the mirror, and every time he saw that purple bite mark in his neck, it gave him bad flashbacks. And he gathered the sweater around his neck before lowering the windshield wiper, and his haircut was a little off. "Do you think he will try it again?" asked Karina. "I don't know. A part of me hopes that I will never have to deal with a creep again, but at the same time I feel sorry for his next unfortunate target," said Kane. And he added, "He was holding my grandpa's revolver with his left hand." "Now we're getting somewhere," said Karina while she encouraged Kane to remember more, and she added, "When he lifted you, did he struggle or did he carry you with ease?" "He lifted me as if I was made of feathers," said Kane. "That's perfect, Kane," said Karina happily. "Carlos couldn't have been the culprit. He wasn't strong enough to carry a man of Kane's height and grit with ease." And she tested this new clue to her cousin Rodrigo. And Rodrigo was assisted in the case while Bruno slept, and she added, "And can you tell me anything about his smell?" "He smelled like Karina. Watch the roads. We can talk about this later," said Kane, pointing at a cyclist that Karina had almost ran over. Karina pouted before quieting down, and she would chatter a lot when she was nervous, and she eventually arrived at Kane's home. And Karina opened the front door with her keys, and she turned off the alarm, and once Kane was inside, she turned it back on again. And she went to the gun cabinet to make certain that everything was as it should be. Kane did the same as well, and the only unwanted guests in his house were a couple of roaches that had sneaked inside while he was away. How did those things keep getting inside as Kane brushing out the carcasses out of the house? "Did you add silicone in all of the holes?" asked Karina. "I did," said Kane. "Well, you probably missed an opening. Or maybe the silicone seal was undone by water," guessed Karina. "I want to go to bed," said Kane. "With your permission." "Have you been working out?" asked Karina. "No," said Kane. "It is a slippery slope downwards, Kane. If you lie on that bed, you will never rise again," said Karina. "And let's go jogging for a bit. The cool air will do you good." Kane sighed with frustration before changing into his workout attire, and both jogged around the neighborhood. And despite being short-winded most of the time, Karina forced herself to keep up with Kane, and she needed to be strong when her friend was weak. And Kane appreciated the effort, and so for the second half of the routine, he did it by himself without Karina's assistance. And after working up a good sweat, he somehow felt better. Instead of going to bed, he brought out his cell phone. While Karina cleaned his house, he tested over them. And while mopping the floor, she said, "Kane, I was thinking your grandpa had a lot more weapons, so until they track down this revolver, maybe you should make do with your second favorite gun." "I suppose," said Kane, going to the gun cabinet, and he brought out a hunting rifle, and this was the second weapon he had used the most with his grandpa. "Don't you think that is a bit of an overkill?" asked Karina. "I suppose," said Kane, petting his rifle lovingly. "Get a room, you two," laughed Karina. "And maybe tomorrow you can visit the police station to do some marksmanship training." "Yes, I suppose," sighed Kane with frustration. You suppose, Kane. "Are you even listening to a word I'm saying?" asked Karina. Yes, I am listening to you, Karina. I am sorry for not being as articulated as Bruno, but I had a long day, a long week, a long month," said Kane before sighing. "The bat doesn't last forever, and you just need to have faith that there is a light at the end of the tunnel," said Karina, hugging her friend. Kane took much comfort from the hug, and Karina, pushing him back, said, "Eureka, take a shower." "And you won't leave while I showered?" asked Kane, afraid of being alone. "Here is the key to my car," said Karina, handing Kane the car keys. Kane took the keys to the bathroom, and Karina sat in the couch to wait. And just as she was settling down, she saw Marmalade peeing on the wooden floor. And Karina had forgotten that the animals needed to be walked, and she mopped up the floor. She mopped up as soon as she saw it. And with his task done, she went to the bathroom to speak with Kane. "Marmalade had a little accident, and I'm going to take the animals to the backyard. And do you think you're going to be alright by yourself for a few minutes?" "I can manage. It is not as if you're going to be that far away. Plus, I can hear you just fine from the bathroom," said Kane. "How come?" asked Karina. "This isn't an impact window, but it is small, so I never bothered to upgrade it," said Kane. Karina grabbed the leash of the car, and after tracking down Tybalt, she went out to the gardens. Even if it was just going out the yard, Karina took care to set the alarm, and normally ran about the garden looking for a good spot to leave her present. And as for Tybalt, he simply stared at Karina with a spiteful look in his eyes. You know how like cats look at you when they hate you? Like you can always tell when a cat hates your guts. Alright, I will walk you then, said Karina, sitting up. And she ran about the gardens with the cat on a leash. And Tybalt, quite amused, explored his new territory, and he scent marked a few spots. And he stopped a moment before hunching his leg, and he hissed at something only his eyes could perceive. And Karina naturally grew tense, and she realized when she saw that it was just a little squirrel passing by. The cat made a motion to sprint after him, but the leash restricted how far he could run. He returned to patrolling the grounds, and the peace of the evening was broken when the house alarm sounded. And Karina ran back into the house while Kane sprang out of the shower, and his first instinct was to run for the rifle. The problem was that the rifle was in the living room, and he cautiously opened his bedroom door to see who arrived, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was his father Jack and Uncle Gant. "We came back as soon as we found out," explained Jack. "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" asked Gant. "I didn't want to ruin your vacation," said Kane. And he then stammered, and it's not as if knowing sooner was going to make much of a difference. My friend Lola is handling the case, and what happened was in her jurisdiction, so it's not as if they are going to allow you to help. They already caught the guy, not the guy, but maybe he is in. Just because my brother hasn't caught the drunk driver that crashed against your car, it doesn't mean that he has lost his touch as a detective," said Jack. I haven't lost my touch," barked Ken, offended. "But you have been behind a desk for quite a long time," thought Jack, and he chose to say instead, "I believe in you, big brother." Ken relaxed now that his uncle and father were home, and Karina felt that her presence was no longer needed, and she made her way towards the car, and she saw an unfamiliar vehicle parked near Kane's house, and there was a person sitting inside, and when the person saw that he was noticed, he immediately drove away. And Karina attempted to get a view of the license plate, but it drove away quickly, and she returned to the house to inform them of the mysterious car. "Did you hire a private detective or something?" asked Karina. "No," said Gen. "There was this red car parked outside the house, and when he saw that I saw him, he just drove away," said Karina. "It was probably nothing," said Gen, trying to put Karina at ease. "And even if it was something, I am here now, and let me do what I do best." Karina started making her way towards the door, and she was stopped when she heard someone saying, "Hello." She giggled when she saw that it was the cat Tybalt, and Kane had told her that the cat could meow a few phrases. Meow. The cat repeated the word "hello," and there was someone lurking outside the front garden. It was somebody that only the cat could smell. Tybalt looked at Karina quite serious before saying, "Mellow." Marmalade started barking at the door, and Uncle Game reached for his revolver, and they all relaxed when the cat said, "May." "Did he say bye?" asked Jack. "Close enough," said Karina, "and Marmalade has stopped barking, so I think the danger has passed." So yeah, like the dog sensed that there was like somebody the dogs and the cat sensed that there was like somebody lurking outside. "I think you better spend the night with us, Karina," said Jack. Tired as she was, she decided to stay, and this proved to be the right decision. And with her in the house, Gen wasn't able to obey his initial instinct to berate his nephew for answers. And Karina made dinner, and during dessert, a thought came into her mind. Do you think they did a forensic analysis on the cat?" asked Karina. "Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, though now that I remember, they just handed me the cat as soon as they caught him." "So perhaps they didn't come to him for evidence," said Gen, jumping out of his chair. He picked up Tybalt before gingerly placed him inside his car carrier, and he drove away to the police station, handling the investigation, and he was delighted to report that they had indeed forgotten to comb the cat for evidence. It has been almost a week," said King, stabbing his cheesecake without much enthusiasm. "I doubt they will find anything of use." "Well, if you weren't stupid enough to watch the cat, then perhaps we might get lucky," said Karina. You know, Karina, said Kane, Sphinx cats are naturally hairless, and they are covered in microscopic hair that gives them a peach-like texture, plus Tiba has whiskers. We are assuming that the cat did indeed attack the man who hurt you, said Karina. Trust me, he did attack him, said Kane. Among the fucking things I remember is the man complaining about the stupid cat scratching him. Karina tested the information to Uncle Glenn and Rodrigo, and the cat's claws were combed for evidence, and they found a fabric fiber under the claw. It was recycled wool, and among the other things they checked was if Tiba was truly hairless or not. And under the microscope, it was confirmed that he had indeed super tiny hair fiber, and they checked the outfit that they had in the evidence locker. And Carlos' pants were made of denim, not wool, and this fact alone was enough to get him out of jail. Though the fact that they didn't have cat hair helped prove his innocence. The scratch on his shoulder was also much older, so it couldn't have been made by a stray bullet. And his outfit also didn't have a single bit of cat hair fiber on it. Carlos at night walked out the holding cell a free man, all sense to Thibault, and he was still a person of interest, and Detective Lola was still not convinced of his innocence. Though the fact that Thibault didn't hit at Carlos, it gave her the impression that he was indeed innocent, and she had a healthy respect for Thibault's intelligence, and if it wasn't for the cat, she wouldn't have been able to save King from that psychopath. Alright, that's chapter 1, God bless. Our Pentacle 4, chapter 27, Ace of Clubs, the tarot card. It suddenly dawned on her that Tiba knew the identity of the perp. Unlike humans, Tiba could see in the dark, and he had a good sense of smell. The problem was that the cat had no way of communicating this information to her. Lola returned to the drawing board, and she was going to interview the suspects again, though this time she was going to interrogate them while the cat was in the room. It was a bit of an unorthodox interrogation technique, but this was all she had to work with. She had been real certain that Carlos was the one. As for Ken, he was doing a survey of the crime scene, and he wanted to see if there was something that the other cops had missed. Karina ended up staying in Kane's house, and she slept in Grandma Esther's room. And the following morning was Saturday, and Karina sighed wearily while staring at the roof. And she said afterwards she heard the sound of a drawer opening. Grandma Esther had finally returned from her cruise, and she was furious about being kept in the dark about what happened to her grandson. Though truth be told, there was nothing she could do from the cruise. Karina showered and she got dressed, and after a light breakfast she decided to return home. Her friend Kane was being taken care of, and she wanted to believe that her presence was not needed anymore. She arrived home around noon, and when she turned the key, she saw that her living room was a mess. Bruno and Rodrigo were pacing about the room while looking at documents. I thought they had released Carlos, said Karina. He was set free, but he's still in check, said Bruno. What was Carlos doing near the scene of the crime, asked Karina, and why does he have sketches of Kane and even photos? He takes art classes on the weekends, said Bruno, and he can't finish a drawing during class. When he can't finish a drawing during class, he takes photos of the live models to finish his work at home. But why only men, asked Karina. I don't know, asked Professor Sebastiano. He's the guy who picks the artist model, said Bruno. Maybe he's a possible suspect, mused Rodrigo, or one of his students. It is worth checking out, said Karina, but why was he near the crime scene and the flowers? They were for Jeremy, and Carlos didn't know that Jeremy was on vacation, so he left a flower with his phone number to arrange a date, said Bruno, regurgitating everything that Carlos had told him. So Carlos is a closet case, asked Rodrigo. No, he's an artist, and he wanted Jeremy to pose for him, said Bruno. Karina was about to open her mouth, but her mother interrupted. Karina, you're distracting your cousin and your boyfriend. Your questions are doing more harm than good. Unla didn't want Karina to get involved in a police investigation. She worried that if she spoke about too much, she was going to draw the criminal's attention. Karina was a chubby, petite woman. She had no means of defending herself from a cruel, cruel world. Karina sighed wearily. If she wants to help, let her, said Bruno, enabling Karina, and he added, but if you want to interrogate someone, ask me or Rodrigo to go with you. Yay, said Karina before running off the kitchen. She proceeded to bake muffins and cookies, and Bruno watched her with cool amusement, and he was curious to see where everything was going, and once she was all set, she placed them in the car. Bruno got in the car with her, and he needed a break from his work, plus he wasn't keen on tidying up his workspace. It was better for the dead weight Rodrigo to deal with that mess. Their first stop was Irina's apartment, and the cookies were for her and her grandchildren, and after paying tribute, Irina allowed them to enter within. Irina's daughter Angelica was not amused, and she couldn't understand why her mother allowed for Karina to visit them whenever the mood struck her. She had no respect for their privacy. It's like, oh my God, another one of my second mother's crazy clients. Irina brought out her cards and her crystal ball. What seems to be the trouble, Karina? Asked Irina. King got attacked by a vampire, and the creature is still at large. I need your help to bring that creature to justice, said Karina. A shrill of laughter escaped Angelica's mouth, and this laughter was echoed by her husband and her children, and even Bruno chuckled a little. The facts of the case were indeed laughable. The only person not laughing were Karina and Irina. How sharp were his fangs? Asked Irina while she shuffled the cards. They were a bit on the blunt side, and all he managed to do was give Cain a serious hickey, said Karina, or love bite, said Karina. Is that all he did? Asked Irina. Yes, said Karina. Interesting, said Irina, shuffling her deck. Can you tell me who is? Asked Karina. Of course not. Even mother's powers had limitations, interjected Angelica. Irina brought out the perp soul card. The Chevy card represented who he was. This individual has direction, control, and willpower. He is driven but not reckless, and this wasn't a passion cry, rather a premeditated attack that took weeks, even months of planning. What about the motive? Asked Karina, leaning forward. Bruno brought out his notepad to write everything Irina said. Even if she was a charlatan, there was a method to her madness. The police had been working under the assumption that this was an opportunistic passion crime. If it was premeditated, the culprit had to be stalking his prey for a while. And how did nobody notice the stalker? Irina brought out a new card, and Karina expected to see the lost card, and she was surprised when she saw that Irina held out the power card and the 4 Ds or Pentacles. So the man wanted to have power over Cain, asked Karina, looking at the card intently. If he wanted to dominate Cain, why go about it in such a serial killer fashion? Asked Bruno. And more importantly, why would he want to dominate Cain? Cain is a cop. He represents authority, mused Marlene. There are people who have a controlling personality, said Angelica, and who was adopted from Cuba, and they are driven by high levels of anxiety to feel safe, and this anxiety gives them a desire to control their surroundings and the people to maintain a sense of order. They are unwilling to adapt to change. So what you're implying is that Cain's presence made that person feel like they were losing control of the world, mused Bruno. And since that person wasn't willing to adapt, he lashed out violently against the person that was directly responsible for all of the changes happening in his life, mused Karina, and she added, one last question. Is the criminal a stranger or someone we know? Irina shuffled the cards, and she drew 3 cards, and she explained, if the cards are face up, it is a stranger, and if they are upside down, they are someone you know. Why draw 3 cards? Asked Bruno. It is to increase accuracy, said Irina, and she flipped the cards over. The sun, the moon, and the chariot were all upside down, and she drew 2 more cards, and they were upside down as well. Is it someone we know? Said Bruno, narrowing his eyes. That doesn't help much, and most of the people we know were either on a cruise in Disney World or in another country, said Karina, rubbing her temple. Perhaps it is someone that Rodrigo knows, or maybe someone your friend knows, mused Bruno. You asked if it is someone you know. And according to the cards, this criminal is someone you know, said Irina. Karina paid it enough for her time, and she left the consultation with more questions than answers. At least they had made some progress with the investigation, or so she fancied. Bruno called Lola to picture the new working theory that the crime wasn't lust motivated, and Lola re-examined all of the photos and the videos and the physical evidence. If only we had gotten DNA from the bite mark, bemoaned Lola, and the forensic analysis had failed to recover even the smallest droplet of saliva from the bite. Other than the bite mark, Kane's body didn't show any signs of physical abuse, and this was odd considering he had been found in his bathrobe. And what was even more odd was the timing. How did the criminal know when Kane ate the drug pizza, and how did he know that the drug was finally taking effect? And he had to have been watching everything from afar, or maybe he had left a spyware in the cameras or in his cell phone. Detective Lola drove out to Kane's house to take his cell phone, and she wanted to check for spywares, and it hadn't dawned on Kane that his cell phone was bugged. He was still too caught up in his misery to be able to think critically about the problem, and after running it through his anti-hacker software, he discovered that there was indeed a spyware in his cell phone, and the spyware activated the microphone in his phone, and this allowed the attacker to listen to all of his conversations. And after following this lead, all that Lola was able to find was a disposable cell phone. Someone close to Kane, someone close enough to find his voice irritating, mused Lola, while reading her notes. Someone close enough to know Kane's last name, but not how to spell his first name. Someone close but far away enough that Kane was not able to recognize his voice. Who could it be, I wonder? Karina drove out with Bruno to Eugenia's mansion, and the house sitter allowed her to enter with it into the guest house, and she looked at the house sitter with suspicion. And she realized someone when she saw that he was too old and enfeebled to be the criminal. Yeah, 'cause like the guy who attacked him was able to carry the guy about, so obviously somebody that's physically strong enough to like carry about like somebody who's a beefcake. And usually it's another beefcake themselves, 'cause like beefcake be heavy, 'cause muscle is heavier than fat. Whatever. She realized so well when she saw that he was too old and feeble to be the criminal. The pair made their way into the guest house, and they climbed the stairs until they found the room, and they looked to the bedroom without finding anything out of the ordinary. At a certain point, Karina said, "Let's do a reenactment." "All right then," said Bruno, lying down on the bed. "Why do I have to play the bad guy?" pouted Karina. "Because it was your idea," said Bruno with a playful smile painted on his face. I think Kane said that he didn't make it to the bed," said Karina, pointing to the bottom part of the bed. "He's slumped over here, with his knees still touching the floor." Bruno took his starting position. "I then went to pick up the cell phone," said Karina, reenacting the scene, "and I told the 911 operator that everything was fine. And when I was asked to spell my name, I said Kane with a C instead of a K." "The camera then showed you flipping me over," said Bruno, turning around and sitting on the bed. "You closed my bathrobe before lying on top of me, and you turned my head to the side before sinking your fangs into my flesh." Karina hugged Bruno before kissing his neck, and she said, "Tiba was on top of the bed near the cell phone." "Yes, the criminal saw the cat. He called it stupid, so we know that our criminal is not a cat lover," said Bruno. "He also doesn't know the name of the cat," said Karina. "If the cat attacked the bird like Kane thinks he remembers, then what part do you think the cat could have attacked?" asked Bruno. "It depends on how he would be lying," said Karina, and she pushed Bruno on top of the bed. "If I was hovering over you like this, my head or my face would be the closest thing to the cat." The camera showed that he was sitting up with Kane like this, so the hands would be the most likely target, and a cat scratch is bad for you. Only if you're allergic to them, though sometimes you can get a cat scratch fever from the scratch, and after 3 days the scratch will swell and it may have bumps and raised lesions and sometimes pus, and this is usually accompanied with fever, headaches, and loss of appetite. If it doesn't clear up by itself, the patient may require antibiotics. Bruno called Lola to give her this piece of information. If they were lucky, the criminal may have suffered from cat scratch fever. The couple continued to retrace all the steps taken by the criminal. "What happened next?" asked Karina. "According to the tapes, the pair spent half an hour biting Kane's neck," said Bruno. And Karina took her starting position, and she gave Bruno a wicked love bite, and at a certain point she noticed This is turning you on, isn't it? A little, said Bruno, giving a naughty smile. Well, get your head out of the gutter, said Karina, sitting back, and then she said, so then, I see the motion sensor lights turn on in the gardens, and this tips me out that there's someone coming towards the house. And instead of doing the logical thing and fleeing the scene, I make my escape while logging the dead weight by the name of Cain. Karina struggled to pick up Bruno, and Bogo giggling stood up, and the couple gave a cursory look at the room before making their way downstairs, and they walked towards the beach, and from there they attempted to enter the maze of secret bushes, and if it wasn't for the yellow tape, they wouldn't have been able to tell that there was a passage hidden within. A pair must be quite familiar with the area to know that this place by heart in the middle of the night, said Karina. The couple eventually made it to the spot where Lola had found the criminal with his victim, and Karina said, if he got shot, why isn't there any blood? This place was half submerged by high tide, and whatever blood fell on the sand was washed away, said Bruno. Wow, this guy really oversaw it, said Karina. He planned for all eventualities except for one, said Bruno. T-Balls. He didn't plan on T-Ball leading Lola to his location, said Karina. And she added, and you think the cat might be in danger? After all, this guy went nuts because Cain disrupted his perfect little world. The guy has to be pretty crazy to target T-Ball next, said Bruno, and he added, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, think about it. You have to be pretty crazy to drug a guy to bite him in the neck in mimicry of a vampire. Dismissing him as crazy is not getting us anywhere, and we need to remember that our perp is cold and calculating, and even as we speak he is plotting his next move, said Karina. Or maybe he's hanging back to see whether the police is onto him or not, and it must make him pretty nervous that Lola has been super hush-hush about his investigation, said Bruno. The only thing we see in the news is about the phantom thief finally getting captured, said Karina, and she added, and can you believe that skank is getting off with just a slap on the wrist? I hear they're making a movie based on her height, said Bruno. Is it possible that both crimes are related, said Karina. It seems a little suspicious that the thief and the home invader will synchronize their attacks. Synchronization is a bit of an exaggeration. First the thief got arrested and then the home invader made his move, said Bruno. The timing is still a bit odd, said Karina. Retreading the crime scene didn't provide any new clues, and Karina returned home with Bruno, and both spent the night talking about the case, and that night Karina lighted a candle for St. Thaddeus, and the patron saint of hopeless and the despair, and she prayed an entire rosary before the saint, and she turned off the candle, and when it came time to go to bed, she would have liked for Bruno to pray with her. However, she wasn't one to force her belief onto others. It was not as if Bruno didn't pray. He prayed to his grandmother and nobody else, and both fell asleep in each other's arms, and tomorrow, Sunday, they had a long day ahead of them. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacles, Chapter 28, The Chariot. It's a tarot card. That Sunday, Eugenia was going to return from her vacation. Returning with her was her dog walker, Jeremy. Jeremy was going to want his cat back. Karina needed to be there with Cain to make certain that Jeremy recovered his pet without any incident. They also needed to be informed of everything that had happened in the guest house. Sunday came and with Eugenia and her entourage, Karina and Bruno were picked up by Michael's limo. Michael wanted Karina to tell Eugenia everything that happened in the most tactful, sensitive way possible. Karina also needed to manage the Jeremy situation. The youth was going to want his cat back. The problem was that Cain needed T-Ball as an emotional support pet. And during the car ride to the airport, Karina and Bruno brainstormed the best way to convince Cain to return the cat to his owner. What if we offer him a Sphinx kitten? Asked Bruno. He doesn't want a kitten, he wants T-Ball, repeated Karina, and T-Ball is not like other cats, and T-Ball is special. You're telling me, I still can't believe that T-Ball led Lola to Cain's attacker, said Bruno. If he could talk, it would certainly make the cop's job a lot easier, said Karina. Even if he could talk, his testimony wouldn't hold up in court. A cat is a cat after all, said Bruno. The conversation came to a stop when they arrived to the airport, when they arrived to Eugenia. Eugenia was in a wheelchair, and this didn't inspire anyone much confidence. Her leg was raised up to reduce the swelling. What happened to you? Asked Karina. I sprained my ankle while playing tennis, and I can usually spar with my sister for much longer. I guess I'm just getting old, whined Eugenia. You are not old, you're just pregnant, and you need to get used to the idea that there's a little being growing inside of that, started saying Eunice. Eugenia, interrupting her, said, Please don't remind me. You need to slow down, Eugenia, insisted Eunice, for both your sakes. The others two entered within were Dorothy, Michael, Santiago, Sidanta, and Jeremy. Karina found it out that Sidanta wasn't sitting with Dorothy. Jeremy smiled thinly before he answered the question within Karina's mind. Dorothy was cheating on Sidanta, and he found out while rooting about her cell phone the other day, said Jeremy as a deep smile appeared in his face. Well, we never said we were being exclusive, said Dorothy defensively. I told you from day one that I wanted a serious relationship, Sidanta, and if you didn't have the intention to commit to me, I wish you wouldn't have made me waste my time. Hey, Sidanta, barked Michael. Tone down your aggression. Your daughter lied to me, barked Sidanta, raising his voice. People lie. I lie, you lie, they lie, even the limo driver lies, said Jeremy disdainfully. And he added, smiling, only a fool believes in the words of a person that they have only known for a couple of months. Look, Sidanta, Jeremy's right, and we don't know each other very well, and you can expect me to commit to a person that I know very little about, said Dorothy. And I would like to continue dating you, and maybe in a couple of years, I don't know, who knows, maybe in a couple of years I might fall in love with you, who knows. She only likes you for your body, giggled Jeremy. The stupid idiot was already window shopping for a wedding ring. Are you done? Barked Sidanta, shaking his fist menacingly at Jeremy as a threat display. Not quite. Let me enjoy this for a little longer, said Jeremy before laughing maniacally. Were you really window shopping for a wedding ring? Asked Michael. No, lied Sidanta. And he asked Karina, and what are you two doing here? There is something we need to tell you that you're not gonna like, said Karina. Let me guess. Kane wants to keep the cat, said Sidanta. Good, let him keep it. I'm sick of him anyway. Paying him no mind, said Jeremy. So when can I expect my cat back? The thing is that a creep attacked Kane while he was pet sitting, started saying Karina. Oh my God, is Tibal alright? Asked Jeremy, completely indifferent to Kane's fate. Karina told everything she knew about the home invader, and she showed Sidanta a photo of the love bite on Kane's neck. And Sidanta frowned since it looked familiar. After rattling his brain, he remembered that Jeremy had once come home with a love bite very similar to the one in Kane's neck. Sidanta brought out his cell phone to show everyone the photo of that bite. Why did you take a photo of it? Asked Jeremy. I told you it was consensual. And do you know who attacked Kane, don't you? Asked Sidanta. It was just a stupid love bite. It has nothing to do with what happened to Kane. The person who gave me the bite wasn't even in the States when Kane was attacked, said Jeremy. And just how would you know? Asked Sidanta, narrowing his eye. We still keep in contact, said Jeremy. Though not with my cell phone, since he knew that Sidanta spied on all of his communications. Even after I forbade you from seeing that man, asked Sidanta. You're not my dad. I don't need your approval to do anything, whined Jeremy. At that moment, Dorothy fancied that she had just dodged a bullet, and Sidanta was clearly clingy and controlling, and the forbade line didn't inspire her much confidence. An awkward silence followed, and every so often Jeremy would giggle sinisterly. He was the only person amused by the situation. The silence carried them all the way to Eugenia's house, and she looked at the place wearily. She just didn't feel safe going inside. It was the guest house, the one he broke into, reminded Karina. Oh, good, said Eugenia, laughing nervously. We need to beef up security there, said Michael. Oh man, this thing is freezing. I'm gonna end it here for now. Bye-bye. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 29, Temperance. First a phantom thief and now a vampire attack, said Dorothy. Our neighborhood suddenly doesn't seem so peaceful anymore. This isn't the first time our house has broken into, but you were too small to remember, said Michael. Who broke into our house? Asked Eugenia. Some robbers, lied Michael. To cover up the lie, he said this truth. This is how Daddy got this scar. Eugenia patted the scar over her father's left eyebrow, and his daughters and his wife went inside the house, and Michael lingered on the porch, and Siddhartha was still inside the car, fuming. He was erasing all the photos he had with Dorothy, and afterward he planned to mark her phone as spam. Michael entered the limousine to speak with Siddhartha. Siddhartha, said Michael. What? Barked Siddhartha. Settle down, said Jeremy, patting Siddhartha's hand. Siddhartha took the fragile hand into his own before he started crying, and once he calmed down, Michael said, I am sorry that my daughter broke your heart, but she was a teenager up until a few months ago. And girls like her don't want to commit, they just want to have fun. And even so, I would still like it that you continue to go out with her. You need to give a relationship time for love to develop. Just let it go, Michael, said Jeremy. Just listen to what I have to say, and then you can decide how to proceed. The relationship with my first wife started as purely a physical affair. She loved me for my body, and I loved her for her money. Though over time it eventually evolved into something else, said Michael. I was under the impression that you were born with a silver spoon, commented Siddhartha. Not at all. Are you going to give Dorothy another chance? Asked Michael. Before Siddhartha answered, Karina said, the wound is still fresh, and give Siddhartha some time to cool off, and if he answers now, he will probably say no. She's right, said Siddhartha, and right now, all I want to say is no. Can I still work as a dog walker? Asked Jeremy. Sure, said Siddhartha, but stay within the line of sight of all the cameras. There's a vampire on the prowl. As you wish, lied Jeremy. He had no intention of doing as Siddhartha commanded. You better stay where we can see you, ordered Michael, or you're fired. Yes, your highness, said Jeremy before giving an exaggerated bow. Michael returned to his house, and the next item on the menu was taking Jeremy to Kane's house. This was the first time that Karina had a prolonged solo interaction with Siddhartha and Jeremy, and Siddhartha was usually with Dorothy while Jeremy only stopped by her house to speak to Unla. My mother wanted to know why you didn't come to your last section, said Karina. Yes, I am curious about that myself, said Siddhartha. I remember dropping you off in front of Karina's house, and what did you do during the hour that you were supposed to be having a session? I looked for new clients, said Jeremy. New clients for what? For what? Asked Karina. For my dog walker business, said Jeremy. And he brought out from his wallet a card. Michael printed this for me. Jeremy, professional dog walker and groomer, read Karina before turning the card around. Give a card to all your friends, said Jeremy, handing a card to Bruno. He removed his seatbelt before rolling his way towards the driver's window, and he knocked on it, until the limo driver finally rolled down the window. The driver raised his hand to accept the card from Jeremy, and as soon as Jeremy was out of sight, the driver threw the car out the window. The limo eventually stopped at Kane's house, and Karina took a deep breath before making her way towards the door. Before she knocked, she felt a warm body beside her, and she took much comfort from Bruno's presence, and this moment was short-lived. Jeremy pushed past her to knock on Kane's door, and Tiba, smelling his owner's scent, yelled, Jeremy! The cat jumped out the door in order to try to open it, and since he was raising a fuss, Kane had no other choice but to open it. He picked up the cat in order to keep it from running away, and more than anything, he wanted to hold on to Tiba for a little longer. The cat wiggled and scratched while he tried to get out the door, and after hesitating, Kane finally opened the door. Jeremy stretched out his hands, and Tiba gingerly jumped into his arm, and Kane breaking down kneel before Jeremy to beg him for the cat, and crying, he said, Jeremy, for the love of God, I will give you whatever you want, just let me keep Tybalt. This is stupid, said Siddhartha, and he took the cat from Jeremy before gifting it to Kane. Here, you can have it. Thank you, Siddhartha, said Kane before closing the door. Jeremy, meowed Tybalt. It is Kane. Say it with me now, Kane, said Kane. Jeremy punched at the door before yelling, I don't care what Siddhartha says, you can't have my cat, Kane. Well, I don't want that stupid cat in my house anymore, barked Siddhartha. I rue the day I ever allowed you to keep that stupid vermin that you stole from God knows where. I didn't steal Tybalt, lied Jeremy, And he added, I adopted him. And where are his adoption papers? barked Santa, poking holes into Jeremy's lies. I adopted him from a guy who was giving away kittens, lied Jeremy. The two began to bicker like an old married couple, and Ken got to keep T-Ball for another day. Karina was happy with his turn on events. In the end, she wasn't needed. The limo drive to Sidanta's house was a bit of a rough mess, with Jeremy and Sidanta screeching like peacocks, and they no longer cared that they were being washed. They were going to yell until the others submitted. Karina was thankful to be dropped off before then, and as soon as the limo driver took them away, Karina and Bruno breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, that was loud, said Karina. And annoying. And let's never fight like that, baby, said Bruno. Yes, let's not, said Karina, raising her pinky. The two made a pinky promise to speak about their problems like civilized adults. And Monday came and waited a return to normalcy, and like every Monday, Karina showered, ate breakfast with her boyfriend. She kissed him in the mouth before going to their respective places of employment. And during lunch, she began to ponder how her friend Kane was doing, and she called him on the phone, and he immediately answered. Hi, Kane, said Karina. Hi, said Kane. Hi, meowed T-Bolt. Wow, that cat sure knows a lot of words, commented Karina. I thought I had to say hi, said Kane proudly. T-Bolt already knew how to say the word. However, after getting pressured enough to say the word, T-Bolt had eventually agreed to say the word hi whenever Kane said hi. Because like when you're training a cat, it's not like dogs that they be like, oh, please, master, do whatever you want. With cats, you gotta force them to do stuff. They be like, make me. I just learned that in like a cat documentary. Did you go to work? asked Karina. Yes, I'm gonna stay at home by myself, said King. And he was driving himself mad with worry. And he wasn't used to the idea of being hunted. As a cop, he was supposed to be the hunter. Are your co-workers bothering you? asked Karina. No, said King. He fancied that his uncle had sent out a group email instructing his underlings not to bother his nephew. And he sighed wearily before saying, life is quite funny sometimes, and one day you're a hero, and the next you're the one who needs rescuing. Maybe you should look for a different type of employment, fancied Karina. I don't know, said Ken, shutting down, and he always got like that whenever anyone suggested that he go look for something else to do with his life, and he added, and we don't know the motive, and maybe I got targeted for dancing in Space Club, or maybe I shouldn't have danced with a guy that one time in Mojitos. You danced with a guy in Mojitos? asked Karina. Was it Oberon? No, it wasn't him. Oberon asked me to pick up a guy for him, and since I'm not good with pickup lines, I danced like you until a man noticed me, and the crew was really into me, and I told him to wait for me in the band before sending Oberon his way. And you know, a classic bait and switch strategy, and maybe he took offense to me tricking him, guessed Kane. I don't know. I spoke to Irina the other day, and the car told her that there may be someone that I know, said Karina. Someone that you know? Who? asked Kane. And before Karina could answer, he said, oh no. What's wrong, Kane? asked Karina, worried. And during that pause, she took a few bites from her tuna sandwich, and she was trying to eat healthy again to get rid of all the pounds she had acquired while on vacation. Jeremy's here for his cat, said Kane. Kane, Jeremy can actually sue you to get his pet back, said Karina. Bruno had warned her about the potential consequences for Kane refusing to return Tybalt to his owner. You're an adult, not a child. Do the adult thing and return the cat before things escalate. Kane placed his cell phone on speaker before turning to face Jeremy, and Jeremy brought out a gun, and he shoved that gun at Kane's face, and Farley, seeing this as a threat display, brought out his own pistol, and he placed it against Jeremy's noggin. Lower your weapon, Jeremy, warned Detective Farley. Relax, said Jeremy, twirling his gun around in his index finger. I'm not threatening anyone. I merely wish to make a trade. Farley took Jeremy's revolver and he said, you shouldn't play around with a gun. Someone can get hurt. Relax, it doesn't have any bullets, said Jeremy, and he tried to reach for it, but Farley pushed him back, and Jeremy added with a whippy tone in his voice, do you recognize this gun? That's my grandpa's revolver, said Kane, standing up, and Farley handed Kane his revolver in order to have him identified, and Kane nodded before saying, yes, this is my grandpa's revolver, and here are his initials on the bottom of the gun grip, and here's the family motor carved into the muzzle of the gun. You know, like the family crest. Farley brought out a magnifying glass and he read the words, Pejus letos flagitium. Disgrace is worse than death, translated Kane. So it is your grandpa's revolver. Since I so graciously returned it to you, I expect you to reciprocate, said Jeremy, extending his hand and becoming annoyed himself spoke plainly. I found your grandpa's revolver. Now give me back my cat. Nobody's getting this revolver until we are through with it, said Farley before placing it inside an evidence bag, and he added, This is evidence for an ongoing investigation, and once it is done you can have your revolver back, Kane, and more importantly, where did you find it? At the beach, said Jeremy. With what? Asked Farley. With a metal detector, lied Jeremy. Farley went to the storage closet and he came back with a metal detector, and he said to Jeremy, Can you do a demonstration? Jeremy looked at his cat before looking at Kane, and Kane was gutting T-Ball like a hawk, and he knew that the moment that he let go of the cat, Jeremy was going to spring for it, and with no other options, Jeremy made his way out of the police station, and he didn't get far. Two officers escorted Jeremy into the interrogation room. Like Siddhanta, Farley was starting to suspect that Jeremy knew the identity of the man that had attacked Kane, and he fancied that he was covering for his lover, and Kane went to the other side of the looking glass, and he wanted to see and hear everything that Jeremy had to say. It was then when he remembered that Karina was still on speaker, and he turned off the phone, and he would tell her everything after work. Siddhanta is going to be mad, warned Jeremy. I don't care, said Farley, sitting before Jeremy. I won't talk regardless of what you do to me, said Jeremy defiantly. The minutes rolled slowly by, with Jeremy becoming a stone wall of silence, and it didn't matter what Farley said or how much he threatened Jeremy. He was met by a pair of glassy copper eyes. And at times he pondered if Jeremy's mind had checked out, and he had never interrogated someone as aloof as Jeremy. After 2 hours, Jeremy finally opened his mouth. The youth said, I was there. There was something queer about the intonation of his voice, and he almost sounded like a completely different person. You were there. Good. Now we're getting somewhere, said Farley. Kane tested Farley, and Farley read Kane's message. Jeremy was on vacation in Paris when I was attacked. You went there. You were in Paris, said Farley. But I was there, Detective Farley. I saw everything, and I find it quite hypocritical to be accused of protecting a criminal when you are doing the same thing, said Jeremy, smiling thinly. The color completely left Farley's face, and he finally understood what Jeremy was alluding to. And last summer, Farley's son Oswald had taken his father Mountstaff for a joyride, and the twin had ended up crashing against Kane's patrol car, and the kid had fled the crime scene, and Farley had covered up his son's indiscretions to keep him from going to juvenile. Farley had always prided himself in being incorruptible, and last summer his conviction had been tested, and he had failed. Farley blamed himself for his accident, and he had taught Oswald how to drive as part of a bonding experience. And if he hadn't taught Oswald how to drive, the kid would have never gotten into an accident. And Farley allowed Jeremy to walk free. Frowning, Kane asked, What does Jeremy have on you? Nothing, said Farley, once he was in control of his emotions. Even if Jeremy had been there, he had erased all the evidence. It would be his word against his. If Jeremy had a father, he could claim that it was Doctor, and he could claim that it was a mistaken identity. All twins look alike, after all, thought Farley, trying to comfort himself. In the end, he lied and said, My son did some graffiti, and he was caught, and I pulled some strings to get him out of that jam. Is that it? Asked Kane, still unconvinced. Graffiti is a serious crime for some stupid reason, and my boy could have spent 60 days in juvie. And my Oswald is a bit of a shrimp. He wouldn't have been able to survive a single day in juvie, said Farley. You did the right thing by covering up your son's indiscretion, said Kane, smiling candidly. You are a good father. It means a lot to me to hear you say that, Kane, said Farley, smiling sadly. Look, Farley, if you want Jeremy to talk, it is best to have Siddhanta interrogate him, said Kane. But Siddhanta and Jeremy are brothers, and there's a chance that Siddhanta might cover for him, said Farley. Not likely. Siddhanta's overprotected of Jeremy, and if we tell Siddhanta that Jeremy's secret lover is a killer, I am certain that Siddhanta will side with us, guessed Kane. I suppose we will just have to draw Siddhanta, said Farley. The worship came to an end, And like every Monday, Jeremy would visit Karina's house for his weekly sessions, and Karina would watch their session from far away. And for when she said the two always looked like they were playing with dolls, and she was lazily watching her mother's sessions while resting on the hammock. And she felt exhausted. In other words, she had postponed having dumped her on Monday, and the people was broken when she saw Siddhanta arrive on his patrol car. And even for what she said, she could tell that he was furious. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacle, Chapter 30, The Star. Jeremy ran into Karina's house and he locked himself within. And Karina rubbed her temple and she left the hammock to open the front door. The lock opened but the door didn't budge, and Jeremy barricaded himself inside the room. Karina hadn't imagined starting her new year with so many complications, and Unla knocked on the door before saying, "Jeremy, honey, please open the door." "Honey?" asked Karina, raising an eyebrow. "I will open the door when Siddhanta leaves," said Jeremy. "Jeremy, this is serious. Open the door," said Siddhanta, punching the door. "Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone," repeated Jeremy over and over. Much to Karina's annoyance, Siddhanta ended up kicking the door down, and they were going to need a replacement door before the night fell. Jeremy ran to the bathroom before locking himself within, and before Siddhanta punched through the door, Karina opened it with a quarter. This delay gave Jeremy the chance to escape through the small bathroom window. The youth fled like the devil was after him, and Siddhanta sighed with frustration before slumping over the couch. "Should we chase after him?" asked Karina. "Why bother?" sighed Siddhanta. You bother because he's your little brother," said Karina. "No, he isn't. We're not even related by blood," said Siddhanta before sighing again. "Why do you have the same last name?" asked Karina. "Coincidence or destiny, like Jeremy likes to call it," said Siddhanta. "I should have kept my distance like all of the other kids, but I felt sorry for Jeremy. He had nothing and nobody, and he didn't even have the basic social skills to make friends. He was so desperately lonely that he clung to anyone that tolerated him for more than 5 minutes. I take it this isn't the first time that Jeremy has bounded himself to an unsavory character," asked Karina, assuming that Jeremy was in cohorts with the man that had attacked Cain. "But when we were in the foster home, Jeremy had bounded himself to the son of our caretaker, and whatever the bastard wanted, Jeremy would provide, even if he belonged to another," said Siddhanta. "What did Jeremy provide?" asked Unla. "Just about anything and everything," said Siddhanta, not desiring to go into details. He didn't want to get Jeremy in trouble. "Was the son of the caretaker a child or an adult?" asked Unla. Siddhanta signed before adding, "He was 17, but even so, it was wrong for him to predate on a sweet, innocent 11-year-old child. And the things he did to Jeremy, I dare not repeat. And I think it is better that his shrink hears the rest of the story from him and not from me. And Jeremy doesn't like it when I share his secrets." "I think you should let Jeremy keep Tybalt," said Unla. "Animals bring comfort to people, and researchers have found a direct connection between interacting with animals and enjoying positive health benefits." "I don't see why Jeremy needs Tybalt when he has me," protested Siddhanta, folding his arm. "Now I see. You are jealous of the cat, aren't you?" said Unla. The side of her lip twitched, and she found the situation rather amusing. "No, I'm not," lied Siddhanta. "When did Tybalt come into the picture?" asked Unla. "Last February, and we were celebrating my birthday, and when I opened a gift box, I found a hairless cat inside of it," said Siddhanta. "And can you believe me? Jeremy gifted me his stupid cat because he wanted to keep it, and from that moment on, everything became Tybalt this and Tybalt that." "Why don't you like Tybalt?" asked Karina. "Because he bites and scratches me. It is normal to hate those who do you harm," said Siddhanta. "Animals don't bite and scratch without a reason," said Karina. "Well, this one does," said Siddhanta. Siddhanta spent the rest of the evening complaining about Tybalt. And close to dinner time, Bruno arrived home with Jeremy, and he had found the youth wandering about aimlessly in the street. And since he looked lost, Bruno offered Jeremy a ride home. And they ate dinner together, and during dessert, Jeremy felt like cooperating, but there was a catch. "I will tell you everything if I get my cat back," said Jeremy. "I don't like Tybalt. Can't things go back to the way they were before?" asked Siddhanta. Jeremy picked up a plate before throwing it on the floor, and the plate shattered into hundreds of pieces. Karina complained, "Hey, you better have money to pay for that." Next time we invite Jeremy over, we better use plastic plates, joked Bruno. I merely wanted to illustrate a point, and when you break something, it can never return to what it was before, said Jeremy. Sure it can, it just takes time and effort, said Teresita, picking out the broken pieces. And he asked, do you have some crazy glue? No, but we can combine Jeremy with regular glue. Would that help? Asked Rodrigo, giggling. Let's go home, Jeremy, said Teresita, getting up. Finally, said Jeremy. No, Teresita, wait, said Ola, trying to retain Jeremy for a little longer. After thinking, she said, Jeremy still has 20 minutes left on his session. You're getting paid either way, madam, and it is not as if your sessions are producing a positive change in his behavior, barked Teresita. I want to play for a little longer, whispered Jeremy. And Ola took Jeremy to her room before locking the door, and away from prying eyes, Jeremy was allowed to continue playing with dolls for a little longer. Teresita doesn't play with me anymore. I am an adult now, so I must like adult things and do adult things, whined Jeremy. But you are doing adult things, said Ola. You have a job. Teresita doesn't consider what I do a real job, whispered Jeremy, and he added, smiling thinly. Wait until he sees my next paycheck. I am finally earning more than him. Come again? Asked Ola, raising an eyebrow. Michael isn't my only client now, and I have 2 other shops whose pets I work for a fee, and all the small numbers are quickly adding up, said Jeremy, smiling happily. Jeremy, how did you happen upon Kane's gun? Asked Ola when she finally stopped beating around the bushes. You told Teresita you found it with a metal detector, but you don't own one, do you? I don't own one, and you are going to think I'm crazy, said Jeremy, and he added, saying a half-truth. I saw a man playing with a gun by the beach, and when he saw that I saw him, he dropped the gun before disappearing, fleeing. I didn't see much of it, so I picked up the gun, and when I saw the writing on it, I realized that it was Kane's revolver. Did you get a good look at him? Asked Ola. No, but even if I did, I see some people's faces differently, said Jeremy. Different how? Asked Ola, and Jeremy took a pencil and paper, and he drew Ola's face the way he perceived it, and he drew Ola with 2 faces, and after rattling her brain, she recalled something she knew of prosopon metamorphosia. There were only 76 reported cases of visual disorder, and the person suffering from this disorder saw people's faces distorted. The cause was unknown, and even the successful treatment for the disorder varied from patient to patient, and one of the known cases of the disorder had a history of epilepsy. It doesn't happen with everyone. Teresita and Thibault's face always look normal, and Kenneth Bruno's face are usually distorted, and so is your sister Barbara's face, explained Jeremy. And have you always seen distorted faces? Asked Ola. It is a problem that comes and goes, said Jeremy, shrugging his shoulders. Ola concluded her session with Jeremy, and she informed Teresita and those assembled in the living room how Jeremy had acquired the gun, and Teresita was naturally skeptical about the disorder that Jeremy claimed to suffer from. Teresita knew from experience that Jeremy would often distort the truth in order to avoid facing the consequences for his actions. And Teresita took the drawing home with him with the hopes that the distorted face might look familiar. Karina now understood why Jeremy only made eye contact with Teresita. With the rest, he was always staring to the side or to his cat. And with the unwelcome guest gone, some semblance of peace returned, and she thought of her patients before smiling warmly, and she was glad that she only had to bother with their bodies and not their mind. A body she can cure, a defective mind you could only treat. And this was why Karina only bothered to take just the right amount of psychology that her doctorate required. When it came time for bed, she tried to put Jeremy out of her mind, and the things he said and drawn triggered a new flavor of night terror in Karina. And she dreamed that Bruno had 2 faces, one of a man and the other of an old hag. The hag's face started withering away, while maggots manifested from the hollow of her eyes. And it took much willpower for Karina to force herself awake, and she turned her head slowly towards the dollhouse. And for some reason she couldn't shake off the impression that there was somebody there playing with the darn thing. And since she was afraid to look, she turned her head back on the dollhouse, and instead she focused on the warm body sleeping beside her. And she petted Bruno's face. Yes, there he was, snoring with only one face. What a beautiful man I have, thought Karina. It was then when she became aware of something on his neck. There, it was unmistakable, a love bite, as nasty and as purple as the one in Kane's neck. And Karina poked at it with her index finger, and Bruno flinched, for it was clearly tender. And he had arrived a little later than before, and she poked at it again until Bruno finally awoke. Bruno, said Karina. What, am I snoring again? Whined Bruno. If I'm bothering you, just go to sleep in your mother's bedroom. Did you cheat on me today? Asked Karina. 'Cause if you did, now we're even. Did you cheat on me today? Asked Bruno before yawning. Did you use a condom? No, said Karina, and she said no to the first question. Disgusting, said Bruno, finally waking up, and he ran to the bathroom to wash his mouth. And what's the matter? Asked Karina, not getting why he was acting this way. You told me that you didn't use protection, said Bruno, after washing his mouth. And what if a filthy pig gave you his dress? And God, you need to be more careful. It's not for your sake, at least for my well-being. I said no to the first question. I didn't cheat on you today, said Karina. Karina had cheated on Bruno part ways before changing her mind, and it was for this reason that she planned to give him a free pass to Bruno if he cheated on her, part ways or all the way. And she had truly wanted to cheat on him, but she changed her mind because of her one night stand had turned into an angry drunkard. Her relationship with Bruno hadn't been the determining factor that had stopped her from following through her original intent, and she was brought back to the present when she saw that nasty bite on Bruno's neck. How do you get that bite mark? Asked Karina. I don't know. Is there something on me? Asked Bruno, and he looked at his own reflection before saying, ugh, that wasn't there before. Do you think you got bit by the same guy as Kane? Asked Karina, alarmed. I hope not, though. If it was the same guy, this proves that Irina spoke the truth. The perpetrator is indeed someone that you know, Karina, and not only that, he's targeting men that has left with you, Karina, said Bruno. Can you tell me everything that happened today? Asked Karina. I went to work, I worked on my case, I had lunch with Rodrigo, I worked on my case some more, and I dozed off for a couple of minutes. At least I think it was for a couple of minutes, said Bruno thoughtfully. Rodrigo was the one who awoke me and told me to go home. We should check your workplace security camera, said Karina, alarmed. Tomorrow, I'm going back to bed, said Bruno, returning to sleep. Karina pouted, seeing how super blasé Bruno was about the incident. And deep inside she hoped that he had cheated on her, and the intent that it was having her boyfriend mentally scarred for life. And just like Kane, and that night while Bruno slept peacefully, she rolled around like a burrito, and during breakfast she spoke about Bruno's love bite, and much to her surprise, the culprit came forward. That was me, said Rodrigo. I was playing an elaborate prank on Bruno. And I was playing Sleeping Beauty to amuse my friend. I am not as heavy sleeper as I pretend to be, said Bruno, laughing. Well, you shouldn't be pretending to be asleep while on the job, and if you keep doing that, people are going to think you're lazy, joked Rodrigo. You both are weirdos, barked Karina in utter disbelief. And she added, and what if someone else saw you? You could have been accused of being the person who attacked Kane. Not likely, said Rodrigo. I was in Colombia with you, my sweet little cousin. I just hope this criminal gets apprehended soon. The tension is killing me, said Karina, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I will drive you to work today, said Bruno, and this will give you a chance to catch up on your beauty sleep. Bruno started driving to Karina's work, and she fell into a heavy slumber. And in the dream world, she was inside a chariot, and there was something familiar about the back of the driver. He was a person that she had seen and not seen many times. He was Eugenia's limo driver. When she awoke, her mind had finished connecting the dots, and she was certain of it. The person that they were looking for was Eugenia's limo driver. It's the limo driver, yelled Karina. Why don't yell, said Bruno, swirling on the freeway. The guy, the perp, is the limo driver. If the tarot cards were modernized, the chariot would be a car, yelled Karina. And he's someone that we know and that is in a position to eavesdrop in all of our conversation. Just think about it, Bruno. He saw Kane smooching Eugenia for months, and Eugenia changed because of Kane, and he grew to hate Kane, and then one day he decided to hurt Kane. Or maybe he was joyriding and Kane gave him a ticket, said Bruno, pretending to be his girlfriend. And don't forget, the card said that the crime was motivated by a desire for power. Bruno dropped off Karina at work, and from there he headed to the law firm, and his friend Carlo was still being watched by the police, and Bruno needed to irrefutable proof that Carlo wasn't guilty. He pitched Karina's theory to Lola, and she didn't sound too convinced. And Bruno then called Uncle Gen, and he too was running his own parallel investigation, and while Lola was using as the usual suspect, Gen was looking at literally everyone. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Pentacles for Chapter 31, Four of Pentacles. Uncle Gen, asked Bruno. I'm not your uncle, barked Gen. I'm busy. Karina had what you call an eureka moment, and she thinks that the man who attacked Kane might be the limo driver, said Bruno. The limo driver, asked Gen, looking at the cluttered mess on his wall. It was a collection of documents and photos connected by strings. Whenever we phone a big party, Eugenio saw the habit of calling a limousine. The driver hears and sees everyone having fun while never being invited to the party, mused Bruno. Do you think she hires the same driver? Asked Gen. There's only one way to find out, said Bruno, and if anything, we'll lose nothing by giving the driver a background check, and maybe we should check to see if he has a bullet hole. The first place we checked was the hospital, said Gen. Maybe the perp was able to treat his own wounds because he has rudimentary medical knowledge, suggested Bruno. That is a possibility, said Gen, looking at the notice board, and I might as well follow this clue. Bruno hung up, and Gen called Michael to ask him about the limo driver. Is it important? Asked Michael. Why are you sighing? Are you drunk? Asked Gen. I'm hanging up, said Michael. Michael, yelled Gen. Wah, said Michael, and he added, Don't bite it, it tickles. Don't bite what? Asked Gen, concerned. I'm talking to my dog, lied Michael. Are you in the office? Asked Gen. Yes, lied Michael. Why is your dog in your office? Asked Gen, poking holes into Michael's lies. Gen heard the sound of a car honking. Are you driving? No, I'm on my lunch break, and I'm not the one on trial here, barked Michael, getting defensive. And he added, God, yes, that's it. Gen waited for Michael to finish whatever the hell he was doing. And based on how he was panting, Gen guessed that Michael was currently engaging in infidelity with God knows who. It was a wonder how Anise tolerated his cheating ways. Gen fancied that it was too expensive for them to divorce, or maybe they had gotten too used to living together. Gen shook his head, and he was getting sidetracked. Whatever Michael did with his secretaries wasn't his business. Are you done? Asked Gen. Yes, just about, said Michael. Gen heard the barking of a dog in front, and he asked, What did you do to your dog Coco? Nothing, God, who do you take me for? Said Michael, offended by the very idea. Fuck me, barked Gen. You wish, laughed Michael. Can you just get your head out of the gutter for a minute, barked Gen. Can you? Asked Michael, giggling. It's the driver, barked Gen. What about the driver? Asked Michael, still not getting it. The perp, the killer, the guy who attacked Kane. It's your limo driver, repeated Gen. How can you be certain? Asked Michael. Call it a hunch. A hunch by the name of Karina, said Gen. Just check your driver's arm and see if they show signs of scratches or bullet holes. Michael ordered the driver to stop, and he realized when he got a good look at the man, he was too short and portly to be the guy, and he always used the same limo driving company, though not always the same driver. I need to contact your boss, said Michael. The driver reluctantly gave Michael the information, and after asking about, he got the name of the chauffeur that usually worked the night shift. He was a youth that was driving his way through medical school. His name was Eric Brandt, white male, age 24. An arrest was made. He was brought over for questioning. Officer Lola recognized his voice, and other than his voice, there was no physical evidence linking him to the scene of the crime. Everything had been washed away by the sea, including the blood from the wound in his elbow. Eric knew this, while being interrogated, he would smile in spite of himself. Gen too would smile from time to time. Had Eric not answered the 911 call, the police wouldn't have his voice. His voice placed him at the scene of the crime. Would this be enough to convict him? Only time would tell. However, Uncle Gen was feeling optimistic. A cast of Eric's fangs were made to compare it to the bite mark on Kane's neck. They were an exact match to the one on his neck. This might not be enough, but Eng felt optimistic. and he broke it over to have him identify the perp. King recognized the voice, but not much else. Lola entered the interrogation room with Thibault, and she asked the same questions as Ken, but while holding the cat. Much to her surprise, Thibault was indifferent to Eric's presence, and from time to time he would meow the name Jeremy. Lola returned King his cat, and she said, "I think Thibault is missing his owner." I suppose I could let Thibault see Jeremy for a few minutes," said King, not desiring to release ownership of the cat he had technically stolen. "You know this isn't right, King. Thibault saved your life. The least you can do to repay him is by giving him the one thing he wants in the world," insisted Lola. King nervously petted Thibault, and he didn't want to let go of the cat. And he took Thibault home with him, and when he tried to walk the cat, Thibault refused to budge from his spot. And when he tried to feed him, Thibault refused to eat the food that was laid out before him. And instead, Thibault went to the yard to hunt for his own food. King couldn't help but marvel at the intelligence of his cat, and with just his actions, Thibault was showing King that he had no intentions of becoming his pet. And when it came time to sleep, Thibault started meowing at the top of his lungs, "Jeremy, Jeremy!" The cat screamed like that for hours, with nobody sleeping in the household. King had no other choice but to return Thibault to his rightful owner. And the moment that Jeremy opened the front door, he screamed with glee when Thibault jumped into his arm, and he closed the door before King had a chance to change his mind. "Mean!" meowed Thibault. "Oh, for the love of God," said Jeremy, rolling his eyes. "Jeremy," meowed Thibault. "That's better," said Jeremy before going to bed with his cat. Everything was finally well in his world. The following morning, Jeremy went to walk Eugenia's dogs just like he did every morning. He took the same route as always, even if that route would sometimes take him out of view of the surveillance cameras in the neighborhood. He lay down on the sand to rest for half an hour with the dogs and his cat. Other than walking Eugenia's dogs, he had 3 other poodles he looked after, and his dog walking business was growing. And while he was dozing off, Thibault wandered away, and when he awoke, Thibault had a little present. It was a piece of black fabric. The fabric was partially stained with blood, and considering that he was close to the scene of the crime, Jeremy fancied that Thibault had found something belonging to Eric. He called Officer Lola to inform her that Thibault had found something, and the piece of cloth was collected for evidence. The cloth had Eric's blood, but more importantly, it had a single hair strand belonging to Cain. This was the vital clue they needed to connect the criminal to the victim. And she drove over to the spot with her forensic team, and Thibault was given a different cloth with the scent of the criminal. Thibault followed the scent trail, and since he was a cat, he was able to follow the scent from the branches of the sea grapes, and along the way he found more and more trace evidence that Eric had left behind while running away from the cops. Eric had counted on the sea to mask his past from the ground, however he didn't count on a cat following his trail from above the tree branches. Eric was going to go to jail for a long time, all because he underestimated the intelligence of a cat named Thibault. Alright, that's the final chapter of the Lover's Pentacle 4. Bye bye and God bless.